actually so true. It actually was.
Today was pretty funny at work because I got this dude from another place that came before, and he helps us sometimes. And I talk with him about flat Earth. And there's another dude that's with me that me and him always talk about it. We even worked together before, and so I'm working with dude, and he brings it up. So he was talking to him, and then a couple minutes later, the other guy that I told about flat Earth was talking to him about it. He goes over and messes with the other dude about it. I'm like, oh shit. So I had a whole little thing going.
That's sweet.
Yep.
Right on.
And then a lot of people are with me because the dude will say something. He'll say, no, but this. And they'll be like, what the hell does that even mean? No, we think he's right. 100%. What he's saying is right. Talking about me. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what culturally it's like, no, you gotta prove your bullshit. Like it doesn't work. Like you come on here, you're like, hey, bullshit around, but it's like, hey, brass comes to tax or it's your ass.
Wow.
That's awesome.
He kept telling me wait 6 days for the Antarctica thing.
And you're like, yeah, I'm waiting. No one's ever. Everybody's waiting. There's penguins waiting there right now.
No, no, no. I'm saying he was like, wait till that happens. Wait till they film the sun. I was like, well, then you're going to get more flat Earth proof that the sun ain't setting. The hell? He just looked at
Yeah,
me.
the sun doesn't set. Where's it at? It's over. It's over there.
Globalists are now regretting that they said, "Hey, the sky spins clockwise in the south," and they're also regretting that they said the sun would not be able to set on the flat Earth.
I mean,
Did you say that right?
kind of been like
Hold on, hold on, hold on a second.
forever.
In the south, what way is the sun supposed to go? And in the north, what way is it supposed to go? On the globe.
It rises east to west no matter where the fuck you are.
No, no, no. God damn it. Don't say that. On the globe, they have a specific way they say it. Is it different for
Well,
each one?
your compass has declination to it.
I didn't say the compass, motherfucker.
Well,
Holy
that's
crap,
important
dude.
if you're trying to look at the angle and the
I'm
direction that you're
asking which
looking.
way on the globe. Crit just said something. He just said in the south it does this, and in the north it's supposed to do this. Is it supposed to be different on the ball? I'm not asking about flat Earth. On the ball, is there supposed to be a different rotation from the north and the south? Are they supposed to be different than each other? That's what I'm asking. Are they supposed to be opposite?
There is no up and down on a ball.
Well, no, but yes.
So they're supposed to see it the opposite of clockwise.
It should look the same.
Not on a ball, dude.
Well, a ball has no directionality to it. Up is sideways.
You're really not helping my point at all. Like, I don't even know. Like, if we were in a boat, me and you, and I was paddling upstream, you'd be paddling the other way with me. We'd be fucked.
I would be spinning in a circle.
Right. Like, what the hell, brother?
You'd be able to tell at that point.
Sometimes this is why I don't come in here.
Man. So, like, the simple answer is on a ball, do they spin the same or not? End of the break. I'm not looking for your fucking inquiry. I'm looking for a glober that maybe knows their model. You got that tilted ball at 23 degrees. It's spinning. You got guys on the top, guys on the bottom. These guys are looking this way to see this. These guys are looking and they see this. Do they see the same thing on the ball, or is it explained they see different rotations?
One's clockwise, one's counterclockwise. Same on the ball.
There we go. Correct. Now, and if we see them spin the same way, then I mean, case in point. That's all.
What do you mean? If we spin the same way, I don't understand what you mean by that.
Well, here, like this right here. Oh, I'll post it.
So, like,
This is why globalists are like, they should have thought about their claims before they made it. Like, try to visualize it. So here's a visualization that they've posted in the past. They say flat earthers can't explain counter or rotation in the south. And you're like, what?
well, no, I just don't understand what he said. He said
Well, here,
something
look
about, like,
Look at the GIF I posted.
all right.
So this, if you look from this like really far out view, like supposedly this is the Earth, and it's got the star field and like a celestial sphere around the Earth. Then what they're going to do here in the GIF is go into the celestial sphere and look outwards, counterclockwise, up. Clockwise down, and then over here, if you look on the equator,
Wait, this
front
isn't
back.
like what. But this isn't what, like.
That's the globe model.
read
What do you
on-
mean?
No, it's not.
That's the information superhighway.
is.
No, it's not.
That's the cloud. That's the, when they technology companies refer to in the
How
cloud.
did
What?
Where
In
did
the
you get your
cloud?
globe model from? Show me what your globe model does with stars around it. How would you set that up?
Hold on a sec. So this is like implying that the stars revolve around the Earth,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But they don't.
Yes, they do.
No, around the celestial dome. That is the celestial dome, and there's a ground position of the map being placed on the celestial dome.
What
This is the
Oh yeah, what this is looking at here is like the new, like as soon as the starlight or the skylights intercept with the atmosphere, it creates a new instance of light that then it can be tracked and mapped over the Earth.
I don't think anybody's claiming this as their Earth, their globe model, though. And
It's just
what
giving you the
was?
phenomena that we observe.
But like, what was? What did he say about the cloud? I have no idea. That came out of left field. What?
But don't follow the red herring then, because it's
yeah.
confusing.
Don't focus on
enough as
it.
is.
Sorry.
So
And-
I don't.
And if you think about the ball spinning and the stars sitting still, there's your model.
But that's.
What do you mean that's? Just imagine the ball spinning and not the stars. You okay?
But
We're
that's
with you.
not like what the belief
Well, yeah, well,
is.
make
So
it
is your
relative.
model.
Just make it relative and spin the Earth and make the stars stationary.
This,
Does that-
but
does that
nothing
help?
is station. But it's like it's like not stationary
just
though. Like
giving
nothing.
you
None of
the-
these things are
Just
stationary.
giving you a graphic of the phenomena. When you look up at stars from the surface of the Earth, that's all it is. It's just a graphic elucidating a point.
Yeah, but this image or this GIF is like not. I don't know what this GIF is or who made it, but it
Well, you
doesn't.
see how it
No,
changes the orientation. It goes from you think it's a top, then it goes to a horizontal view, and that's what
Yeah,
it's explaining.
Perspective. It's all about your
It's
perspective.
That's
contained
not any. That's not a model that
perspective.
anybody.
It's a
But that's not a
conceptual model trying to display a 2D point of view. The observations that you make in first person.
Who makes that observation?
Why doesn't
When you
Alex,
take
why
the
don't you
measurement
post
to
what
the
you think?
elevation of a celestial.
Alex, why don't you post what you think it is?
Are we trying to argue that the stars don't appear to be moving, therefore the Earth is flat?
Now we got more confused people coming.
Yeah, it's getting the level of confusion's increasing.
They
No,
don't
because you're
appear to be
showing me-
moving because they're so far away that you don't see
Can you
it.
get further away from your microphone, please?
What?
Mike, like you're eating your microphone, dude.
No, I'm not.
Okay, but it sounds like it is.
He's saying it
It
sounds
does
like you're
sound like it,
crouched
bro.
on your desk, like in a gargoyle position, kind of in your mic.
Yeah, it's also too
It's
like
so
he's on PlayStation, so he's not able to see the content being posted in text chat.
Ah.
Why do people use?
So
I
Sam,
don't understand. Why
you
would
think
you
the Earth
use
is a ball?
Discord on?
Oh no, Owlish
Yeah,
is
it is. But
confused
you're
again.
visible, bro.
Well, no, I'm just like I don't understand this. So this model doesn't even represent what anybody would see if they were at the equator, for example. Because basically, what it's saying is that if you were
Oh.
looking at the equator, the stars would be doing what now? They'd be like lines.
It all depends on which way you're looking. If you're looking north, or if you're looking south, or you're looking fucking east or west. It all depends on which way you're fucking looking and your perspective and which way you're fucking standing.
well, that's
How
all
would
right.
that-
That's all right. Alex,
Owlish
you don't have to believe this. You don't have to believe this globe gift.
Did you get confused by the lines?
Yo, so guys,
Well, I got confused
people
because
who
this is
believe,
nonsense that anybody
Listen,
believes.
people who believe in the flat Earth, guys, all of you who believe.
Thank you. So these star trails, Owlish. Do you remember the conversations we've had about star trails in this channel before?
Is that what this is supposed to be? Star trails? This is not
Oh my-
what is being. This is not what's being like demonstrated here. This is not star trails. This is literally a stationary Earth with stars
Yeah,
going
this is how
around
they
it,
model
and then
the
on
stars
the
on the
and then
globe.
somehow for some
Alex.
reason on the equator it like looks completely different.
Yeah.
So like it's showing the southern hemisphere, it's showing the northern hemisphere, and then it's showing the equator.
I love it when you
And
show
for
the
whatever
globe
reason,
explodes.
and for
I can't
whatever
believe
reason,
it.
the stars are like 5 inches from the Earth, which also is not accurate.
Okay,
Oh
you're
my god!
just
So
leaning
this
too much
isn't
on
a
the
model.
one GIF. Okay, that,
Not a fucking
right,
Well,
you're
well, then
reading
why would you
way
post
too far
this?
into that.
Hey,
It's
Snack,
a
Well, this
graphical.
your hot micing, Snack.
It's a graphical representation of what you see when you look up.
I don't know who's
Based on a
saying that.
globe, imagining.
Just
Is Crit proving the globe again?
oh my
Oh
God.
God.
what's wrong with
Yeah.
these people today?
Yes, Brenda, that's what I do. I prove it.
That's what that GIF shows.
So Crit's the only guy in human history who can prove the globe, is it? Amazing.
How is okay? Hold on a sec. Who's talking right now? How are you saying that proves the globe?
Be confused.
Yeah, we need
Yeah,
that.
That's not
this is
even-
another
that's-
confused person.
That's like some fantasy model of what somebody thinks the globe looks like.
It's literally how it works on the globe.
How what works?
Well, how else are you going to
Star
imagine how the globe looks like? You have to imagine it. You can't see it.
That's how
Okay.
star trails work on the globe. Thank you, Crit.
If you're laying on your back, all right, and your head's facing north, and it doesn't matter which hemisphere you're in, the stars are gonna move left to right. Now, if you're lying on your back with your head towards the South Pole in either hemisphere, the stars rise from your right and set on your left. Okay, that's
All right, so
just
the stars
that's
are moving.
what happens.
Yeah.
We get it. The stars are moving.
Brenda.
Yeah, well,
Good stuff.
they are moving. Well, they are moving, but we're also fucking moving too. So
Wait a second. You
Are we?
everything's
moving?
Where are we moving to? Where are we going? Does anyone know?
we're spinning, right? That's why we can
Doctor,
see kind of like the
spinning.
same shit night after night.
You guys
Are we
agreed that
spinning?
what Chris showed. You guys agreed what
Yes,
Chris
we
showed
are
was
spinning. Pendulums are a thing.
No, the Earth is moving up at 9.8 meters per second.
And
in this image. You guys agreed that that's what it is on a globe. The stars are going around a globe.
No, it represents it.
Well, no, we're spinning on a globe. The Earth is rotating. That's why we
Wait,
have our
where are we
season changes and
It's a model.
night cycles, and we see the same
Where
stars
are we
every
spinning?
night, and you know,
How do we know we're spinning? Doesn't seem like anything's spinning.
well, pendulums are a thing.
Pendulums.
Pendulum?
Been observed for kind of
Yes, pendulums are a thing.
Yes, they are.
Yes.
What the pendulum show?
You ever put one on a ball, spun it around? Let's see it. Unless you want to deny reality, sucker.
I put a pendulum in a ball in the lab, and it just didn't do anything at all.
Mine spun around, Crit, and almost hit me in the face. I put a
I
string
hung
on
a
a
pendulum
ball.
last year, and it hasn't moved once.
I've
Well,
been
I put one on
watching
a
it.
ball, and I was spinning the ball, you guys, 1,000 miles an hour. And then I got that and rotated it around because I had it on a drill. And that thing almost like took my eye out. Like, I was like, whoa, watch
Do we
out,
have to
pendulum.
buy? Do we have to buy a
probably shouldn't
specific
play with power
pendulum?
tools.
Do we have to buy a specific pendulum? Because the pendulum I've got just hangs there.
I got a magic wand from McToon's merch store, but maybe I didn't wave it left to right and then up to down. I kind of did a circular motion and then made like a back and forth Z pattern. And then tapped it and it said Ooga Booga. And then
Hey, Crit.
Yeah,
MC Toon is debating Brian's logic right now. Brian doesn't seem to be showing up. Maybe you could step in.
Yeah, tell him that he knows exactly where to find us.
Up over here.
Tell
No,
him to jump
no,
on over.
But he's here.
It's on Modern Day Debate. You'd have to join their Zoom call, Crit, so I'm sure you won't do that.
Yeah, why
Oh,
would
if we
I?
jumped in, he'd get all red faced, wouldn't he? His face turned real red.
Can you give a
Is he
reason?
still asking where the guns are?
You know how to contact James. I'm sure you do.
How? How would I?
Wait a minute.
Yeah,
Wait
what's
a
the
minute.
title of the
Why
debate?
is McToon doing debate? I thought he
on
went
Modern
to
Day
Antarctica. I thought he settled the debate with the final experiment. He went on the phone. He was yelling at Nathan. I thought it was over for him.
So it's on Modern Day Debate.
Not over. The
What's he
debate was
debating?
final. Was it?
What
final?
What is he debating?
Just read the title.
What's the
Well, what
proposition?
is
Yeah,
the
what
debate?
is the title? Just tell us what the title
It
is.
says, is the flat Earth still tenable after the final experiment?
Oh.
So tenable.
Tenable. Like,
Yeah, that's a big word, I'm sure. You could look it up, though.
Oh,
I
I
love
love
that.
leavenable. Does the leavenable
You
top
haven't got
tenable?
the globe yet. So you did the final experiment that's supposed to prove globe, and still talking about flat
Yeah,
Earth.
that's not what it did at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
So the
didn't pay any
debate
attention,
isn't
did you?
here's our globe proof. It's just asking questions again.
Is this
Sorry.
Does he also make apologies for stuff he can't do for the globe?
They just sit there in their own silence until they're eventually able to say something that's like. So if there's guns and he couldn't find the guns, but there's guns anywhere, but no guns, and they leave early. So guns?
Shogun. No gun.
So are they
Shogun.
back now? Are they back?
Yeah. Yeah,
So
they've been
McToon is back playing with his Star Wars toys? Okay.
probably.
Is that
Probably
what
by
he was-
now.
But he meant blasters. Like here's a blaster. You can take it and charge it with gas from Cloud City.
Yeah.
Where's the blasters, Nathan? They're in your tent, dude.
Who is McToon?
Well, it's McDuffie. He's been rebranded as a McDuffie.
I don't.
He's like
Who is that?
a Homer Simpson. He's like a Homer Simpson of Globe Earth.
Oh,
Yeah.
But less endearing. Actually, he's a lot
Is he
more
on-
obnoxious than Homer Simpson. That's probably not fair.
is he on TikTok or something?
I don't know. He's on OnlyFans, I think.
Oh, wow. I don't know why he would be on OnlyFans.
Well, because he doesn't have much to do. Like, he's trying to, I don't know, he's trying to prove a globe or something, but I guess he's just debasing himself online to do that. I don't know how that's going to help him, but...
I think he's a mix of Homer Simpson and Flanders together.
After he made the claim that flat earthers, without exception, are dirty, rotten, scum of the earth, lying sacks of human garbage, why won't anyone debate me? Well, dude,
Yeah.
you
That's very
poisoned
nice.
the well.
Looks like Brian is going to debate him, so I'll be seeing you.
Yeah, fine.
Thanks for all the tears.
Good luck, Brian.
You're
I'm
welcome.
glad that the flat Earth is over for you and that it's all final.
It won't be final. That's the best part. The final experiment was the most massive gold shifting of all time. They changed the ground to mean sky in locally to Antarctica, and then final is beginning.
They went down for the Antarctic gold rush, the flat earth gold rush, so when they come back, they can make more money. But just saying lies and dumb stuff, is the dumb stuff gold rush.
I'm just glad all these guys like Brenda are going to be able to go back to their lives, and put this all behind them. Stop hanging out in the flat Earth spaces and just be comfortable in their claimed knowledge that Earth's the globe again.
No, on every front, every bit of this sort of paradigm is being broken apart. This is the last ditch effort.
So, Owlish, you found your way back to us. It's been a while.
Yeah, what's up?
So, I guess you agree that we're right then, yeah?
I just like talking to you guys.
Exactly, because you agree that we're right.
Sure.
I mean, if you'd went away all this time to reflect and you decided they're crazy people, you probably wouldn't have come back, right?
No. That's...
So there you go.
I don't
Well,
think...
welcome
I
back.
don't think...
Good to see you.
Honestly, I can't really say anybody is crazy because
They
I don't have
accepted you over
I don't
there.
have opinions of people like that.
Well, that's cool. Obviously, you've taken some time to consider and you've decided, yep, they're the cool guys. So that's cool. Welcome back.
I mean, I would never call you lying scums of the earth. That's not nice. You don't say that about people.
Well,
Did you
I went
with them?
crazy once. They put me in a padded room. A
rubber room?
Yeah, a padded room.
A rubber room?
No, a padded
A rubber room with rats?
No, with snakes. With rubber snakes.
They put me in a rubber room with rats, and rats make me crazy.
Crazy? I went crazy once.
I was crazy once.
Guys, I recognize your voice, Crit, and then I was like, what? And then, yeah, you changed your name. That's funny.
Conspiracy Santa. I deliver truth to all the good boys and girls.
I don't know. Sometimes I miss my flat earth friends.
Of course you do. We're the only one who tell it to you straight.
Okay, well, tell it to me gay sometime.
No, I can't do that.
Okay.
So, in your time away, did you come across anything compelling for the globe?
I'm not really even looking.
Yeah. That happens. Not much to find, so don't worry.
Well, what happened was essentially I left the server, and then for some reason I couldn't find it again. So, I thought that the server was, deleted. Or I thought that, something happened to the server, so I,
Well, something
didn't
did
know you guys
happen
were still
to it.
here.
It became a flat Earth server. Something did happen to it. It became a flat Earth server.
Oh, good for you.
Good for the whole server, I'd say.
Yeah, it's still number one, I see.
By a mile. It's like double the next channel.
Yeah,
Might
but
as well
they're
rename
hiring.
everything.
Oh, okay, that's good. I'm proud of you guys.
Hey, listeners, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, don't forget to join the Twitter show as well.
What is the Twitter show?
Well, we have same thing we do here. We do on Twitter. You gotta find my account though, and follow it. That way you know when I'm on, or when we're on, I should say.
Okay.
The handle is AV. The handle's AV_overdrive. So when you look for it, just look for that handle, and then you'll see all the episodes that we've done already.
Oh my goodness, you're verified. Did you pay for that?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
In the future, I am going to be showing my face and everything, so I was doing that before, but that's what I'm going to be doing.
So you're doing. You're going to be showing your face? Whoa.
Yeah.
Slow down, dude. People are going to find out what you look like? That's crazy.
Most people in here already do. Well, not recently, but...
I mean, like... I don't really care what people look like. It's not going to change my opinion of them.
Kind of does, actually.
Why?
You're a liar.
Because Jedi is a sexy beast, and everybody knows it.
You 100% judge people based on how they look.
Well, is that what?
Yeah, 100%.
X-Space is opening that up to video? To video live spaces? Because that's the one thing that is holding them back from these other platforms.
Yeah, anyway, just look that up, and whenever we're live there, just join the panel.
Do you have a specific time that you do this? Like, is there like a specific day?
Yeah, overnight, kind of like what you're doing now.
Perfect for a nocturnal creature.
Oh, I'm not nocturnal.
You are now.
I have work in the morning.
Oh damn.
Yes, I'm nocturnal, but my work does not allow me to be. So it's like I'm being suppressed. I'm being oppressed, actually.
Well, that's you'll get used to that being a flat earther. The flat earthers are always oppressed.
I'm what?
You're not a rebel. You don't live on the edge. You just listen to what the man tells you. Okay.
Well,
gotcha.
I do have to pay for my stuff and do my job and stuff. Unfortunately, I mean, it kind of sucks, but that's how it is.
I mistook you for somebody that was a rebel. So okay, you're just a square. That's cool.
Oh, so now I'm a square. Okay, prove that I'm square.
You go to bed on time, and you go to work on time, and
Yeah, you better get that warm glass of milk ready.
I don't like milk. I do not like milk. Not at all.
Milk is delicious. You fucking monster.
I don't think adults should drink milk.
You probably got bird bones.
Drinking milk from another
No, I have human bones.
Well, yeah, no shit. It's just what people say.
What people?
People, whatever. You have very
Drink
brittle
elephant
bones.
milk.
Bird bones are like hollow, okay, and they're brittle.
Elephant milk. That's a good suggestion. Imagine how big you'd get.
Yeah, because the group of people that had to like live on the ark with the animals, we adapted and survived.
They got thicker bones, more like steel.
Just took a turn. Owlish, look what you've done.
I don't know if you would compare
I didn't
bones
make any
to
claims
steel,
about
but
milk.
We don't got any globies in or something?
I looked at that modern day debate thing. If you were to guess what type of shirt the host is wearing,
NASA.
Okay. Well, you got McDuffie on there, and McDuffie's known for Batman and Star Wars.
So Tune, huh?
Star Trek.
Warner Brothers.
You gotta get all of them. It's like how many different
Stan Lee.
franchises of cartoons?
Battlestar Galactica.
Marvel. all the comic books for the tunes.
The next one you have to guess is what kind of wig the host is wearing.
To get snatched. The Snapchat wig.
Well, most important is he has a tattoo on his back of Subway, so he gets free Subway for life.
That's
yeah, this isn't Ryan. This is the main guy, the big boss. The reason he has this power is because he's the Subway ultimate final boss. McToon
So
said
Brian-
he did a falsifiable test. That's what he did.
So our modern day debate, paying Brian like $5,000 or whatever he's looking for.
You know why they do this?
On that.
Because they don't got nothing for gravity anymore. They don't have nothing for all the other shit that's all been debunked. Now all they got's behind you, look, and then you get sucker punched. That's the globe proof. Behind you, look, believe me. Oh, what the?
Are they still doing like 15-minute opening speeches? Because that shit was just death. Like, here's 15 minutes to ramble.
It's like the only time that people tune into that show is for all the insulting super chats at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's a super chat farm. We just had McToon. He just said it's tenable, it's tenable, it's tenable. He never presented a model. He never presented a prediction. He said I went there and I did something. Then he didn't elaborate further.
And then they said that's
Just
a
what he
big
did.
word. That's a big word. I said 11able is way bigger than tenable. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Yeah, tenable instead of plausible or sensible or any. It's like okay, they mean the same thing. Like you're not a special snowflake, McToon. You just went with your nipples out in very cold temperatures, but it was so dry it didn't feel so cold. And you called Nathan Oakley on the phone, and he rejected you. And everybody heard about it. It's really like a Grease, Grease scenario, except
did he
where
wanna-
Sandy rejected, Fonzie or whatever.
Why did he want to take that person specifically so hard? Like, why do you want to take that guy to on a date with you to a tent and just no one else, and then you get really mad when he doesn't go?
Yeah, imagine
seems
when
weird.
you muster up the courage to call them on the internet is when you're halfway across the globe from them.
I mean, I wonder what other people think. They're like, man, this guy's really cool. He totally wants to take this guy to Antarctica and spend the night in a tent with him for 6 days. This is
Nathan
weird.
Oakley?
McToon. He just was so sad.
Well,
because
no, it's
Nathan
worse than
Oakley-
that. Is then you call him and be like, "Hey, look where I am," and you're not there, and just
No, hold on,
gloat to
brother.
them
You
like,
just- you
"Hey,
just cut me to fuck off.
you're not here."
I said that he was sad because he couldn't get Nathan Oakley to come with him for 6 days and spend the night in a tent. That's pretty weird, don't you think? He was like crying about it. He was like, Nathan, why?
Not really.
Well, he had a lot of different experiments he wanted to conduct.
With
I mean, Nathan Oakley is Nathan Oakley is pretty well known as
As what, a tent
Yeah.
guy? Where he just wants to spend the night in tents with you? I've never known him to do that. That seems
no,
weird.
he's a pretty well known flat Earth debater.
To go spend the night in tents? I don't think that's what he does.
Yeah,
I'm
spending
saying,
the
like,
night
he probably
in tents is not his forte in debate.
Right.
Well,
I don't think McToon was in for like a debate. I think he just wants to spend the night in tents with guys. It's just
Hold on,
weird.
Eilish,
I mean, it's
Eilish,
I mean,
okay.
I think
Did you
they
see the video?
probably. I don't
each
think they
his
were
own.
staying in tents. More
What'd
than
they
likely,
stay
they were
in?
probably
square
stayed
tent.
in one of.
Eilish, did
A
you see the
box?
video of McToon calling Nathan?
I mean, I imagine he was asking him, wishing he would have been there, because then
Why?
since they reside on
You didn't
opposite
see the
ends of.
video? You didn't watch the
Well,
video?
No, but like what I'm saying is that
Maybe
you should watch the video.
they do
It's
have a
hilarious.
fusing.
Can I just ask you one question? What experiment can you do that you can't do down there without Nathan Oakley that you need Nathan Oakley to do with you in a tent or a box?
Eilish, seriously,
Who the
before
fuck is
you
Nathan
start
Oakley?
trying to kind of put some logic to what McToon was doing, you really need to watch that video. It's something else.
Okay, so from what I know about Nathan Oakley, he is a well-known flat Earth debater, right?
Yeah, we know you know.
Eilish, if you'd went to Antarctica and you'd seen this thing that you believe has proven the globe to yourself, would you be hopping on Discord and screaming?
I don't know. It depends. I'm not exactly sure why it's. I'm not exactly sure why it would be so unbelievable that somebody who has like direct opposition with somebody else would want them to be there to experience something that they're experiencing.
Well,
You sound like Daniel Larson.
This is supposed to be
Why?
McToon proving this to himself. You know, he's having a breakthrough moment. Surely he'd want to be happy and speak to his family and his friends. But he calls up some guy in England to call him a liar. As he
Is he
stomps around.
British? I thought he was.
It's a bit
That was-
unhinged.
That was probably the whole thing, Doug.
Well,
Is
yeah,
Nathan-
it was. But
Nathan
that's
Oakley
the only
British?
thing.
Yes,
yeah, Nathan's English.
Oh,
Come on, Eilish.
I can't remember. There's so many different people.
You're going to need to get up to speed with all the lore and the drama. But either way,
I mean, why would you
Yeah,
call your family
he's in
though
England.
if they don't care about you being in
he's
Antarctica?
just taken 2 weeks away from his family to go and do some globe science and take another giant leap for mankind. But he seems like he's just stuck doing the same old thing, running in circles, yelling at people on Discord about things that aren't even really relevant. Like, where are the guns?
The word tenable. It's tenable.
Fucking losers.
I mean, let's be realistic. Let's be realistic here. You were also on Discord doing the same thing, so.
We didn't yell,
I'm
"Where's
not.
the guns?"
I didn't go to Antarctica to then go on Discord.
You're literally
We
on
didn't call
Discord
McToon
yelling
to-
about
We didn't
things,
call
so-
McToon to come visit and stay in a tent with us. What are you talking about?
Yeah, we don't have to go to Antarctica
you're
to
on
talk to
Discord, you
you
haven't
here
even
on
gone to
Discord.
Antarctica.
We don't
Yeah,
have to
but-
go to that effort.
Why
The
would
point
we need to
was-
go to Antarctica? We've measured the Earth flat right here where we are. What the fuck's Antarctica going to do for you?
Yeah, the lakes
I don't
will
know,
be
maybe you
flat
wanted to
there
go.
too.
Well, first of all, there was a claim that you couldn't even go to Antarctica, so I
Well,
guess you
why
already-
would you want to go?
Why
That's
not?
why it's like, hey, yeah, why do you want to go?
Because
everyone
they
said
told him
you
that he
should
couldn't
go.
do it.
Everyone said you could go on guided tours. They said you can't independently explore, which you can't, and they didn't do. In fact,
Because
when
of
they were there, they said to everyone, "Hey, look at these red flags. We can't go beyond these red flags." So they literally just proved our point.
Well, it probably because it's kind of cold and big. down
No
there.
crevasses.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you
It's
understand the
fucking
word
dangerous.
crevasse?
It's like when you're walking out on the ice fishing, and they profile the ice. And
Well, no, there was an airport right
Like-
there, so you could have got hit by an airplane, and
So
you'd
you
be
guys agree
interfering with like air traffic.
Why doing this to yourselves? You're just making yourselves more confused.
I'm not confused. I'm.
Wasn't talking necessarily about you.
Oh.
So you guys agree with us then? You can't independently just go and do what you want. You have to go on a guided tour.
Who guided him?
The company,
What company?
whichever expedition company they went through.
The company that does guided tours from Punta Arenas to Antarctica.
Okay, but so he was able to go though.
Yeah.
What does that even mean?
Because he had permission to go. That's what we've been pointing out for the last 10 years. You can't independently look around for yourself. You have to get permission by the people who will take you and tell you where to set up your fucking tent.
Yeah, you can't just take your
No
own
one's
boat.
seeking asylum to Antarctica.
You can't just take
Yeah,
your
but
own
that's just-
boat. You cannot just go get on your own personal boat and just fucking head out. It's not going to work out that way for you.
You could if you wanted to
I don't see
die.
why you can't, man. I don't see why not. It's like
Yeah,
climbing
you
Mount
should
Everest.
try to seek
They
asylum to
recommend you take a
Antarctica.
guide.
That's what I'm
you know?
saying.
Like,
why not?
But you can go climb Mount Everest. if you
Film a
wanted
trip,
to.
guys.
Hold on, guys. This is a bit frustrating to hear a third-party listener like. So, Owlishness was making a claim that we were saying that you can't go there. It's been pointed out to her that you can go there with a guided tour. Owlishness, do you understand that?
Yep.
Okay. We're not saying that you can't go. You can go with a guided tour. Now, there's evidence that you can't just freely explore the place when you're over there. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I don't know why that changes anything, though.
It changes because you're still making the argument that you can't go there, that we're saying you can't go there. It's frustrating to hear you say that over again from third party. I'm listening as like, dude, shut up already. Like, we already told you, you can go on a guided tour. You can't freely explore. How many times do we have to make this conversation to you? Like, it should end already. You should be like, okay, I get it now. But you're not doing that. You're going back to saying, oh, you guys are saying you can't go there. Like, what the fuck, dude? God's sake.
Yeah, I feel like you understand what we're saying, Alex. I think you understand.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying, like, okay, they went on a guided tour, but it's not like being on a guided tour would change anything. They just don't want you to
what
get
it is, what
lost.
it's about is that they're trying to present the argument like flat earthers were saying you just couldn't go there, like you were kind of implying, when we're pointing out that no, what we've said is you can go on a guided tour, you can't freely explore there. So you understanding that means you understand the fallaciousness of that argument that McToon is making, where he's saying, you said I couldn't go. Where are the guns? That's a straw man. That's not what we've been saying at all.
Can you explain where are the guns? I don't understand what that means.
So he's saying that we've been saying that if you go near Antarctica in any capacity, you'll be turned away at gunpoint. Which no one is saying.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I mean, obviously they host guided tours. Yeah, that makes sense. I didn't understand what you meant by where are the guns, because I'm like, I don't know who has guns.
Well, it's like when you go into any country, each country will protect its borders. So that's where they are, and you'll find them there, and it'll be chill and calm.
But you don't need a passport to go to
The reason that's become a meme is because that's what McToon was yelling on the phone in the middle of Antarctica, supposedly.
Oh, he was yelling, where are the guns? Okay.
So you don't need a passport to go to McMurdo Base or Union Glacier, a military zoned area. Good, cool. That means a whole bunch to no one.
Well, everything I've read here, I've Googled in the past 10 minutes, says that it said nothing that you can't go to Antarctica by yourself. I'm not just saying that it's just a guided tour or not. It's saying it's recommended. Yeah, fuck yeah, man. You should go to take this tour.
Yeah, that's where the Antarctic Treaty is in place.
I have not fucking read anything anywhere that
that's
says.
All right, bro. Snacks, it's okay. We've already done the reading. We can tell you the treaty, the Antarctic Treaty, is in place, and it prohibits any independent travel beyond the 60th parallel south unless you have a permission.
Above the 60th parallel?
Below.
Well,
the 60th parallel is north.
It's a line of latitude south of the equator, a circle around Antarctica, a circle you need permission to enter.
Why is it a circle?
Because that's how it's measured.
Because that's what you draw on flat surfaces, is a flat circle. Sorry.
Interesting.
That's how you'd circle the perimeter on a flat area.
I still haven't heard anyone explain how observing the sun for 24 hours proves the Earth's a globe either.
They haven't.
It's pretty well dark, 24 hours in the north.
There's
no reference.
Let's be generous, Cyclone, and say observation of the sun above the horizon for 3 months. In actual fact, it's probably closer to 5-6 months if you think about both of them, North and South, Antarctic and Arctic. So seeing the sun above the surface of the Earth for months on an end, what does that prove?
Yeah, not going behind
Well, I
any
think a
curve.
lot of people were arguing. A lot of people were arguing about the 24-hour sun because previously it was stated that it was a time-lapse video, so it was thoroughly debunked and discussed as it being a time-lapse video.
Well, no, what it was
So they proved that it wasn't that, and I think that's
what it was about. The video thing was because there was and is a lot more videos of a 24-hour sun in the north, and there was only a handful of them in the south. And in the south, a bunch of them, all of them really, when analysed, were showing anomalies, looping, editing. So people came to the assumption that, well, they're faking this because there isn't one. Now, whether or not that's the case, and this seems to be showing that it isn't the case and that there is a 24-hour sun, it doesn't really change anything about the nature of water, gas pressure, all these things, how it measures, flat, used flat. You know.
Yeah, but it's like one of those things where it's like they're asking you to acknowledge something just to rub it in your face, right? So look, we proved it, so you're wrong. Like that's basically what it is.
Yeah.
They're not proving anything significant, but it's like
they're not proving that the Earth is a ball. That's our point. It's
right, but that was the entire point of it. Not that like anyway.
The whole point from the Globers in the final experiment was not to prove the globe. What does that tell you?
I don't think that was the final experiment. I think there's a lot more left to do.
Well, yeah, obviously, but I mean that's what they're calling it, isn't it? It's ironic. The final experiment, not final, not an experiment.
So several $100,000 were spent so that people could say, see, these videos, even though they're edited, are true? I don't think so. It's stupid.
Yeah, but like, so we agree, 24-hour sun, Antarctica, right?
Well, allegedly. I mean, so 24-hour sun above a flat plane. Yeah, I guess so. Still flat Earth.
But then, like, what's happening in the north? It's like 24 hours.
It's a 24-hour sun above a flat plane. Still a flat Earth.
Okay, but in the wintertime, it's there's sun in the south, right?
Are you confused?
Most of the time.
Seasons now?
And then in the north, during the wintertime, it's dark.
Yeah.
And then vice versa in the summertime.
Yeah.
Or like, you know.
And
then somewhere in between that, you know, say in the spring.
Yeah.
Like, it's kind of balanced between the two.
Where do we observe it?
From the ground?
No, so I'm specifically talking about how we measure it and how we observe it.
By looking with your eyes, by standing, you know, north of 60 and south of 60.
I'm surprised you're confused if those are the questions you're asking me.
That wasn't a question. I was telling you the reason.
I know you're very confused. So it moves between the two tropics. Tropic of Cancer in the north and Tropic of Capricorn in the south. You know what the tropics are, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, no, maybe so.
Okay, so go on.
Okay. So I'm just hoping that you're following along. So the tropics are the outermost circles of the sun away from the equator. The equator is between those two circles, right?
The Arctic circles?
No, the tropical circles.
The tropical circles?
Yeah, the Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn. The Arctic and Antarctic circles are circles at
Oh, the
66
equator.
degrees
Yeah,
north.
okay. Yeah, all right. Yeah, okay. All right, where are we going? Yeah, okay, go on.
So you can see a 24-hour sun inside the circle where the sun is equidistant from you in all parts. You're standing inside the circle like they did in Antarctica, and you can see a 24-hour sun. But the sun's not circling the north, it's left of north. That's why it's in complete darkness. You can literally see where the sun is, and you can watch the sun change its position over the next 6 months to eventually it will circle the Arctic. You can stand inside that circle and watch the sun for 24 hours. And in the Antarctic, now 6 months later, it's dark because the sun isn't circling that area.
Yeah. Okay.
Good. So that's what we observe.
That's how the sun works, yeah.
Yeah, good. I just didn't want you to be confused because you sounded like you was.
About how the sun works?
Yes.
And the circles that they line up are like a mean line. You could have 3 of them, 10 of them, whatever. You have a small one in the center, and then you would just draw circles and circles and circles and circles around that one, right? They could all be laying horizontally, drawn on a piece of paper. And that's the idea of it. That doesn't mean the piece of paper is that circle. So it doesn't mean Earth is a big flat cookie. It just means that the area of orientation you've been given to play with is mapped out as a circle on the flat plane. Do you understand?
No, I don't. I have no
You don't know what a
fucking idea
dartboard
what you
is?
just said.
Like you're on a big dartboard, but then it's on flat Earth. And the Earth is bigger than the dartboard, and the government only lets you play on the dartboard area. Do you understand now?
That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
You're a dumb fucker then.
You just gotta travel, man.
Travel where?
Somewhere else other than fucking
How far
Missouri
is it from the
or wherever
North Pole to
you're
the South Pole? How do you prove the distance from the North Pole to the South Pole? How are we going to travel that? You first. Prove that it's not 4,000 miles. Prove it's 12,000 miles in a straight line.
I'm confused. Which part are we not allowed to? Which part of the dartboard are we not allowed to go to?
Anywhere that's
what's
another country, you have to get a green card to go to other countries, or else they consider that trespassing, or you would be an illegal alien. You can't go to North Korea. You can't go to Russia. What do you mean? You think they let America just fly over Russia and just go dip in?
You don't need a green card to travel to other countries. Cuba? What the fuck are you talking about?
You don't need to go to the borders.
Wait.
You don't need a card.
Hold on. Wait. Fucking gonna mute people. Shut the fuck up. Now, listeners, do you know that you can't travel freely on this earth? Answer the question.
Yes.
Okay, so why would you ask a dumb question like what places can we not go?
Because he said the government, and I don't know what government he's referring to.
Okay, what governments of the world will not let you freely travel to places? I want to see if you can answer this question.
I mean, it depends on specifically which place.
Okay, so it depends.
So,
let's talk about North Korea.
Depend.
Let's talk about North Korea. We'll use a specific government. Does the government of North Korea let you freely travel to North Korea?
No, you have to get a tour.
Okay, no is the answer. How about, let's take another one. How about Russia? Will the government of Russia let you freely travel over there?
I think so. I think you can just go to Russia.
You think so, but you're not really sure, right? So that's a suggestive way of saying I don't know.
No, you can definitely go to Russia.
Uninvited. Just go freely, willy-nilly.
Yeah, actually,
you can actually
I'm not
just
talking
go to
you,
Russia.
Dude. Shut up.
Yeah, you can just go to Russia.
Okay. So how do you know that you can freely travel to Russia without having a passport or anything? How do you know that?
Because Edward Snowden went there.
Yeah. So Edward Snowden is not. He's like an extreme example. But can you freely travel to Russia without using a passport to just go onto the continent by yourself, just because you feel like it?
Russia's not a continent.
I'm not talking to you. Shut up.
You just seem big mad, dude. I don't know,
I'm
man.
gonna mute your dumbass. Sit on
You
mute.
need a passport. You need a passport, but you can show up with your passport and then get let into the country. Didn't one of the
Okay, so hold on a second. You just said you need a passport. Hold on. You just said you need a passport, so you can't freely travel there without one, right?
Yeah, but a passport is like kind of given.
Use your thinking cap. Can you freely travel
I
without
am.
a passport? Can you freely travel without a passport?
No. Well, I
Okay,
guess it depends.
answer's no. Okay, so now we're answering a couple of questions that you were asking us that you think, what is the reason? Why can't we freely go anywhere? That's the reason why. Because free
Well, that's not
travel
what
on
he
this
said,
earth is
though.
not possible. It's not possible to freely travel the earth like you're suggesting. That why are you asking us? It's stupid. Don't ask those silly questions. We don't need to be answering them or divulging to a conversation where we have to like make people understand that you can't travel everywhere you want to go just willy-nilly, just because you feel like it. It's logistically impossible to do that. Well,
but that's not what he said.
What about private property?
Oh, wait a minute. Wait, Dima. This is the case.
That's not what he said. He said, and I quote,
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. The idea behind somebody thinking that you can freely travel the earth is stupid. You can't freely go anywhere you wish on this earth.
With the conditions, you can.
Yeah, so condition means not freely. Thank you.
okay, but like what he said was, there are areas in the earth. He said, we're living in an earth and it's big, and then there's a specific dartboard that we're allowed to go into. But he said the government. He didn't say which government. He didn't say what is in that dartboard or why. So that's why I'm asking, like,
What do you mean? Your longitude and your latitude lines, the fake ones. And then the area where you can go, north, south, east, and west. North is marked in the middle. South would be your eccentric big round circle. That's the map they give you, right? It's called the AE, Azimuthal Equidistant Model. Somebody show her the globe map.
what are you talking about?
Oh my God. Listen, you can't even go to my grandma's private property. That wouldn't be a good idea. I can't go to your grandpa's house freely and just walk in. That'd be stupid, right? But you're telling us you can just go anywhere and you don't understand. What are you talking about anytime? Something wrong with you.
I don't even know who your grandmother is.
Listen, stupid, you can't go to her house. It's private property. You could get hurt.
But
I'm just saying, you can't go to the government. You can't go to the government's military base.
He's just a troll. We don't have to even deal with
I'm
this.
not trolling though, because you're saying
You're a motherfucking troll, grandmother.
Chill out, or I'll piss on you.
You're a troll, Alersness.
I don't really see how I'm trolling right now.
You don't understand stuff.
Okay, so here's the situation. Alersness, either you're so stupid that we have to explain everything to you, you have invincible ignorance, or you're a troll. So which one is it?
I was just trying
Bit of
to.
both.
Yeah, but see, I was just trying to
Trying to not
understand
know
what he was
anything?
talking about.
So I'll just satisfy some of your curiosity. There's general restrictions north of the 60th parallel north and south of the 60th parallel south. Right, there you go. So we'll move on.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know the 60th parallel north
and south. Did we have a new guy trying to jump in? Let's see if he wants to discuss.
Yeah, some degenerate talking about peeing on people. Typical globe behavior.
Oh,
yeah, that was kind of weird. What was up with that? Kind of weird thing to say.
Well, at least we know he's a glober.
Is he though?
If he's saying that, yeah.
It's a weird thing to say to someone, despite what shape you think the Earth is.
Nah, after a while, you see the trend. They all say kind of degenerate shit.
Yeah, they're directionless. That means they have no direction. Senseless.
Wait, are you talking about the bird lawyer dude? Or is there somebody else?
I don't know. I thought there was one guy who was trying to jump in, and then another guy said something about that, but I didn't know if they were the same guy or not.
No, it wasn't the same guy. Alpha Veritas just muted the bird lawyer guy because he was talking about going to Russia. So, I mean, if you want to talk to him, he just interrupted. He didn't say anything weird.
All right, great. See.
No, why would we want to talk to him?
Well, let me
No.
Bro, I don't know. I didn't even fucking do anything. Like, Alpha Veritas just got mad at me because I said Russia.
Right. So what's your situation? You listen to the debate much? You know about flat Earth, or you knew?
Yeah, I know. I mean, I know a little bit about flat Earth. I don't really understand.
Okay.
Like,
tell me what you think you know about flat Earth.
I mean, I think it's an outdated idea that doesn't lend much credence to the actual worldview.
What do you know about
Like,
flat Earth?
what do you think we're saying in here?
Hold on, I couldn't hear either of you because you both decided to talk at the same time.
So what do you think we're saying in here?
That the Earth is flat.
Right. So do you think that means like a disk in space?
I don't really care what it means because the Earth isn't flat.
Right. Well, it doesn't mean that. Just so we're clear, no one's talking about a disk in space. We're saying that it's observed, measured, and practically used as flat. No one's ever measured any curvature of the Earth. No one's ever measured any motion of the Earth.
No one's ever measured any curvature. Okay, that's an interesting claim.
Yeah. Well, you spend enough time here, you'll realize it's true.
Do you think that measuring something is the only way of arriving at like a measure, or like not a measurement, arriving at a...
I think if you claim that the Earth is a 3,959 mile radius ball, necessitating a curvature of the surface at a specific rate conforming to that radius, then yeah, it would be measurable, and someone would have measured it.
Okay, but so like that's not really how we do things, right? On large objects, it's impractical to measure particular things. It'd be like me saying, yeah. I'll try to explain.
That doesn't make any sense at all.
I'll try to explain it. It'd be like me giving you a guitar pick and saying, "Hey, can you like measure the length of this like a fucking destroyer like ship while it's on the ocean with the guitar pick?" It's like, no, I mean, you could theoretically do that. It would just be incredibly unfeasible, and it would take an extraordinary long length of time, and you would probably get a very imprecise measurement.
No.
So it doesn't really make a lot of sense to do.
No. Think about it. We just have to do a small section. We just have to do a small section and see if that section is curved. And if it's not curved, it's not a ball.
I mean, it is, but over small sections we can see a curvature. Like, what do you mean?
Okay, so who's measured a section of Earth and found curvature?
I mean, you wouldn't measure curvature. Again, you would look for the signs.
So you don't observe it.
An example.
If you don't observe it and you don't measure it,
I can give you an example of what I'm talking about. Again, you wouldn't measure curvature. You wouldn't go out there with a protractor and use the protractor to find like the curvature of the Earth, because again, that's like unfeasible. You would have to have a giant ass curvature to do so. Well, hold on, man. You got to let me have like more than like half a sentence, because I'm just responding to the point that you're making. You're not even letting me make a new point. You're just like, oh, I want to say this thing, and then make him respond to this new thing that I'm
trying to clarify your first point.
No, I just want to I want to make a point. I haven't even made a point.
Don't make the second point. We're trying to clarify.
I haven't even made the first point. Like, what are you talking about?
Chill, bro. It's okay. Make your point.
Okay, sure. So, a common example is lining up particular holes and shining light through that at different distances. In fact, some of your flat Earth friends did an experiment such as this, and they found that the only way that they could line the holes up and shine light through those holes was if the curvature was correct and they held it up a certain distance, the light up a certain distance over their head. If they didn't do that, so if they didn't do that and the earth was flat, they would have just been able to see the light through the hole at a particular distance. They wouldn't have had to hold it up above their heads.
Been presented to you in a Netflix puff piece mockumentary, but we need something a little more robust than that. I mean, you can't be saying the only person who's ever measured curvature is a flat earther.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. Again, they didn't measure curvature. That's not what you don't measure curvature over such a, you calculate curvature.
You don't measure curvature.
Yes, you don't measure curvature. Again, it is infeasible to measure such a large thing. Wait, dude, I just want to finish. You don't measure this curvature because it's just unfeasible.
Unfeasible to measure because who gives a shit what mechanical orbit says?
Well, let's just I just want to clarify with him. So he's saying that we don't observe it and we don't measure it. Is that right? We don't observe curve, we don't measure curve.
I mean, we do observe curve. That's what the experiment showed. It showed an observable. Wait, hold on. It showed the effects of a curve on the Earth. Right? It said, okay, there's a curve on the Earth. How is that going to? What, dude? Again, every single time you want to interrupt me
because you're already going off in the wrong direction.
No, I'm not. I'm just trying to finish my sentence, my dude.
You didn't observe a curve. I have to stop you there because you didn't observe a curve. You either observe.
You're observing the effects of a curve. I just told you that.
No, you're not. You're assuming that it's the effects of a curve. You're either seeing a light or not seeing a light. You're not observing curvature.
What? No, you're observing the
observation is light.
I'm telling you right now, you're observing the effects of a curve. The Earth is massive. You can't observe a curve. Okay, hold on. You can't observe a curve. Wait,
flat earther
again, it's every time. It's literally every time. I'm just trying to say something. And I get 30 different voices coming in saying all the same stupid shit. And you're just
Yeah, so you want to filibuster. So what you're telling me is that the flat earther affirmed the consequent. So the flat earther fallaciously measured the effects of the curvature that no one's observing. Is that right? So the flat earther was wrong?
Okay, so again, it's science buzzword and science buzzword.
No, not science buzzword. I'm talking about logic. So the flat earther affirmed the consequent, and you went with him. So you agree that the flat earther affirmed the consequent, and you want to affirm the consequent with him, right?
Says who has no idea what affirming the consequent means. Don't let him do this.
Dude, again, it's just you're just saying these words. You have no idea what they mean. You're just stringing these words along. Again, when I'm talking about, can you let me finish? Can you let me finish?
How am I wrong? You're a lawyer. You've been in here before. You love to filibuster. I know that you've been in here before. We've talked to you 1,000 times. So the flat earther affirmed the consequent, and now you want to affirm the consequent with the flat earther. Is that right?
Can you let me finish anything? Am I going to be?
No, I'm just asking you. This is your example. So did the flat earther affirm the consequent or not?
Did you? Are you going to stop beating your wife?
That's amazing. You actually went in a red herring direction. No, this is silly. So now it's a red herring. The red herring is not going to work today. Did the flat earther affirm the consequent or not?
No, it's not a red herring. I'm asking you a very narrow question.
No, it's not.
No, it's a very narrow question, not on topic. It's a red herring. It's non sequitur. So, did the flat earther, in the example that you brought up, did he affirm the consequent?
Do you know what? Okay, again, it's literally just fallacy after fallacy. Can we just go? Can we just move on? Keep going what we're talking about. So again, I'm not doing. Wait, I just want to speak. I just want to talk. I just want to say words. I know. That's great. So anyway, when we're talking about these things, we.
I'm big, not bad.
It would have been easier if you just said, no, he's not affirming the consequent, and then just explained why. You understand that, right? That's all you had to do. Either affirm or deny and explain your affirmation or denial. That's all you had to do.
Okay. Can you affirm or deny if you will keep beating your wife? Can you do that for me?
It's not
Yes, I will not stop beating my wife because she sucks in chat.
It's not a loaded question. It's not a loaded question. This is the evidence that you've built forward. He's asking you about.
No, that is that. So I'm asking you a question, and you
don't seem to understand it. Not a loaded question. This is about the evidence that you brought forward, and he's asking you: is he affirming the consequent or not? And if he is or isn't, you need to affirm or deny and explain your affirmation or denial. That's it. That's all you need to do.
Okay. So, like I was saying before, these things we don't. Wait. Can you not interrupt me?
Honest. You're not very honest, Bird Lawyer.
It's really simple, Bird Lawyer. If the flat earther affirmed the consequent, that would probably assist you in your argumentation. So you should say, yeah, he did. But you don't want to do that. I don't understand why. So why don't you just go ahead and either give us the globe measurements that you need to affirm the globe that you're talking about, or, I mean, do whatever you want, but in this case, you're sort of helping the flat earther affirm the consequence. So, what do you want to do?
It doesn't matter to me. That literally doesn't. It means nothing to me. I don't care. I don't point out these fallacies. I'm literally just telling you. I'm trying to explain to you that we don't measure these things. We're not going out there with a protractor.
Okay.
Oh my God, can you let anybody finish? It's like insane.
No, not really, because you filibuster. You just like to yammer. And then about the time that you make 3 or 4 points, somebody wants to like pin you down on 1 point, but then you say, you're interrupting me. Well, let's just go 1 point at a time. So make your point concise, and then we'll go from there. Just pick 1 point, and we'll talk about that 1 point. You don't have to filibuster, so go ahead.
Okay. All right, great. So I'm not filibustering. I'm just telling you what I'm talking about. I'm talking about when we're seeing these things, we don't measure these things directly because it is
what things.
Well, we're talking about the curvature, right? So we don't directly measure the curvature because doing so is. Okay, no. Oh my God. You're just not listening. You're literally stopping.
No, I'm listening to you. You said that I'm saying. Yeah, I know. Yeah, remember how I said that we just stay on the 1 point? So you say we don't measure curvature. Is that the end of the point, or are you going to give me an excuse as to why?
No, I'm explaining to you why we don't.
Okay, no problem.
You literally just got to the thing that you wanted to hear and claimed a victory. You realize how wrong that is, right?
Tell us why we can't measure the thing that you're claiming is real.
Yes, because it's infeasible to do so. If you had a smaller object, you could obviously measure the curvature. I can pick up a ball, I can measure the curvature there, right? It's a very easy thing to do. The issue is, hold on, let me finish. You see, I was halfway through my sentence. If you are literally touching the largest thing that humans have ever touched in all of recorded history, okay? It's infeasible to make those measurements when we are humans and we are incredibly small creatures on an incredibly large object.
Let me ask you this.
You wouldn't expect an ant to measure the curvature of a basketball because it's too big to the ant.
Let me ask you this. Is it possible that the reason that we can't measure any curvature is because there is no curvature?
Because you're doing it again. I'm not saying we don't have to measure the curvature. That's the
question.
We don't have to because we don't have to.
Just ask the question. That wasn't the question.
No, you're just.
That wasn't the question. I know. I just answer the question. Is it possible that the reason we don't measure any curvature is because there is no curvature? Is that possible?
But you're not. You're baking in an idea into your question that like
I'm just asking a
presupposes
question.
something. No, you
I'm
are.
asking a
That's
question.
what you're doing. That's the issue that I'm saying
that's
you don't
fine.
have to do that because there.
That's fine. In this instance, he's got a point of inquiry. He's not baking anything in apart from the thing he wants to know. What the hell? So, is it possible that we're not measuring curvature because there isn't any? It's not fucking hell. Come on, dude.
Okay, but we don't have to because we don't.
No, that's not answering the question. That's not answering.
Because again, you're asking.
That's not answering the question. Again, not answering the question. Do you want it restated to you?
Please, let's get someone else even to restate it and see if he just keeps. We'll just get everyone to ask it until he either answers or just keeps avoiding it for some reason, because I think that's pretty telling. Would you want me to re-ask it?
Yeah, please.
So, Bird Lawyer, the question was, is it possible that the reason that we can't measure any curvature is because there is no curvature? Is that possible?
Okay, wait. I never said that. That's the problem that I'm having with
I
your
didn't
question.
say you said anything. I didn't say you said anything. I just asked you a question. Is it possible?
You're really not listening to me. You're just like every single time.
Okay. Your energy levels are getting a bit high, Bird Lawyer.
Yeah, I agree, dudes. You gotta settle down.
It's so hard. So is it possible that the reason that we can't measure any curvature ever in all of human history is because there is no curvature to measure? Is that possible?
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I said. Again, you're baking a premise into your question.
I didn't.
No, you're baking your premise into the question.
Could you just answer the question? Is it possible?
Wait, that's not. But there's no answer to that question because it's wrong. The question is wrong.
How's it wrong?
Yes, because we can measure these things, except it's just infeasible to do so. Wait, it's so. Wait. Let me finish. Let me finish. Oh, for the love of God, let me finish.
You said you couldn't. Now we can.
You couldn't measure it.
No, I'm saying we don't do it because it's infeasible to do so. Not that we can't do it.
Oh,
so we can do it, but no one ever has. Is that what you're saying?
I'm sure somebody has tried to, but again, that's not the method in which we do. You literally are not letting me speak. Every single time I.
Hold on, Bird Lawyer. So when you say they've tried to, you mean they've tried to measure the curve, but they haven't been able to measure any? Is that what you mean?
No, I am saying that there's no reason to. There's easier ways of figuring it out. Wait, because again, every single time I've tried to say.
Figuring out what you can't measure?
Bird Lawyer, I know. I just want an answer to the question. Is it possible that the reason that we're not measuring any curvature is because there is no curvature? Is that possible? Is that
okay? I'm gonna tell you again that you're baking a premise into your question that isn't true. So if you let me finish and respond to your question, I can answer your question in full. Can you allow me to do this?
What premise is
dude?
Okay, the premise that you're baking in is that there's no possible way to measure curvature on Earth when there is a way to measure curvature on Earth.
What you said.
Bird Lawyer.
You said it was.
You told me
it was possible. It was infeasible to do so. You said that.
Bird Lawyer, you said this to us.
Wait, infeasible is not impossible. Wait. Do you know what infeasible means?
You said we can't.
Oh, hold on.
Bird Lawyer.
I'm going to play the word games now, dude.
Hilarious.
You said that this wasn't possible.
Yeah, you said we can't measure curvature. You literally said it about 20 times. Can't. You said we cannot.
I said infeasible. Do you know there's a difference between infeasible and impossible?
Not acquirable. You can't acquire it.
Infeasible.
What? It's unthinkable. Unfeasible. Unthinkable. What are we going with?
Tell us what infeasible means then. Does that mean they have done it?
Yeah, tell us your meaning.
Yeah, so infeasible means that it is technically possible, but there is better ways of doing it. Hold on. I know you're just gonna laugh, you're gonna cackle, you're gonna just do whatever you're gonna do. Again, infeasible is not the same thing as impossible, right? There are ways. Oh my god, it's every single retard in here.
Just stop. My God, stop embarrassing yourself, dude. It is technically, oh my God, it's the sort of thing that my children used to say when they were younger. Well, yeah, technically, but no, not really, but technically.
It's quite funny though. I don't know. Should we pin him down on the possibility question, or should we carry on with the you can't measure it, it's infeasible? No, this is pretty good. So it's infeasible. So infeasible, does that mean that no one's measured it?
Let me get this right. So,
okay, do you know what infeasible means? Do you want me to read you the definition of infeasible?
Let me explain. You said technically we can, but it's infeasible.
Yes.
Okay,
that is what I've been saying the entire time.
And what does infeasible mean?
Not possible to do easily or conventionally. No, not possibly. Again, you're hearing what you want to hear and then like shutting off your brain. You're like, oh, I won. I heard.
I don't want to hear this, but I'm being forced to listen to you. I don't want to hear anything, dude. I'm just listening to what you say.
Hey gentlemen, can I ask?
You guys say, all right, go ahead, man.
May I ask a question? I'm just curious what this guy means by conventionally. What's the conventional way of measuring something?
Sure. Again, you don't measure like long distances like we do on a globe Earth. You calculate those distances based off a number of other factors that you have that are much easier to collect. Right. So Eratosthenes, hold on, wait, I know I'm again, you're baking a, wait, just let me finish. Milk, just let me finish, man.
Milk. You're going off on a tangent, sir.
I'm not going off on a tangent.
Yes, you are. I asked you what is the conventional way of measuring these things, and now you're talking about.
And again, I am telling you that we don't have a conventional way of measuring these things.
So it's
we have ways of calculating these things.
I understand.
Because
I understand.
calculate. Wait, just let me finish. Just let me finish.
You're not answering your question that I'm asking. I asked you what is the conventional way, because you said it's infeasible, and then you gave the definition being not quote unquote possible by any conventional means. What are those conventional means?
Okay, so the conventional means of calculating measuring the Earth would be to take a ruler and measure the distances. But again, that's infeasible. Hold on. Let me finish. So again, that's infeasible to do because we're talking about incredibly long distances, and doing so would give you very bad measurements. Because again, there's a lot of variables that you can't control, speed at which your ships can carry you, a number of other things. It's much easier to use calculations of smaller distances that we know and could do much easier than those things.
Understood. So you're saying that basically the only conventional means by which somebody would even try to even attempt to measure something is with a ruler. Is that really your statement?
That's not what I said. I said you asked me for
what you said.
No, it's not, dude. You asked. Wait, hold on. Wait. Okay. Wait.
Let's recap.
Can I just finish? No. Can I just finish?
Wait. Let's recap.
Hold on. Wait. Can you let me finish? Can you let me finish?
No.
Can you let me finish? Because I literally got one word out before half the people in this room started cackling and saying I was being ridiculous.
Sir, stop. Let's clear the air.
I'm just going to mute this guy. Hold just. It's so much easier.
Don't you dare. Don't mute me, sir.
Do not do that. In this room or you're going to get banned.
Don't do that. You're squirming now because you know I've painted you into a corner, or rather, you've painted yourself into a corner. So you said, I asked you what is the conventional means by which we would even attempt to do these things? And you said basically a ruler. I asked you to confirm, is the ruler the only tool that we would do this with? And you're saying that's not what I said. Can you clear that, please?
No, you said, okay, so the ruler is the only way of doing that. And I said, no, obviously not.
Oh, okay, so therefore there's a list of possible things that somebody could use, it could attempt. Okay, can you run down the list as to all the tools?
I mean, I'm not a mathematician. Okay,
this is ridiculous, Bird Lawyer.
It's not an argument. It's like literally, I'm just telling you the ways in which we could measure the Earth.
You're just lying.
We could use triangulation.
Your argument hinged on we're not being able to measure the entire distance of the Earth because a ruler is infeasible. You said ruler.
It is. Yeah.
A ruler, but there are other methods, aren't they? So let's go through the methods of surveying.
And those methods are also infeasible. Triangulation would be another method. It would also be infeasible. Triangulation is actually really good at determining the area of like a small, like say a country or something like that. And you can get a lot of data and information from triangulating things. But triangulating things on, say, the Earth is really difficult.
On the Earth.
Yeah. What do you mean?
We can try, Bird Lawyer. You said that we can triangulate, a small thing like a country, but we can't triangulate the Earth. Countries on the Earth.
Countries are on the Earth. Good job. But countries are much smaller than the Earth, and they're much easier to triangulate than an entire fucking planet. Like, what do you mean?
So
you think
we can survey whatever ambiguous size in your mind.
Yeah, no shit, because they're smaller than the Earth, dude.
Dude. You understand that they take up about...
Do you even know what triangulation means?
Why are you talking? Why? They take up about 30% of the surface of the Earth, the land masses, don't they?
Yes. Do you know what triangulation means? Do you know what the word... Okay, what is triangulation? What does triangulation mean?
So using 3 points, you can use triangulation for things like in navigation, running fixes, using vertical and horizontal angles.
How would you do that on an Earth? Earth is massive.
Yeah, I'm telling you. So we do that when we're navigating using triangulation, commonly known as taking a running fix from objects in the sky and heights of objects above sea level and things at distance along the horizon using
the sky moves.
Wait, hold on. Using
the sky moves.
Why are you talking? Using
I'm telling you that that's infeasible. I explained that twice. That's infeasible. Because the sky moves.
Yeah, we're moving.
So not only, so you're talking about star triangulation, right? So that not only does that only work in one hemisphere, that doesn't work because, again, things begin to move as you move north. Yes, it only works in the northern hemisphere.
No, it doesn't. What are you talking about, dude? We're talking about navigation.
What do you mean?
I'm sorry, I am specifically talking about navigating using angle measurements over long distances using both terrestrial objects and celestial objects.
Yes.
The entire time.
Yes. Those celestial objects move across the sky, especially as you move north and south. They move heavily.
Okay.
And that's a problem. You can't do that. That's going to cause some problems as you move north and south, especially as you're trying to get into the southern hemisphere and try to. What do you mean? Not really. What?
Because that's the premise of celestial navigation. Because it's not just the stars that we measure. We also want to know things like our time, because we know the things moved, and based on our time and the distance from us, based on the elevation angle, we can figure out a whole lot of things. But just because they move doesn't make it difficult. Because we move, we know where we are at a certain time of year, certain time of day, certain hour to the minute, arc second.
Do you think? Okay, so do you know why our maps? Wait, hold on. Wait. I want to ask you a question now. Do you want to like listen to my question, or are you just gonna again? Okay.
No.
So, do you know why our?
No. So you're supposed to be demonstrating to us that with conventional methods we can't measure the Earth. With conventional methods, the thing that we're doing at the moment. Using a conventional method to measure distances on the Earth whilst navigating. You said this was impossible.
Well, so first of all, I was actually wrong. Triangulation is a form of calculation. It's not only just a form of measurement. You do measure distances in triangulation, but you actually do calculate through there. So the issue is that this breaks down as we get to. Hold on, wait. This breaks. So this actually breaks down as you get into the southern hemisphere because a lot of the celestial navigation relies on a northern hemisphere view of things. That's why we have things like the North Star that we do a lot of our triangulations on.
That depends on the map. Sorry, that depends on the map that you use. And now we've understood that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about navigation.
Do we have a South Star?
Sorry?
Do we have a South Star?
Yeah, but it's not visible with the naked eye.
Oh, okay. So it's infeasible to do those calculations without a powerful enough telescope to see the Southern Star. What's the name of the Southern Star again?
Solar Antarctic. You said it was impossible to navigate south of the equator. We're going to be measuring angles to stars to navigate in either north or south of the equator. Still going to be measuring angles to stars, Sunshine. I don't understand what you think you're trying to do here.
Is that the name? Sorry.
Carry on. Before you decide to carry on, you're supposed to be telling us that we can't measure the Earth using conventional methods. The very thing we're doing at the moment. Measuring distances, like you just corrected yourself.
Okay. So what was the name of the Southern Star again? Can you repeat that?
Sorry.
I didn't hear it.
Excuse me. So we are at the moment using a conventional method to measure the surface of the Earth.
That's not measuring. That's calculating.
You just said distances. We measure the distance.
I know. Wait, you also calculate distances too. You realize that, right?
Yeah, we don't measure and we calculate distances. Yeah, we understand that. You said that we couldn't use conventional.
Triangulation is a form of calculation.
You said that we couldn't measure the Earth using conventional methods.
No, I said it was infeasible to do so. Again, you keep doing this.
But it seems very feasible at the moment.
Except it's not. Nobody does it that way.
We're doing it.
No. Nobody does it that way. That's what I'm telling you.
Yes, we do.
Nobody goes out there with a ruler and measures the distance of the Earth.
No one said ruler, dumb fuck.
I said ruler. I said that was a conventional method. Again, nobody does that because it's infeasible to do. Again, nobody triangulates the Earth because it's infeasible to do.
Yes, we do.
No. You're talking about like navigation. We're not talking about. Wait. We're not talking about measuring the Earth. We're talking about like going from point A to point B. That's different than calculating the circumference of the Earth or measuring the circumference of the Earth. Because again, nobody does it that way.
We're doing it that way right now.
No, we're not. No, that you mentioned a way that people like calculate distances that they need to go when they're navigating, not like things that like calculate the circumference of the Earth or measure the circumference of the Earth. Those are two different things. Like, what are you talking about?
So a boat's going over a calculation and not a curve, right?
What?
When the boat goes over the calculation, it's not a curve, right?
What the fuck does that even mean? What?
The boat. You're standing on the horizon. You look out. I'm in a boat. I say bye. I go away from you. My boat is going down below a calculation, correct?
What the fuck are you talking about?
No Earth curve.
No, I have no idea what he said because he's just saying nonsense. He's just like stringing like words that were semi like connected in the conversation.
I'm repeating you.
Together.
I'm repeating you. That's weird.
What? No. What the fuck? No, you're not. You're just saying nonsense.
What's the boat disappearing over?
What?
What is the
It's
boat
not disappearing
over?
over anything. What are you talking about?
So a boat doesn't disappear over Earth's curve.
Are you talking about a boat disappearing as it goes over the curve? Yeah, that happens, but like we weren't talking about that. What?
No, you said it's not disappearing over a curve. You would never be able to measure it in any conventional way. A boat would be pretty conventional going away from you, and you could measure the distance from you to the boat and everything else. You said
you clearly have no idea what you're talking about. I don't think you're even connected to the conversation.
No, you said you can't prove anything. You couldn't acquire Earth curve measurements directly. You just calculate. So the boat's going over a calculation.
Again, you're lying about what I'm saying. I'm saying
what's the boat going over? Earth curve that you can measure or calculation?
What? What? What the fuck are you talking about?
Is it going up, brother? The boat, is it dropping down below physical water you can measure that's real, or calculation?
Boats don't go over calculation. Calculation is a mathematical.
Okay, so measure that curve that's going over.
I mean, to be fair, you are measuring the horizon. You are measuring the horizon as flat. So you're also stating it's a calculation.
No.
Yes, you.
No. And
you're measuring it at 0
hold on.
degrees.
I don't want this conversation to get so far off the beaten track because we're trying to hold him to a point and slowly losing what that fucking point was.
Yeah, because we have this fucking retard coming in talking about calculations.
I am trying to help. So you said that we don't measure the curvature of the Earth. We can't. Technically, we could.
I never said that. Again, that's like the 7th time that I said, I never said that. Because again, you just lie about what I say. There's no accountability for you because you can just lie.
No, you said technically we could, but it's infeasible to do so. Your words. Now tell me I'm a liar.
That's not what impossible means. Infeasible and possible are two different words. They have different meanings.
You said that I'm talking about what you said. You said technically we could measure Earth curvature, but it's infeasible to do so. Now, all we've been talking about is what we actually do. We haven't started even talking about charting and surveying at the moment, mate. Talking about where it's infeasible to do so. This is how we navigate and chart the Earth. You're saying it's infeasible to measure and chart and map the Earth. So no, it's infeasible, you said. Technically we could, but it's infeasible to do so. Idiot.
Just go measure that bridge there in New York. However the fuck you pronounce it, the Verrazano, or whatever the fuck it's called. You can literally see it fucking curving.
The bridge?
Yeah, buddy.
I just want you to realize that you've confused a number of things in that diatribe. So again, when we're talking about triangulation to make maps and to create a visual representation of what we're seeing in the world, that is not the same thing as calculating the circumference or the drop off of the Earth. Right? These are two separate categories from each other.
The drop-off, we wouldn't be using triangulation if there was a drop-off.
You can use triangulation. You can use triangulation to. Can you let me finish? Can you let me finish?
I want to know if you know why. If there's a drop-off, we won't be using triangulation.
Yeah, I understand.
Why? Sorry, your question should be why. I'm going to pretend you asked why. Why? That's because one of your lines is curved in your triangulation. If there's drop-off...
That's why I didn't say we're using triangulation to specifically talk about drop-off. That's why I mentioned things like circumference. So, again, you're just not listening to me.
You're not sidestepping. You Weasley little man. Stop trying to fucking sidestep.
I'm not trying to sidestep anything. You're you're confusing these concepts and mixing four.
No, I'm not.
So Jedi isn't he the one that brought up triangulation in the first place and told us that you probably don't even understand what triangulation is?
Yes.
Yeah, so now he's not talking about triangulation. That's interesting.
What? What the fuck are you even talking? Okay. I mentioned triangulation as a way of figuring out
So triangulation, figuring out the what? Be very specific because we're going to hold you to it. Triangulation for what?
Okay. So triangulation can do a number of things. Triangulation can.
No, I'm not asking you about what triangulation can do. What are you going to use this triangulation for? Be very specific. Don't gish gallop.
What you literally just asked me what it could. Okay. What we can use it for?
As far as the Earth curvature that you believe exists, what are you using the triangulation for? I'll be hyper specific. Go.
You wouldn't use triangulation to.
Oh, so you wouldn't use triangulation, so we don't need to talk about that anymore. So what's going to prove your Earth curvature again?
Hold on. I never said that you could use.
Well, why did you bring up triangulation then? Certainly you had a purpose for bringing up triangulation in reference to Earth curve, right?
Man, it must suck to be this much of a.
So at this point, you've abandoned all attempts at proving Earth curve, and now you're talking about people. Please, if you want to be concise, prove Earth curve using any method you like. Let's try triangulation since you brought it up.
He can't use any method.
I never said that. I was talking about measuring the circumference of the Earth. When we're talking about triangulation.
And drop off.
So so circumference, that's a circle. Are you saying that the Earth is a circle now?
What? No. So when we're using triangulation, we would use triangulation over a short distance, figure out that distance, and then go to the end of the triangle, and then use triangulation again to figure.
So this triangle, this is a flat triangle, linear distances, right? So we're not measuring any curvature. This is a 2D flat plane.
No. Okay, Again, you can do triangulation over short distances. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, a flat plane. So a flat plane you're talking about.
Dude, holy shit. Okay, so.
Yeah, it's a flat plane.
It's a flat plane that you're talking about. It's a flat triangle. It's 2D, straight lines. So no curve then.
What's this ambiguous short distance?
What?
When we're talking about navigating and charting, like for entire coastlines, that could be hundreds. That could be thousands and thousands of miles.
That's why it's infeasible to do. That's exactly the point that I was making earlier.
Excuse me. That's how we do it. Taking vertical and horizontal angle measurement to figure out size, distance, and location of object anew whilst you are charting, and see that you are navigating using this premise for, in total, hundreds of thousands of miles when navigating.
I agree. This is an issue that like a lot of map makers run around, and you've actually stumbled upon an interesting subject, which is the coastline problem, right? When you take
I'm not talking about the coastline paradox.
You don't let anybody finish. Like, holy shit.
That's not what I'm talking about.
I'm telling you that you've stumbled across that. Like you've now like talked about that. Okay, we don't have to talk about it. I know you're scared of like actually learning something. So that's
I already know about the coastline paradox.
Okay, yeah, that's great. So that's an issue that you have when you're talking about triangulation.
That's an issue that we all have.
Yeah, I know.
Also, the issue that we have.
That's an issue that everybody has. It's an issue with
It's more of an issue that you have. You're trying to explain a sphere when you only measuring a flat Earth.
No, I'm not trying to do a sphere. I'm mentioning a sphere.
If you're using triangulation, like you're saying, triangulation, you're using straight lines, which you need one to be horizontal, intersecting with a vertical. You're the one that had a problem, not us.
Yeah, you could do that over short distances, right? But it's infeasible to do over long distances.
Yeah, but you're not measuring it you're not measuring the curve at all.
No. Again,
I know. I never said that I'm measuring a curve.
Right. So you have no direct. So it's an issue for you. It's not an issue for us.
No, but that's my entire point. That measuring a curve and measuring the circumference of the Earth is a useless endeavor. We shouldn't do it. We should just calculate.
Yes, but you're using a horizontal line to its surface to make that measurement. Not a problem for the flat Earth.
That's the problem, though. That you're doing that.
That you're using a horizontal line parallel to its surface.
Well, no, that's why I'm saying that we don't use it to calculate the Earth. That's exactly why, because it's infeasible, and you would have to do thousands of measurements. When you can just do a couple of measurements instead.
But you're not taking any measurements of curvature at all, like you said.
I know. You would have to calculate that.
Again, how is it a problem for us?
I never said it was a problem from you. You don't have any problems because your brain is soup.
So you admitting that it's a problem. So you admitting that it's a problem.
I never said it was a problem. I literally never said it was a problem. What are you talking about?
Wait a minute. So you did not just say, so it's not a problem for us.
Wait. I want to make this very clear. I don't think you guys have problems with your measurements and calculations because they're all bullshit and they don't mean anything. What I'm talking about is actual problems.
All we got to do is just take a measurement according to you. We don't even need to assume
again, you don't know what you're talking about because you're on like this massive globe and you're like looking out onto the horizon and you're like, well, I don't see any mountains over there, so that means that like the Earth must be flat or some shit like that. Like I don't even know. Like I'm talking about like actual science and shit.
Science.
Shit.
What? Science?
Yeah, science. Well, I mean,
no, it's not,
mathematics is part of science.
You're not doing any science. You're just taking a measurement. That's it.
Again, you can't just measure the entirety of the Earth with one measurement.
I don't want to call you an idiot. But no, you're not doing science. You're just taking a measurement. It's more, you're dealing more with math and observation than science.
So what is the measurement of the North Pole to the South Pole?
Okay, so we changing the subject now, are we?
No, I'm just asking you a question because you say you have the measurement.
Why are you asking me a question? You making a claim of science.
That's a calculation, Jedi. That's a calculation. You just
so a calculation. So a calculation is not science. So even if I would have
answered, that's not what I said either. Oh my God, you're not listening to what I said.
Oh my God. Okay, sir, you made a claim of science. It came out of your mouth, not mine.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Now we're talking about a measurement, which you first was talking about, saying you were using triangulation in order to make these measurements, right? Which means that you're using angles.
I just love the way that you say the word.
Which means that you're using angles. Or am I wrong?
Yeah.
This is what you're saying. It's not something that I'm saying. You shouldn't be asking me questions about something that you're explaining.
But I don't even know what you're trying to say is the problem.
How you don't know what I'm talking about? It's your claim.
I will. You're butchering it so badly that I don't even know what you're talking about.
So correct it then.
Okay, yeah, sure. We don't use measurements of the Earth because using measurements of the Earth is infeasible to do. You can technically do it, but like, why would you do so? There's 1,000 different ways to do it that are better than just like using a ruler and finding the circumference or the drop off of the Earth, right? So doing so is a fool's errand. We should use other methods, much in the same way that Eratosthenes used to calculate the circumference of the Earth.
He measured an angle.
Yes, that's what he used.
Yeah, I know, but you use those measurements.
Okay, so that's the method
to calculate the distance of the Earth. Yes,
so that was the method. So that was the method that I was actually. What I thought you said. I thought you said that you was using triangulation, like you claim, and you was using an elevation angle to do so. You was using a horizontal line intersecting with a vertical.
Well, I'm just saying that. Yes.
Here we go.
I am saying that.
Yes, and then
triangulation can be used to measure.
Me off. See, it seems like this is the problem. This is why you think people getting what you saying wrong because you keep cutting them off. Then,
hold up. I can't let it go. I can't let him get away with it. He said it's infeasible to measure the Earth, something that people do
in practicality every day.
Then he explained how
so
they
what
do
is the measurement? What
and
is the measurement?
then he explained how they do it practically. That's what's funny about it.
Okay. Okay. So what measurements do people do
They
every
use
single
angles.
day of the Earth?
They use angles.
That's not a measure. Okay,
They measure change in elevation.
That's one measurement. What do you mean?
So why is you saying that they don't use?
That's infeasible. Is that infeasible? Is that infeasible?
Do you guys know the difference between a measurement and a calculation?
Wouldn't that be measuring changes in the surface?
Here, wait, hold on. I just want to make this clear. Do you know what the difference?
It's measuring the Earth's surface, whether it's changing or not relative to horizontal.
Okay, but that's not measuring the circumference of the Earth. That's measuring like dips and depth.
Oh, you're trying to measure the circumference? I thought you were just trying to measure the curvature.
Exactly.
What? I mean, what? I'm sorry. You wouldn't
What circumference? What circumference? You don't know if there is one
I don't
yet.
even know what you're trying to say.
You don't even know if the Earth's surface is generally curving to form a sphere or not yet, for it to even have a circumference.
I mean, we've taken pictures of it. I think I can safely say.
I'm trying to figure out why he think like measurements and taking calculations is something so different. What do you think?
Yeah, they're actually very different from each other. Measurements. Okay, yeah, I can explain this to you. So like measurements is you holding up a ruler and testing like the height of your computer monitor, let's say, or like a lot of.
That's an example.
I'm giving. Yes, I know that it's a multi-part sentence. I know that's like really rough for you, but you're gonna have to stick with.
Okay, well, check this out.
So,
okay, listen, dude. Stop poisoning the well. We've been in this conversation multiple times. It's not working. Stop poisoning the well. We know exactly what you're talking about. We're just trying to see if you is on the same page with us. So stop poisoning the well, trying to play like people in here stupid. I know exactly the difference. Dude, let me tell you something. I build houses for a living, guy. I kind of know what measurements is, and I kind of know what you have to do in order to take them. I can show you pictures of the houses that I built, and then I guarantee you, it's going to be like, oh, yeah, this guy built houses. I mean, he know how to use rulers. He know how to use goddamn tape measures. He know how to take angle measurements. He know how to make sure things is level. So we don't have to poison the well. We just need to know what you're talking about.
And yeah, to add to that, Reg, you can measure angles. You can measure temperature. There's a lot of different ways to take measurements. It's not just relegated to a ruler. That silly bird lawyer, please correct yourself.
He's kind of winning the debate. You guys just muted him.
I mean, again, I never said that that's the only way that you could take a measurement, right? I'm just giving you an example of a way you take a measurement. Like, what are you talking about?
What is the purpose of giving an example? We're just trying to see what is the distinction between what you're basically saying is a.
Well, you muted me halfway through my explanation.
Great. You have to take the measurement in order for you to calculate. Period. You have to have a measurement basically in place, something that you physically observe, and that's what a measurement is. Measurement is validating. Okay.
To do a calculation, you also need a measurement, right? You can't just calculate nothing.
So he's winning the debate, even though he just copied off of what I just said, huh?
Yeah, well, I mean, I agree with you. That's what I'm trying to like explain.
I guess I must be winning, since I was the only one basically correct about something that you was trying to explain.
I mean,
for 3 hours.
you literally interrupted me in the middle of the explanation. What do you mean?
I basically said this from the very beginning. And you was like, oh, no, you're wrong. You don't know
literally interrupted me in that explanation. Like, what are you talking about, dude? Like,
yes, but I agree with that explanation with the exact same thing that I said. So we back at the same point where I was at.
Oh, okay, so we're back in the same place. Okay, great. So we both understand the difference between calculation and measurement. Because you asked earlier, what's the difference between calculation and measurement? So we both know the difference.
In order for that calculation to be valid, the measurement, which is the observation, has to be valid. Or else that calculation is just concepts that's not validated by anything.
I absolutely agree. You can't have.
Great.
Yeah,
so
you can't have a good calculation if you have bad measurements. I absolutely.
So it goes back to the point that we was making, where the only thing that is actually valid, which is the measurement, the only thing that is practically being observed.
No.
Here we go. Mr. I'm winning the debate is the flat earth measurement, which you are taking with angles. Now you're going to say, no, it's not that. Okay. And now if you're going to say, no, it's not that, you're going to have to show us a measurement of curvature.
Yep. So I can explain this to you. So again, the idea that a calculation is always bad is incorrect. If you have correct measurements, and wait, hold on, let me finish.
No.
I want to finish.
Stop the straw man,
just want to finish.
Somebody mute him. Stop the straw man, sir. Stop the straw man. That's a straw man argument. We're not saying that calculations is bad. We're not saying that. We're not saying that calculations is bad. We're only saying that calculations isn't validated without the thing that you're observing in reality. The calculation can be correct. 1 + 1 will equal 2, always. 2 + 2 will equal 4, always. Calculations could be totally correct in concept. But whenever you try to apply that concept to reality, you're going to need something to back it up. That's all we're saying.
Yeah, and to back up Joe, if you're going to make a calculation, you're going to have to get the values in reality. So 1 apple plus 1 apple is 2 apples. You got to have the apples. So why don't you show us in reality where you got the values for these things, and then we'll go from there.
Again, that's the issue. You're like, oh, we can't trust these calculations unless we have the.
You just keep it on with this straw man, ain't you? You just gonna keep doing it, ain't you?
Yep.
Now we actually gave you the floor to show us the curve, to show us the value in the thing that we observing, and now you just gonna throw it back on us and say that we not accepting your calculation, or we're saying calculations is bad. We don't have a problem with math, dude. Stop poisoning the well and show us your curvature, or show us this measurement that is proof.
Yeah, give us the values, and then we'll go from there. We don't have to move from this point, Bird Lawyer. I want the values. What are they, and how'd you get them?
Okay, so I can show you the values of Eratosthenes' calculations, and then the
No, I want Eratosthenes' measurements. Measurements first. Remember, the values have to come from reality. So what did he measure in reality? And we'll go from there.
Yeah, sure. I don't have the measurements on hand.
Okay, so you nothing. So the triangulation, which you strayed away from earlier and then brought back, now you don't even have values for it. Is that about right?
I was literally about to say, give me a few seconds and I can pull them up and we can go.
Great. You'll be on mute until you get them. In the side chat, let me know when you get those values. By the way, if you're going to use an angle, Eratosthenes is measuring a flat Earth. In case you want to still get him.
He's not. But, okay.
Yeah, that's a hand wave dismissal. How did he get the angle then?
Yeah, you can't just say nuh-uh. You can't say
it's a hand wave dismissal.
Okay, so,
Hey, from Alexandria to Cyrene, is that a linear distance?
No, it's a curved. It is a linear distance in like space and time, right?
I see. So it's a linear distance. It's a flat baseline of the triangle that he drew between the end of the stick, the sun, and the Earth, right?
You didn't listen to anything I said. You.
No, I'm asking you a very specific question. So between the sun, the end of the stick, the shadow that was made, Alexandria and Cyrene, is that a linear distance?
You literally just didn't listen to anything I said.
I'm asking you a very specific question about...
I'm asking you, can you listen to the entirety of the words?
No, I don't want to listen to the entirety of your words.
The measurement part. That's all we want to stick to.
Yeah. So is the measurement a linear distance between Cyrene and Alexandria?
I don't know. It don't seem like you wanted to.
There is a linear distance between those two things.
So a flat Earth.
Hold on. Again, you're just hearing the thing that you want to hear and then turning off your brain.
That's all we need.
Literally everything that I have just said, except you're doing it. You're doing it in real time.
Yeah, flat Earth measurements. It seems like.
Wait, no. There is a straight line between those 2 points, right? There is a straight line between Alexander and Cyrene. However, in the real world, that distance exists over a curved surface. So it is not exactly straight. It would be curved.
That's begging the question.
It's not begging the question. I'm just answering I'm answering with more than a yes or no, because we don't exist in a world where everybody can say just yes and no and answer every single question. Like, what do you mean?
So in the meantime, we only measuring the flat Earth.
We haven't even gotten to his fucking calculations.
There goes your angle then. There goes your angle. No angle
what
then.
What are you yelling about?
No angle then.
Aussie.
Yeah, because it's
no angle then.
It's so complicated.
No angle then. I'm not going to let until you address it.
Why do I have to listen to this retarded Aussie shit into his hands and throw shit into my
ears? This debate is over. So now you can go ahead and make your insult.
Maybe fucking have a drink. Jesus Christ.
Right, I mean, he didn't tell us.
You guys yelling about this is fucking silly. Have a fucking.
So no angle then. Oh yeah, because your line's curved, your baseline.
No, T-Dub. He said they totally straight. They totally straight and horizontal.
Oh, okay. You're retarded too. Holy shit! Everybody in this room's retarded. That makes it so much easier. I don't even have to try anymore.
Oh boy. Now we're retarded now because he explained the flat Earth measurement. Isn't that something? Yes.
So the last part of the storm for somebody who has failed to support their claim and has been proven wrong that no triangulation will be happening because apparently the baseline is curved is to just insult people and talk smack. So Bird Lawyer has lost, and just to let him bleat a little bit because I know he needs to, I'm going to take him off mute and we're going to listen to him cry. Here we go.
I mean, it's not crying. I just I didn't know that I shouldn't try at all. That would have been way easier. This conversation would have been 5 minutes. I would shit in my hand a while ago and smeared it on my face.
Cry for me, baby. Continue crying. Do you have any more?
Can you figure out your distance from a mountain?
Why? It doesn't matter. It's you don't care about any of this. So I could again just say nonsense, and you would be like, "Oh, well, actually, flat Earth."
The talk. Just asking you, using the principle of an angle measurement, triangulation, trilateration, these things that we measure angles with. Can we figure out our distance from a mountain if we know that mountain's height above mean sea level? Just using an angle measurement.
Just using an angle measurement? No, you'd have to know something else.
Yeah, I already gave you the something else. That something else was the height of the mountain above mean sea level.
Oh, but you just said okay, so I think you would still need another measurement, if I'm not mistaken.
No,
I think you wouldn't. Now that I'm thinking about it. No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. I'm correct. Yeah, I'm wrong. You wouldn't need you would actually need another measurement. You would need to know.
You've already got height, and then you make
it. And then you really depends. Can you see the bottom of the?
Hold on.
I'm gonna kick him.
Are we measuring an angle? Is that what we're doing? We are physically measuring an angle, correct? No? Okay, somebody else has muted him. No worries. If you've had enough, then no problem.
Yo, may I take part in this debate?
If you want to.
Yeah, so I don't think the Earth is a globe, and I don't think it's flat. I think it's a triangle.
Okay, you understand the surface description of a triangle? Well, that's a two-dimensional object. Two-dimensional. Do you think that we live in the plane between the three sides?
What's a two-dimensional?
A triangle, a circle, a square. It would be three-dimensional if you said a sphere or a cube or a pyramid. Or,
So what shape is a flat Earth?
Flat is a surface description. We don't invoke a shape.
So it's just flat?
Yeah, mean sea level is horizontal, yeah.
So it's flat like a piece of paper?
It has topography, like mountains, elevation above mean sea level, and obviously depth. It's three-dimensional, but we're talking about the surface of the Earth. Water, primarily.
I think the surface of the Earth is flat, but then it's a circle.
Why do you think it's a circle?
Because if we're going back and forth consistently about if the Earth is flat or if it's a globe, what if it's just a globe but it's flat on top, so it's a flat globe?
Okay. Well, you said you thought it was a triangle.
Yeah, but what about the flat globe idea? Has that been speculated?
Well, so everywhere that we measure it's flat, and everywhere else that's where the globe is. Yeah, we've speculated it, but that gives a different radius value, which throws off everything within the cosmological model. Gravity, for example, which is based on the radius value of the Earth, which they need to know the mass of. Distances to stuff, sun, moon, stars, size of objects, because that's all based on the radius.
Hey, I got a question. Is a theory something that basically hasn't been proven to be true, but it's been speculated?
There's two different types of theory. A colloquial theory, like an idea that me and you might have about something, or a scientific theory. Scientific theory is very specific. It comes after scientific method has been completed, where you have proven something or not proven something to be true. And when you've got that evidence of truth, you can base a theory of knowledge based upon that.
So we could say a theory is a fact?
Some respects.
Yeah. Scientific theory.
Okay.
Which they use, hey, I think trees grow because dirt. That's a theory. That's what you're talking about. But there's also a scientific theory has already been through processes to prove what's happening. Then at the end, scientific.
So I'm reading this right now, and it says, in science, facts are observable data, whereas theories are not observable, they are explanations.
It's not really a scientific theory, they make it.
See, that's what I thought a theory was. A theory is something that isn't a fact, but it has an explanation, and a really good explanation.
Yeah, so, for example, the fact scientifically demonstrated of that heat boils water, or heat causes water to evaporate. And then we can have the scientific theory based on water evaporation with regards to anything in the atmosphere, clouds, for example. So we can base a theory on this. It's proven that water at a certain temperature evaporates and turns to gas.
You know, we're boiling comes from a scientist named Boyle. And he made laws.
Yeah, but that's a scientific fact, not a scientific theory.
No, the theory with regards to how the atmosphere works, based on the facts that we
you said heat makes water evaporate. That's a scientific fact.
Yeah, and then we can base a theory on that fact.
Yeah, but there's no reason to put a theory on that fact when it's already a fact. It's simple. It's basic. There's no reason There's no reason to make it difficult.
I'm not.
Did you read
what theory is based
you
on
do know
fact.
the scientific theory is backed up with the scientific method. It's not like a regular theory, right?
You do know that a scientific fact has an explanation, but it's not called a theory.
Most scientific facts deal with natural law directly. That's why. Scientific theory deals with things that come forth from the scientific method. It deals with variables that's within that natural phenomenon. Facts usually just deal with observations that is always true, which is natural laws.
Yeah. So is gravity a fact or is gravity a theory?
Gravity is not proven.
So it's a theory.
No, neither. It's neither a fact nor a scientific theory. It's what I mentioned at the beginning, a colloquial theory. It is an idea about how something works, but it's not based within the scientific.
Yeah, but what isn't gravity the theory of general relativity?
Okay.
What are you talking about? Okay, well, where's gravity?
Again, what I'm trying to explain to you, it's not a scientific theory. Especially,
no, but it was literally specifically referred to as the theory of general relativity developed by Albert Einstein.
Yeah, I know.
So so like, are you Albert Einstein? Because I don't know why you're trying to tell me that it's not a scientific theory.
Because Albert Einstein don't have a valid scientific experiment to explain that.
Because primarily he's not offering any science; he's offering mathematics.
You don't think that science has mathematics in it?
You can abstract mathematics from science, but science and mathematics are not the same thing.
That's why they're two different curriculums.
Yeah, so he's not offering science; he's offering mathematics.
Well, Albert Einstein described how gravity works with mathematics.
Yes, but no scientific experiment to back it up, because it's conceptual, right? It's a reification of space and time, giving non-physical entities physicalness. It's the fallacy of
Yeah. I mean, of course, Newton created the law of gravity, right? As Albert Einstein created the theory of general relativity.
Okay.
He advanced the law of gravity.
No. You understand that there are two different mechanics in both theories, right?
It's just the mathematical relationship between mass and gravitational forces.
Yeah, you went quiet, I'll just tell you. There's two different mechanics in both theories. One, Einstein's the bending warpature of a space-time reification fabric. Not physical, only physical within the mathematics, because the mathematics tells you it's physical. Newton, mass attracts mass. The resistance to inertia and the amount of substance in the space is instantaneously attracting at a distance another body of mass. Two different mechanics, not the same thing. One superseded the other in 1915. That was Albert Einstein with his theory of general and special relativity, debunking Newtonian physics.
Well, I just want to say I really appreciate you, man. You helped me achieve what I was looking for tonight.
If you got any other questions, man, then feel free to ask.
Do you want to know what you helped me achieve tonight?
What's that?
You made me really sleepy. Now I'm ready to go to bed.
Good. Off you go. You get some sleepies.
Hi, Jedi. Hope you're well.
What's up, Owlishness? Season's greetings to you.
Yeah, season's greeting. How was Christmas and Boxing Day? And I don't know what else there is.
Do you have Boxing Day in America?
No.
Well, thank you for asking about a tradition that you don't have, but we do. Yeah, it was all good. Usual type of Christmas. Family, friends, that type of shit. Kids
What,
are doing
really? There's no Boxing Day in the U.S.?
Well, there's
No.
Boxing Day.
Yeah,
Well, not where I live.
Well,
Ah,
it's where you
because
break
that's
down all the
all you
boxes and take them to the recycling bin.
I don't think that's what Boxing Day is, though. Right? Isn't it another bank holiday?
Here, I'm going to post a profile pic I want you to use from now on.
Why?
Right there.
That's not me. If you want me to use it, then you have to capitalize the H in honest. And you have to make it honestly, so it's grammatically correct.
I didn't say use the words, I said use the picture.
Well, then the picture doesn't make any sense. It just looks weird.
Oh, it does.
So, final experiment, according to McDuffie, go on modern day debate and ask the question: is flat Earth, whatever, sustainable or whatever the word was?
Is Brian Logic debating right now?
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah, and he destroyed McToon. Other than the fact that the moderate James just kind of favors McToon, lets him spew his nonsense. Ryan did a great job explaining everything about TFE is taking angles and measurements, even in their observations. He did a great job.
Yeah. Oh, this is that's crazy because I did not even know that. They just started or they still going?
No,
They're
it
still
started
going.
like 2 hours ago.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's like the best part was like James dude straight up wearing a Star Wars shirt.
I saw that.
Oh, so they just answering questions right now.
Yeah, but McToon's honestly, dude, he's such a. I know people call him a Christian, but that dude's not a Christian, dude. He's such a piece of shit, dude.
What
If
he was doing, the
If
regulars.
he is one, then he's a horrible, representative of one, if you will.
Well, yeah, he was just being obnoxious as usual.
Just arrogant and just belittling and just, it's like the respect just from one man to another man. Like he just doesn't respect flat earthers, hands down. He doesn't respect anybody that believes other than he does. And he'll call it a belief, even though we don't believe it. We know it. It's our reality. But he calls it a cult, a religion, and a belief, and a falsehood. I mean, he's literally projecting, obviously, but he just has no respect for anybody that doesn't believe the nonsense he believes.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure Brian already knew that was going to happen. But I bet James ain't let Brian call him, any names or numpties or anything or belittle him.
Yeah, that's okay. For the people that can recognize biases, like, even though I don't prefer Witsit, when he debated Dave Farina, the audience was pretty obviously favoring Witsit just because Dave was a condescending a-hole. So if McToon is going to be a condescending a-hole, the people that can filter that out will see it.
True. Yeah. I mean, Brian did a great job of, just letting everybody know. It's just a confirmation bias and and pointing out the obvious when he's talking about all his angles he got, and then McToon said he said there are horizontal lines on the sphere. It was comical, bro. Like, dude, are you fucking as smart as you claim to be? Like, that's 101, bro. There are no horizontal straight lines on the surface of a sphere.
Oh yeah, Brian had a better mic this time.
Yeah.
All right. Because I know he had a problem with his camera too.
Yeah, he didn't go on camera, but he had a good mic.
Oh yeah, well that's cool. Then they let him. Yep.
And I'm glad that, like, McToon tried to say, like, okay, look, here's a zenith, and I drew 77 degrees, and then I'm glad that Brian goes, where's the 23 degrees at? Where are you drawing that 77 from? And McToon wouldn't fucking answer that question because he knows where he got him. He knows that if he answered it, then you're oh, it's a 9 degree. Oh, okay, so then now we're gonna have a horizontal line all the way down.
Brian is perfect for Mattoon because Brian liked to go down the weeds.
Oh yeah. For sure.
He would go down a rabbit hole with you, so
for sure. But this he got. I mean, obviously, McToon tried to claim the tangents and the way all that works in geometry, but Brian did a great job of keeping him to, like, yeah, but that's not reality though. you're not. You're trying to say that you're establishing these 90 degrees, but you don't get that on a ball, on the surface of it. You can get it in the center of it or from the center because you create a plane, right? Once you cut it in half, then you create a plane, then you have a flat base. Then you can get 90 degrees, but not on the surface of it. But Globers are idiots when it comes to that. So, I mean, it is what it is.
yeah, I'm looking at it. The people in the chat ain't nothing but the people that be in Mattoon's thing, like PhD Tony and them. Yeah, we need to start when we debate. We need to start basically attacking the chat. I had no idea Brian was about to debate Mattoon. Mattoon must have called him out. So James got to come there personally for Mattoon. Yeah, that's Brian is this. Yeah, Mattoon is. Yeah, Brian destroying.
What are we watching? I'm missing it. What's going on?
So Brian was debating Mattoon on
And Mattoon
modern
is
day debate. He's
filibustering.
questioning.
Wow, Brian got Mattoon filibustering, bro. I thought Brian was gonna be doing.
Wait, what's going on? Post a link.
Mattoon and Brian's debating on modern day debate, but Mattoon is filibustering Brian.
Modern day debate. Oh my god. Okay.
Evening, gentlemen.
Hi.
What's up, Alice?
Hi, how are you?
Me, I'm doing great.
You aren't in the loud place anymore that you were in before.
Oh, my job.
I'm gonna go on FED. I'm gonna get out of here.
I'm on break.
Why is your job so loud?
I work at a printing press.
Oh, really? Do you work in like 1866?
Yeah. We got those funny Quaker hats.
Really?
Yeah,
There wasn't
and
a
we
printing
speak
press
in
back then.
we speak in Old English.
Well, it would
I don't.
technically be Middle English because Old
Okay.
English is actually not equivalent to.
He meant they drink Old English.
Oh, okay.
I have my paper, Retty. I quibbled not, sir. I don't know. Yeah, printing press.
Are you printing newspapers?
No.
Are you printing propaganda?
Well, if propaganda is like cereal box covers and like stuff that people use every day, then yeah.
Yes, that is propaganda.
We're printing tomorrow's trash, basically.
Oh, holy crap! Did James just give Brian a win?
Who?
The shit, bruh.
Brian's logic?
Yeah, bruh.
Yeah, McToon's a busted grape, dude. He's all washed up. If it was a final experiment, dude, he would have just ended it. Okay, we did enough. We're good.
Yeah, and he even started.
He knows in his heart of hearts that it's not good enough. He needs to do more things.
From what James is saying, Brian destroyed that at the beginning of the debate, and Mattoon ain't had nothing to say about it, and now they arguing about elevation angles. James is like, Brian, seems like you won.
McToon streamed before modern day debate like started streaming, so he went on a little bit early, and he started off his stream with like the finalists for like that's it. There's the flat Earth's dead. Like there's no more, and then is now continuing to try to like revive his globe with the observation in TFE, but he doesn't realize that the globe is the one that's dead. Like that's kaput, bro. That's
I'd rather select McToon's minions than McToon because it's more fun that way. Whatever he churns out, I'll just grind up. So he can churn out as many minions as he wants. I'm gonna just grind them all up into fine powder, which I'll make into tea, which I'll drink.
Yeah, he's definitely creating a bunch of idiots. That's for sure.
That's good. That's more fun for me. Like he's making this even better. Because you know my style, dude. I like it wild.
Yeah. You want all the smoke.
All of it. Give it to me. Give it to me raw, baby.
Yeah, I was surprised.
Because there really isn't any argument against what we got. So
yeah,
I just like the way Chris says. I like to see their hair on fire. Go ahead, A-Pot.
I was gonna say I was surprised though because I didn't see anything from like Neil or Nathan or QE or any of Adam, any of them. I don't know if I'm sure they knew.
QE just posted a treatment. QE just posted a treatment. I think it's on Jaren.
No, I mean on for Brian, like to go support Brian, like in the chats right now. Like I was reading like the chats and I didn't see any of them like commenting. I might have missed them, but I'm just saying I didn't see them though.
I don't know.
I'm surprised they didn't jump in there.
Alice, did you join my my forum over there, Twitter? I'll say you did and you didn't. Dost thou not answer me?
Dost thou not answer me in my time of need?
That's the shit right there. Where's Jedi at?
Dude, that was a really good accent.
That's fucking pretty good, man. Actually.
Yeah, like that
Holy
was like
shit.
actress level right there. Worthy.
Yes, I was born for the accent.
You do have a You have a very different tone of voice, Alish.
Yeah.
It's very. Has anybody ever told you that? You have like an alluring voice.
Yeah. That's why I get all those weird DMs from people.
I'm pretty sure you do.
I
Pretty sure you do.
really do. I just got them like 20 minutes ago, or like an hour ago.
Wow.
Yep. Even by flat earthers, probably be like, "Hey, I know you think the Earth is a globe, but so how's the weather like? What's your sign?" You're like, "Dude, chill."
My sign is stop sign.
Your sign is fuck off.
Stop sign.
Meanwhile, back at flat Earth, nobody's proven the globe. Dude, I wonder what McToon with his wild hair, like, what is he gonna do now? Like, is he just raging? Why won't you accept my evidence? Damn you! Over and over again, right? I've been to Antarctica. I've seen the sun myself. What else could you want me to prove? My God! Everybody's like, dude, chill, man. You just seen the sun up in the sky.
If I go outside and see the sun, does that mean I proved the Earth was round?
Yeah, you did. But you have to be really energetic about it. It's all in the energy, right? Because when you actually propose to somebody that the sun being up in the sky proves the Earth is a globe, it's in how you pitch the sail, right? You got to really hit them, kind of like, you know what? Been outside, saw that sun, and I'll tell you what, the Earth is definitely a globe because of the fact where the sun angle is to where I am standing on the Earth geographically, right? So we're talking about circumference, right? So you got to sell it to them. It's like the guy says, how can you sell me this pen? You got to be convincing. And McToon, he's not really good at that, so he's trying to kind of like dip his toe in that. I mean, he's trying, God bless his heart, but he's just really not convinced.
How to sell a pen.
Yeah. And that's the thing.
Pen.
You got some. Mm-hmm.
I sell a pen by showing them a check and saying, if you sign right here, I'll give you the check. Oh.
You can do it.
Give me the pen.
Can do it. It's, you know what? It just depends, because it's whatever package people like to hear. Some people like to hear a package like something that kind of tickles their ear, like they want flowery language, like we're getting down to the specifics. We can deduce by the theoretical conversations of the anomalies that happen correspondingly to the Earth. Like when people hear that, they're like, "Ooh, this guy knows what he's talking about." And really, it's just a bunch of bullshit. Because when you like peel back the layer of onion and that logic, whatever the guy is saying, he's really not talking about anything. He's just using a lot of flowery language to make it sound like what he's saying is,
Nobody ever thinks you know what you're talking about.
That's because you don't have any logic. So let's see if you do, right? Let's test the claim if you have any logic. And perhaps you can call me out. So how do you know the Earth's a globe, dude? Let's see. We'll kind of test that theory.
Because the sun reflects off of the bottom of aircraft.
In all my
years.
You're
not being serious, are you?
In all my years.
That's a friendly consequence.
Wait.
I can show you.
Yeah, but you're not being serious, are you? Because if you're truly being serious, I just proved my point. Even all the Globers in here would be like,
refute it. Go ahead, refute it. Let's hear what your dumbass has to say.
He's dead serious, Alpha, because he is probably a Dave McKeegan fan that came
That's
up with
what I thought. That's what I thought. You can't refute it.
No, it's an affirming the consequent phonological fallacy.
Yep,
it's already dead before you even have to do anything.
You don't have anything to say except throw out words you don't understand.
I just told you affirming the consequent. Would you like me to create the form for you?
Means, bro.
Look, man,
would you like me to create the form for you?
What fallacy means.
Hold on, dude. Yeah, dude, I'm gonna have to mute you because you're not letting me speak.
That's what I thought.
The problem is, I told you, you're gonna just keep talking through me.
I'm gonna.
So I told you that you're not gonna use. Dude, are you in like high school or something?
I'm on the bet
Do
he
you think
reads.
that the
Are you calling your mom a pedophile? Are you calling your mom a pedophile?
Do you think that those kind of derogatory comments actually
It's not
work with
derogatory,
adults?
I'm giving you a compliment. Your mom's got some good pussy.
Okay. So now we're just like we're like in 7th grade insulting each other. So dude, like when I was talking about logic, now you didn't apply any logic to how you know that the earth is a globe. You used some ridiculous affirming the consequent logical fallacy, which I knew you were going to use any logic, and it's a fallacious way of thinking, which is what was pointed out to you. What says who said right now? The guy in here says who? He just pointed that out to you. So pointing out the fact that you're logically fallacious was reiterating my point that you weren't going to prove any logic. Now then, let's go back to your example, because your little high school, derogatory comments really just don't work in here. So let's see, because what I do is I embarrass your logic, not the person. Embarrassing you would be a waste of time, because we already know you're an embarrassment to yourself because of the way you're talking. So unless you can articulate your point, then you really have nothing to offer. So let's see what you got. Go ahead and try to pull that airplane with light underneath it, showing any logic to how you know the Earth's a globe.
So the reason why it sounds ridiculous to you is because you spend a lot.
Okay. So color commentary isn't going to win the day. What will win the day is you proving that what you said was logically consistent with providing evidence that the Earth is a globe. I'm very good at what I do, sir. So if you don't get with the program, I'm going to keep doing this to you and exposing you for a really fallacious person. So go ahead. Once again, sunlight underneath the plane, take it from the top, proving the Earth is a globe. Go ahead.
A lot of sleepless nights you have.
Okay. One last time. Reset, back to the beginning. Go ahead.
Hearing me fuck your mom upstairs.
Nothing to offer. That's great. Well, it's just like I thought, dude. It's exactly what I predicted. No logic, and you were just going to be, upset about it, which is fine. You can be upset. It still proves my point that you weren't producing any evidence.
I fail to see how sunlight on the bottom of a plane proves that the Earth is round. If this guy wants to,
Well, Alish, I do want him to say what he wants to say. Let's try it again. Maybe if you ask him. How about that? I'll unmute him and just ask him. See if I unmute him when you ask him.
Okay.
Yeah. You gotta ask him.
Yeah, so what sort of evidence is there or how does sunlight reflecting off the bottom of a plane prove the shape of the Earth? I really am curious. I'd like to know.
Because it means the sun is on the underside of the plane.
Why would the sun be on the underside of the plane if the sun is higher than the plane?
Do you need a picture?
Do I need a Do I need a picture of what? If you want to be logical here, if the plane is over a body of water and the sun is over top of the plane, would the water not reflect the sun?
There you go. Here's a picture I took over land. Yeah, how would that happen if the sun was above it? Wouldn't.
What
the sun is above it. The sun is above. This is the most outlandish claim. The sun is above the Earth. That's why the Earth gets the sun, right? Because,
it's funny that you have to explain it to somebody. I've heard some bad arguments for Earth being a globe, but sometimes you get kind of sideways with wow, this is crazy. People actually saying these arguments. All right, let me see. He's gonna be unmuted because maybe you want to take him down on logic.
Earth, how is it reflecting off the bottom? So there's this cool thing. I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but there's this cool thing called reflections, right? So it's a little known fact that water, for example, will reflect things. So will the earth, actually. In fact, the ground will also reflect light.
Let's see. Maybe he doesn't know what reflections are. I don't know.
If you went outside and touched grass, you know it doesn't reflect light like that. Fuck it.
Okay. All right, he's just in his right now.
So the plane's flying over the largest patch of grass in the world. What a fucking moron this guy is.
So
I told you, bro.
where
He's
in
from
your
David Keegan.
No,
where in your world is the sun? That's like what I'm curious about. Where is the sun?
Above. You said it was above the earth, and clearly that's not true.
Oh my god! I know he's.
So I'm asking you, where is the sun?
Not above the earth. What? What?
Dude, you can't make this shit up, APOC. Fucking hell, bro.
Bro,
These guys are
gonna be good.
These guys are cooked, dude. Like inside and out. Like this is the reason. I'm telling you, there's a reason why I like McToon to get a hold of these guys, because it's just all we got to do is just sit back and relax and listen to these guys yammer on about stuff, because it's fun to me.
Well, this guy's a product of a dumb fuck McKeegan. So this guy's a McKeeganite, I guess. I mean, or maybe he's also a fucking McToon head. I don't know, but
I have no idea. Has McKeegan ever said anything about planes?
Yeah, he's the one that came up with that fucking lame ass. Oh, the fucking sun shines underneath on planes. He made a whole video about it.
This is the dumbest argument.
Yeah.
It's literally the dumbest argument for Globe Earth. Dumbest fucking argument so far.
Yeah.
I've never. This is pretty bottom of the barrel stuff. If we're having to deal with this argument, we're down at the trenches right now, friends. This is trench level.
Cliff notes.
This is trench level argumentation. I don't even know if we get any lower than that.
I just want the cliff notes on like the claim, because like it just doesn't make sense to me.
Let's see. I unmuted him. I'm morbidly curious.
I know it doesn't make sense to you. It's okay. It's a common
so using your big words.
It's a common sense model. That's all it is. It just takes the slightest bit of critical thinking to understand what I'm saying.
Okay, so use your common sense and explain it to me like I'm 5.
If the sun is above the earth, which is how it's depicted in most flat earth models, right? How in the fuck is it reflecting?
Round earth models, what do you mean?
Yeah, we're talking about globe earth, man. We're not talking about flat earth. What are you talking about? He just flipped it around. Didn't he say he was proving that the earth is a globe with this? Oh, this is weird. This is very weird. Let's see again. Wait a minute. I gotta ask you, are you proving the earth is a globe? Or are you disproving flat earth? Which one of those?
Is it this difficult?
I need you to just be concise. Are you trying to provide evidence that the earth is a globe, geometrically?
I am being concise. You just don't have linear.
Do you think that the geometric shape of the earth is being provided via this example of argumentation? Yes?
If you know the answer, then just provide the like mathematical equation.
The earth cannot be flat.
Nope. The earth is a globe, geometrically, and then continue. Go ahead.
You're not going to tell me how to talk.
And you're not 5. So you can do it like adults do. Alright? Do it like adults do. Just provide the evidence.
If you didn't have a
No, I know. But I do. Sucks to be you.
Like, what's wrong with these dudes, bro? Why don't they just fucking get it?
I know what you're about to say, but it sucks to be you. So go ahead and provide evidence that the earth is a globe geometrically by this argument. Go ahead.
It's a common sense argument. If you don't have it.
Okay. So no
Did
geometry.
you forget to take notes on the video? I mean,
He did. He actually did. Check it out. I'm gonna let him go so you guys can have fun with him. Because I gotta get back to work. My break's over.
Okay, bye.
I'll be listening on my shitty headphones.
All right,
Okay.
no worries.
All right, here he goes.
He's got to get back to the cash register.
I just told you I work at the printing press.
The printing press, but like,
Yeah, I know.
I mean, you wouldn't know
Anyway.
anything about having a job, would you?
Anyways.
Go
Well done.
So, like, can you explain this common sense argument to me?
Yeah. So if Earth is flat and Sun is above Earth, why would the Sun be reflecting off the bottom of an aircraft? Simple question. It's very simple.
Because the surface of the Earth, just like the surface of the Moon, reflects light. What do you mean?
That is a direct reflection. That is
What do you
not
mean a direct reflection?
The surface of the Earth reflects about 30% of the light from the sun.
The airplane is
Common knowledge.
cylinder shaped. That's why.
Okay, so
A cylinder
when you
shape
look at
is
the
not going to
moon-
amplify the amount of sunlight being reflected. What the fuck are you talking about? Explain how a cylinder can concentrate light. Explain that, please.
It all bends towards that one angle that you're looking at.
That's not how a cylinder works.
That's why you see it.
That's not how a cylinder works.
Yeah, I can reflect light off a cylinder.
It's not going to concentrate the light.
They'll make it
So
nice.
Okay, why don't you go take a cylinder outside, take a flashlight, reflect it off the ground, and see if it fucking reflects off the cylinder like that. Please go do that. That's experimentable.
Go do it for me.
No, you do it. You obviously haven't done.
You said it can't happen.
It can't happen. And you're saying it can, and I'm saying there's no science to prove that it can.
It does happen that way.
Just because you say something happens doesn't mean it happens.
When did you try it?
I have common sense.
Oh, common sense is your.
When did you try it? When did you try it?
Yesterday.
How about this? I'll bet you $1,200 it doesn't work that way.
I don't want your life savings.
I'll bet you $1,200 it doesn't work that way, and that's the money I keep in my sock drawer, buddy.
I don't want your life savings, dude.
Is it because you can't afford it?
No, I have that.
I said $1,200 if you can prove that light will reflect off the Earth and amplify off a cylinder. Please do that. If you're so confident, it should be easy money.
So what? How do I do this?
That's what I thought. That's what I thought.
want you to tell me how
You're
to
not
set
willing
it
to put your money where your mouth is because you're an idiot. That's just how it works.
Tell me the setup so I can make the bet.
You already see the setup. I just showed you how in the fucking aircraft reflects from direct sunlight. Make that happen.
So
Go
you
take
need
a
me-
cylinder. Go take a cylinder and put it above the ground outside and see if the sun reflects. Bro, go take a cylinder, wrap it in fucking tinfoil.
Yeah, right.
Go take a cylinder, wrap it in tinfoil, hold it closer to the ground. Hold it 5 feet off the fucking ground and watch how the sunlight doesn't reflect like it's reflecting off of that aircraft. That is how stupid you are right now.
So I'm gonna put a cylinder.
There's no so. There's no so. It's that fucking simple. Take a cylinder, go hold it above the fucking ground, and when you can't see light directly reflecting off of it like that, you'll know the Earth is fucking round and that you're a retard.
What am I using for sunlight?
What am I using for fucking sunlight? This dude would fuck up a wet dream, bro. Holy shit. Oh my god, bro. If you put your brains in a bird, the bird would fly fucking sideways, bro. Holy fucking shit. What am I gonna use for sunlight? I don't know. How about the fucking sun in the sky? You just said it reflects off the ground. So by that theory, no, you can use the sun in the fucking sky because he just said the sun reflecting off the Earth is what's causing that. So go take a cylinder, hold it up, arm's length out fucking side, and when it doesn't reflect off the bottom of it, you can take your thumb out of your ass and say, oh god, it looks nice to be outside my mom's basement.
Buy a telescope.
triggering you
They're an
guys.
awesome investment. I own 2 of them. They're awesome.
Dude could use his mom's chrome dildo, bro. It'd work the same fucking way. It's not gonna shine bright like that motherfucker.
So hold a cylinder in the sky, use the sun, and make light reflect off of it.
From the bottom of it, yes.
So it's not the sun hitting the airplane, it's something else.
Okay. Got it.
Is that what
Photons.
you're saying? You're saying it's not the sun. Don't use the sun. Use
It's the
earth.
photons from the sun.
You said that the only way that light could reflect off the bottom of that aircraft is because the sun is somehow magically using the earth as a mirror. That's what the fuck you said.
Reflecting light back.
Yeah, that's not how it works. And I said to test that,
You told me.
and then you said it was a cylinder. You said it's concentrated because it's a cylinder. And I said, okay, go take a cylinder, stick it above the ground.
I said, what am I going to use for a light source? And you said,
You gotta be. Yes, because the same logic should apply to that cylinder that you're holding that it would in the plane, except the light should be brighter because it's closer to the surface that it's reflecting from, right?
So
He still hasn't proved geometry.
There is no so, bro. There is no so. Go test that. When you find out you're a retard, you can come back to me and say, "Hey, Dad."
So hold the cylinder in the air. Don't let the sunlight reflect off of it. Is that right?
This dude's fucking slower than molasses on a cold day. Holy shit, he can't pick it up.
Use the light from the earth, not the light from the sun.
This motherfucker looks forward and thinks it's backwards.
Stop talking to your dad and talk to the guy that's talking to you in the Discord, brother.
That's what I thought. We got a room full of fucking retards. A room filled with fucking idiots.
Off the ground. You need me to reflect light off of the ground without using the sun.
This dude's fucking slow. The more I teach him, the dumber I get.
I'm just repeating back exactly what you said.
No, you're pulling this shit directly out of your bowels. Not a very intelligent bunch in here.
Yeah, anybody ask him how he proved that geometric the Earth is a oblate spheroid? Nobody's asking that question? That's weird.
Don't you have a cash register to fucking work, buddy?
I was just in here trolling him, that's all. He doesn't know what he's talking about, so I figured I'd show his ignorance.
I'd show his
What do you have about demeaning?
Hey, bro, go back to sweeping up the fucking floors, bro. Jesus Christ, you're on the clock over here arguing on Discord about why
This dude's following people at Walmart around while they're working. Dude, stop. Don't be in Walmart on Discord. Stop doing that. If you asked him what globe physics were, he wouldn't know.
Okay, so you're saying that the Earth cannot reflect light? Is that what the claim is?
No, he's saying ball water reflects different than flat water.
Did he leave?
Yes, he left.
Oh damn! I was about to post my photo.
Of a mirror ball versus a flat mirror? Show us the
No,
difference.
the cylinder reflecting light.
No, match the mirror ball or the flat mirror to the water outside. Which one matches? One of these things is not like the other. A mirror ball. Do you know what that is or not? You claim your globe is a big water mirror ball. What the fuck?
What are you
But you have
talking
no
about,
clue.
dude? It's like every time you open your mouth, it's like the weirdest things float out.
Yeah, I know,
It's like
because you're
you
fucking
just-
retarded and you have a low IQ. Mirror balls are just beyond your fucking whole experience in life. I know.
I don't know what you mean
Weirdo.
by a mirror ball.
Fucking weirdo. You live on one. Supposedly, in your mind, you live on a fucking mirror ball. 73% mirror water. Water is a mirror. The surface of water, go look in some.
Okay, I posted
The fuck?
at 48 past shining a light above something and then it reflecting off of the ground and then it reflecting off of a metal tube. So his claim is like literally debunked.
Whose claim?
There literally is a reflection.
Yeah, that's been debunked a long time ago. I actually posted the video that Dave did on it at 37 minutes after the hour. It's such a fucking retarded claim. That's why, like Alpha was saying, like this is the bottom of the barrel arguments of for Globers. Like this is if this is your proof that it's a globe because you look up and see the under the belly of a plane lit up, then you're a fucking moron.
India, are you in? Are you like in VC?
He's probably listening because the YouTube bot is in here. He's probably listening through YouTube, but he's not in here.
Okay, well, Indio, if you're listening, this guy made a claim that the Earth does not reflect light, so you can't take a light source and put it above a cylindrical object and have that object reflect light from the bottom of it. Which is not true at all. I don't know why you would even make that claim. Bro, how are these people gonna come in here and be like so embarrassing? They can't even explain their own theory.
This guy's still in chat, just chat skanking. It's retarded. If you actually look in that video, like you have no idea, like if the plane could be banking a little. Because there's even parts of it where if you see the plane, he's like, look at, see the underbelly lighting up. Okay, but then look at one of the wings lit up, and then one of the wings is dark, like it's not lit up. So even in their own fucking claim, it's retarded, bro. Like, stop with the bullshit. If you're still fucking listening, I think I don't know. Maybe he's on YouTube as well. I don't know, or maybe he's just in chat. But just go watch the video. Fucking, it debunks itself. Fucking morons, dude. Lame ass Globers. Somehow the fucking sun can cherry pick what part of the fucking plane it wants to light up from underneath. The fuselage, yes, we'll fucking hit that. The cockpit, and then there's a part where it starts in the front and it goes to the back and then it disappears. But the sun's still fucking up in the sky. Why is there no more fucking shine? These guys are just fucking lame, dude. They're looking at optical phenomena where the light's bouncing off of it somehow, some way, but they're attributing to it. Oh, it must be because the sun is fucking, at an angle behind the globe Earth. They're fucking retarded.
Indio joined just to ban the guy. It's funny.
Yeah, I saw that. That's fucking awesome. He's like, okay. What's up, India? Probably gonna leave after that.
I don't know, he posted an image and said, the light is not reflecting off of the bottom of the plane. I don't understand. So, like, if I were looking for an explanation, I would want an explanation of why this happens on any shape, regardless of whether it's flat or round. Right? So I would want, like, why exactly would it reflect off of the Earth? Well, first of all, he said that the plane was above the sun for some reason. I have no idea. That was absurd.
Yeah, I'm just like, if you watch the explanation of it that he tries to give it in the video, it's retarded. Like, they're like, okay, at sunset and then at sunrise, like there's certain times of the day, and then on this plane it shows it, on that plane, like it's a retarded claim, because even in the video itself, it debunks itself. Like, how does the sun choose to fucking get one part of the plane and not all of it? Like, if it's big ass fucking sun behind the tiny Earth, and there's a plane they think is flying at an angle to where the sun's gonna hit the bottom of it, because they think that fucking level is curved and then it's curving around the ball. So, like, imagine if you put your face to a fucking light and then just your like nose lit up. Why not your fucking cheeks? Why not your forehead? Like, they're fucking retarded, dude. These guys are just morons. I don't even know how he didn't like catch on to that. Well, we know how he didn't catch on, because he's a retard.
I have no idea, but like sometimes in nature,
It's not the bottom of the plane either, by the way.
Well, sometimes in nature we have planes that need to take off, so therefore they're not perpendicular to the ground. They're usually at more of a
they're an angle.
I wouldn't say 90, like a 60 degree angle.
Right, they're flying up, right, and they could be angled, and light could just be way off in the distance, and it hits it. And also, it could be when they're banking, like if they're turning left or turning right. Like, again, you turn sideways, the bottom will light up. Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, that That's so dumb. I'm sorry. That is like the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
What were you gonna say, Indio?
I said that wasn't reflecting off the bottom of the plane. It's the side of the plane. Hold on, I'll post it. I post a zoom in. It's reflecting off the side of the plane.
Yeah.
Because obviously you can see the fuselage on the other side of the reflection, so it's not the bottom, it's the side.
Yeah, and there's even, I mean, if you're banking and even if it just only hits the side of the plane, like light wraps around cylinders. So that could also be the reason why.
Yeah, well, I mean, the first thing I noticed is the angle, right? It looks like he's almost directly under the plane. And since the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection, where the fuck's the sun? Like, if the sun's at 70 degrees, that means, from his point of view, that means if you're at the plane, it's a 70-degree angle down, right? So what's the sun, like 10 miles away on the ground? Like, fucking, it doesn't even make sense.
Right.
So it doesn't, that was just the first thing I noticed. That's an impossible reflection angle. So then I zoom in and I'm like, oh, it's reflecting from the side. He's just a retard. See, that's literally confirmation bias, right? He was like, I know that flat earth, I'm going to take a picture of an airplane and I'm going to find the reflection on the bottom. And then he saw an airplane and there was a reflection. And then he took the picture and he was like, I got it. But he didn't like look at the picture closely. You know what I mean? Or even think about the picture.
And then, go ahead.
I was going to say, here's the thing. Like, if you're going to present evidence, then you need to have you need a way to scientifically back up your claims. So, like, if you're going to say, hey, look, I have this photograph, and the reason why it is doing this is because of XYZ, and this is the theory, and this is why it works this way. You can't just show a picture and be like, where's the sun? Where is the sun? Brother, you're the one making the claim, so you need to tell us, explain why it works that way.
Oh, do you want to know what a flat earther has to do? Like for any picture or any test or we need a cameraman filming the cameraman, filming the cameraman, filming the cameraman. Like, we need so much evidence compiled on top of each other, it isn't even funny. Like, if we presented this as evidence, we would need, okay, where was this taken? What was your elevation? What time of day was it? What was the sun angle? We would need all these facts before it would even be considered.
They're like, what's the speed of the wind? What's the barometer pressure?
Think about the laser tests and how they try to nitpick that to death, right? Dude, I've heard some pretty crazy shit about the EpiCore laser test, man. I've heard that just like the one thing, the laser wasn't level. As if that matters.
Wow.
Think about it for a second. There's supposed to be a 400 foot hump between you and the observer location.
Right.
How can you tip the laser so that it's not level in such a way to get around a hump? Right? I mean, imagine that, like, oh, I want to shine the laser to the other side, but there's that hill in the way. Well, just tilt the laser, man. Make it not level, and it'll just go right around the fucking hill. Like, how stupid is that, right? Like, you can just tilt the laser to some magically unlevel position, and it goes around things.
All right. they're crazy. I think
well, I mean, leveling the laser only matters if the distance is short, right? True. That's only matters. But when the target distance is supposed to be completely hidden, doesn't matter how you level the laser or not level the laser.
Yeah, I have two things I want to do on, I think, next year on my bucket list. And one of them is I want to go. I think I'm going to go to the Salt Flats in Utah. I think they're in Utah because there's 46-mile stretch, and I'm going to.
Have you seen the Flatlanders? Have you seen that one? The Flatlander one? So they went there already.
Are you talking about with Wilson and Dan?
I don't know who it was who did it. I think it was some of the people from
Wasn't it Dan the Waterman and his buddy Wilson and like that little crew?
I don't know. They did it at night though, with like a green laser.
Yeah. They had like 6 different lights, right?
No, I can't
It might have been
remember.
someone else.
The only thing that sticks at me from that, like mostly, they kept doing longer and longer distances, but the one that is crazy is when they have a light on a truck driving across the desert, and they pick it up from like 30 miles away.
Nice.
So it's driving like from left to right in their field of view.
Right.
And they pick it up driving. Like, what, so a fraction is like perfect to make it look flat, like every spot they go to while they're driving like a mile? Like, dude, how lucky are they?
Right.
Like, it's amazing how lucky flat earthers are to go out and do observations, and it's just happens to be the perfect refraction conditions to make it look flat every time.
Right. I think what I want to do is I'm gonna go and just transfer a line the whole 46 miles if I have to, but I'll even like take a fucking little tent and shit if I need to. But I want to just go and then just get all the data, and then just like as far as what the elevation claim of the NGS disk are, as opposed to what my readings are, and just transfer a fucking line horizontally. I'm trying to fucking like paint a picture for Globers. Like, if you're transferring straight lines, it doesn't fucking curve. And because at the end of what's the drop on 46 miles? 8 inches per mile squared.
Dude, the drop is like 46 miles. That would be something like.
It's got to be crazy, right?
It would be like 600 feet or something.
Yeah. So if I'm transferring a line, right, in increments, not fucking a mile apart. No, I'm talking about like 150 yards, every fucking 150 yards. It's going to take a while to get it. I'm willing to do it. But just transferring. There's no fucking way that is going to be, I want to be 600 feet off from the fucking measurement that they have.
You know, here's another one. You just made me think of this. You know how they got those they're levels for indoors, but they got a mirror, and they'll paint the laser all the way around the room at one level.
Yeah, we use those. Yeah.
Yeah. So why can't we do something like that on the Salt Flats, right? So say you had targets like say a mile radius. So yeah, say like in a circle, a mile radius from a center point, right? All those, like when you rotate, you take your deodorant, like you stick it in the center, and when you rotate it, if that's level, you shouldn't be able to like hit all the things. Like say it's 6 feet to 6 feet, you shouldn't be able to hit all of them. You should have to tilt it down, and it should form a cone. But you should be able to intersect. Like, so because you know they talk about the vertical tilt, right? What is it? So that tilt should be the same at all places, right? So if I swing it in 6 feet, right, and I'm tilted down like a tenth of a degree, I should be able to rotate that 180 degrees. And if I have another target, when I rotate it 180 degrees, I should sight in, right on the freaking same line, right on that same height.
Right. Hey, Savage, you're hot micing. I don't think he realizes you're hot micing.
Yeah, I got him.
No, I know what you mean. You're talking about the divergence of the pole vertically. Like they're supposed to be diverging.
Ball, right? So if you make a circle around you, right? every place on that circle should drop.
Yeah, exactly.
So if you sight in on one of them, right? Say you have all along the circle, you have 6-foot poles, right? And you sight in on the top of a pole, you should be tilted down, but you should also be able to rotate the theodolite to each top of the pole, and you should be sighted in right at the top of that pole.
Right.
On all of them in a circle all the way around you.
And it would be cool. It would be cool to do that 2 ways, by the way. It would be cool to literally like transfer a line, a horizontal in increments in, like, let's say 4 directions, and just set up 4 poles, you know, because obviously you're not going to create a circle like all that way around, or you could if you want to take more time. But it would be cool to take it and measure it physically, and then just take the measurements of the NGS disk, whatever they're saying it's at, and then just go 6 feet off the ground, and you can just deduct it from your position. So, like, you can show, like, okay, if I use the globe model, then this is how far it's going to be off because it's not dropping. And then you can show your transferred lines in those 4 directions, or it will line up exactly because that's the way it fucking works. And then that way you can show them, like, look, when you do it physically, I hit all points. But when I do this calculated bullshit that the Earth's dropping, it doesn't fucking hit it. I think that'd be a good way to do it.
Now, tell me if this would be a feasible engineering task to actually just build this. You build it basically like a bathtub that's a mile long. I don't know if you've heard this one before. So this dude, Antikytherian Mechanism, or Antikytherian Level, came up with this. He used to be a mod on the old Discord, and he was kind of a psycho. But anyway, but I mean, I don't know. Good dude, just, I don't know. Shit, you know, sometimes he rubs people the wrong way.
Yeah.
Because he's kind of like a brilliant dude, but, like, you know, he can't be told he's wrong. I mean, I didn't have a problem with him as other people. But that's not the point. The point is that he came up with this idea, right? So you basically make a bathtub that's a mile long, right? But you make the tub so that the lip of the tub curves at 8 inches per mile squared, right? So that would basically match the sagittal that they say of the Earth, right? The bottom can be level, whatever. So when you fill this thing up, right, if the Earth is flat, when you try to fill it up, it'll pour out the sides before it reaches the top of the, like, so in the center, it's higher, right?
Yeah.
So, so when you go to fill it up, it'll pour out the sides before it's at the water levels at the center, at the top of the center. But if the Earth is curved, right, and gravity is conforming it to a ball, that water will stay inside, right? Because the water will curve at 8 inches per mile squared in an arc, right? Because that's what they say is happening.
Right.
Right? And the gravity vector is curving the water. So you could just fill this thing up, and if the water pours out, then it's flat, and if it don't pour out, it's a ball. And you can literally make a torus traction.
That's hilarious.
Because that would
it
actually
makes
prove
sense.
the ball. It would actually prove a ball or prove flat, one way or another.
Indio.
Right.
What?
Hey, their new model of gravity, that doesn't make sense anymore. Like, at all.
I mean, they could pull their lumpy gravity card, so, I mean, they could always do that.
Lumpy gravity?
Yeah, lumpy gravity, potato Earth. You haven't heard of they have lumpy gravity now? Gravity isn't a
I'm
uniform
only
sphere, it's
familiar
kind of
with the
lumpy.
bending of space-time.
Yeah, because it's not a perfect ball, because it's, like, you know, shaped like a potato, pear, peach, watermelon.
Yeah, so there's different masses underneath the Earth that nobody can see. So because you can't see them, it makes a lumpy gravitational field.
I see, but I thought they got rid of mass attracting mass, so how does that even work?
Oh, fuck if I know, dude. I mean, it's where space-time is bent a little less than other places. I don't know, man.
Well, according to them, they got rid of Newtonian gravity, which was mass attracting mass, as not proven by the Cavendish experiment. which was problematic to say the least. So you have a piece of mass like the Earth, as they're claiming, is spinning space pair, and that spinning space pair is bending the flat space-time fabric. And so they used a spandex sheet, stretched it over a round drum, and then they put a piece of mass or round ball there, and then they put another round ball, and then they threw little balls, and they all started crashing. But the idea was that planets fall around large mass objects. It is not because mass attracts mass. They now say gravity is not a force, but in fact the observed interaction of another body of mass essentially falling around another body of mass. It doesn't make any sense. They're calling it a push now.
Yeah, they're struggling to make their ball stay alive. That's what they're doing. They're trying everything and anything.
Yeah, but they did a worse thing by removing Newtonian gravity. People, regular mainstreamers, were willing to deal with Newtonian gravity because it was like, okay, everything's being pulled from the core of the Earth on equally at a specific rate of acceleration, and it was explained. At least kind of made sense.
Well, I mean, so something you need to realize is that different fields of science, so-called science, are not commensurable with other fields of science. So space-time gravity, they don't use that in like geodetic surveying, right? So they just use Newtonian gravity. They don't use any, space-time crap until they want to do mapping with their so-called satellites. Then they bring that out. So it's like the way it really works is like it's like Batman's utility belt, right? So whatever you're investigating in science, you can just they have a couple different models on this in the utility belt, right? And they could say, hey, for this purpose, I'm going to whip out this model. We don't care if it's kind of contradictory to the other model because nobody notices anyway. And people will just parrot what we say. So it does. Your lumpy gravity is in Newtonian gravity, right? But it's not. But like, if you inquired about it in another context, like GPS, right? So they say you have to have general relativity for GPS to work, and satellites orbit the Earth, and their orbits get deflected because of their acceleration is different, and whatever godly group they want to say. So in one particular part of the field of, say, geomatics, that's what they call it, geomatics, they would use that model, right? Relativity. But if you went to run-of-the-mill surveying where they use gravitometers and pendulum or plumb lines and pendulums and shit like that, they wouldn't use any of that, and they would throw all that out the window. So it's like it's not consistent across. There's no unified. Why would Corbett say, "Oh, where's the flat Earth model?" They act like they have some unified model. They don't. It's a
they don't even have a unified
monster, dude. No, it's like Frankenstein. Frankenstein's like sewn together human body parts. That's what they have. They have a model which is a bunch of sewn together, gold model parts.
The thing that I find most distressing about this entire topic is it's very much like in 1984, where they have a dual system of astronomy, where your stars can be as close or as far as you need them. In this case, gravity can be whatever you need it to be, which I just find to be disingenuous. It's dishonest.
And
it's not dishonest. It's literally a thing that is used regularly in different fields of science.
Okay, would you like to explain Einsteinian gravity to us?
So Einsteinian gravity is used to describe time around black holes, first of all. But the example I was going to use is scientists use both Celsius and
you ever been to a black hole?
No. Hold on.
Yeah, those are units of measure.
Slow down.
Those aren't arbitrary.
Right. But these are also units of measure.
No,
Newtonian,
not really.
One does not supersede the other.
Yes,
right?
it does.
So,
Actually, non-scientists have said it does.
I mean, do you think every scientist is like correct about every?
There's fundamental differences between Newtonian gravity and Einstein.
I know there are fundamental differences. They're used to measure different things.
The most important being, there is no travel time. It's instantaneous in Newtonian gravity, whereas in general relativity, the gravitational influence is delayed by the speed of light. Now, if you tried to model the orbits or anything like that using general relativity, it doesn't work. It doesn't work at all.
Well, that's because we're
gravity
assuming
has a delay, right? So you have what's called retarded gravity. So it would pull.
Hey, that's what they call me.
Say you got the sun. Say you got the sun and Jupiter, right? Where Jupiter sent. Well, let's call it. I'm going to use not technical analogies. Where Jupiter senses the sun is where the sun was 16 minutes ago. Right? So it gets pulled in that direction where the sun is 16 minutes ago. And the sun gets pulled where Jupiter was 16 minutes ago. Like, say, you go one time interval and update, right? So, well, now it's where the sun was 16 minutes before that. That's a different one, but the sun's not really there, right? It's really somewhere else. You can't get a stable orbit out of this. You can't model any type of stable orbit. Shit just flies apart, and it don't make sense because it's hard enough using Newtonian gravity, but once you start introducing time delays of apparent positions that are retarded in time, right? It gets whacked. So the reason they use these models are specific for their use, right?
Yeah,
so we just use it because they work. But that's where people get fucked up because they don't say. They say it's the truth. They don't say, "Oh, we just use it because it works." They say, "No, it's true. General relativity is true. Einstein gravity is true." Right? That's the problem.
But it's not true because it's a theory either way. So basically, we're just using a theory.
It's just a model.
Why are you
well, we're
theory
using
when you haven't used the scientific method on it?
It's what I'm saying is it's not really a theory,
not proof. I said it's a theory.
Do you understand? Do you understand what a theory is?
It's not proven. That's for sure.
Yeah, sure. But what we're talking about is people get confused. They think a model explains things, right? So a model's just describe. So we can collect a bunch of data, and we can formulate a model that will predict the next data entry, right? So we can just make one mathematically. We go, okay, we have all this data. We'll do some curve fitting. We'll figure out what the next possible value measurement is. And then we refine our model so that we can always predict the next value that comes out. That doesn't mean that the model is physically real or anything like that. It's just useful for making a prediction of the future using our mathematical methods. But it doesn't actually explain what's going on in any sense. This is where people get fucked up. And this is kind of like the problem I have with one of the people that defend the heliocentric model and all that comes with it is that they don't understand. They go, hey, it works. So what that it works? That is a purely utilitarian position. That doesn't mean it's true. Lots of things work which aren't true. Right? True in the sense is that's the reality of the situation. Right? It's just like, hey, we have a model. We can predict things with it. So what? Right? But the variables in the model don't become magically physically real because you have a model that works.
Right. I'm not making claim to that. I'm saying that they have
a lot of people
two different.
Do.
Okay.
I'm just saying that. I'm just saying this isn't personal to you. I'm talking about Globers in general. The people that come defend it in this chat, they just don't they don't know. They've been taught that these things are all the same. Theories, hypotheses, models, predictions. It's all just the same thing. But they're really not. You really have to distinguish what they are.
Right, so we know that gravity is a theory, not a proven fact. So therefore, we have two different theories to describe the thing that we're unsure of. Does that make sense? Like, that would make sense to me, right?
But it's partially factually wrong. So, gravity, I mean, a random glober comes in this chat and says, gravity proves the globe. We go, okay, what's gravity? You're like, drop something, dude. Okay, so gravity is something falling. And I'm like, okay, what causes something to fall? They're like, gravity. Well, you just said that something falling was gravity. Now the cause is the effect. That makes no sense. And it's not just us. This is recognized in the philosophy of science that Newtonian gravity is philosophically junk, and that's why Newton repudiated it, right? Because it's the cause is the effect at the same time. It's not really a proper theory. It's just a model. So that's why you have this big G, little g thing, right? You have little g, which is, hey, something falls at 9.8 meters per second squared. But then you have big G. The big G formula, F equals M1 times M2 G over R squared. That is the quote-unquote theory-ish. But that comes from a geometric relationship, not even a physical action, right? So that came from Newton noticing this geometric relationship in Kepler's laws. It wasn't really derived from experiment or any natural phenomenon he observed directly. He just inferred it from Kepler's model, which is a kinematic model with no dynamics in it, like gravity. Newton basically tried to make Kepler's kinematic model into a dynamic model, but there's no experimental evidence for the actual dynamics. The dynamics being the pull of gravity. There's a force that acts between two masses that falls off inversely proportional to the square of the distance. That dynamic model doesn't have experimental evidence.
Yes, it does.
Okay, is all that comprehensible?
Yeah, I mean,
gibberish.
We literally, it's not gibberish so much. I mean, it makes sense. You used a lot of words to say there is no experiment for gravity, but yeah.
I'm just saying it's not, you can't like think of gravity as like other scientific theories that really stands alone as really an abortion of science. It is really trash.
Yeah. You literally
Which is why they still argue about it now.
No, they don't.
No, they don't.
What?
No, they don't.
We just fucking said no, they don't. Brenda,
we can measure.
I don't know what the fuck you're
we
talking
can
about,
measure.
dude.
We can measure gravity. We can measure.
Oh, we can measure gravity.
Yes.
Using what? Hold on, you must be turned down from your son because I can barely hear you. Yeah, you were.
You want to tell us how you measure gravity?
What is gravity, Brenda?
Gravity, right, is an apparent force of attraction between things with mass.
Oh, yeah, cool. Gravity is an apparent force
of attraction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And where's that observed in nature?
All the time, right?
Where?
Galileo.
Dude, Galileo.
Yes, he measured it.
He measured a force between two objects.
He measured
using what device?
His inclined plane.
Oh, okay. So he measured the amount of time that a ball would roll down an inclined plane. That means the Earth and the ball are attracting each other.
It leads to that hypothesis, yes.
Yeah, but does it lead to that conclusion?
It becomes a hypothesis. You measure the degree of acceleration, right?
Okay, what do we call, if the ball rolls down towards the Earth, what do we call that?
It accelerates.
Why does it do that?
Oh, fucking Brenda.
Why does it do that? What's the cause of that?
At this point, you don't know. Right?
Yeah.
Galileo didn't know.
How do we find out? So how do we find out what causes that? What experiment can we do, Brenda?
It's actually pretty hard to experiment to find out.
So, but you claimed it's measurable, right? So
yeah, it is.
Okay, so we know it exists. We can measure it.
Yeah,
but we can't actually do the experiment. That makes no sense.
No, you can do the experiment to measure it, right?
To measure what? Do you measure the effect? or the cause?
Yeah, to measure the acceleration due to a hypothetical force that we're going to call gravity.
Okay,
right?
so we're calling the effect. Is it the cause of the effect, Brenda? Is gravity the cause of the effect?
We're calling the effect the acceleration due to gravity.
Okay, and gravity is what?
We don't know.
There you go. But
What's
you can
magnetism?
measure it. You can measure what you don't know.
You can measure magnetism.
Okay, could we? So we actually can't measure gravity. You're just making a freaking semantic argument, right? What would they call it? The scholastics is bullshit. Anyway, so we observe an effect. We name the effect the cause, gravity, and then we say gravity exists.
But no, that's not what I did. That's
Hold
not
on,
Brendan
and Indio. Look, this is recognized. I can post 3 different PhDs in the philosophy of science saying exactly what I said.
Don't care. You're wrong.
Yeah, of course you don't care. They're wrong because Brenda said so.
Brenda, how in the
we
world
ain't
do
talking
you
about
get to
Brenda.
assume-
Brenda's a time waster, dude.
Well, look at Brenda's roles. That's all you need to do.
Gravity is not a cause; it's just a property of the universe. I don't know why you're getting caught up in this cause and effect and having to create an experiment.
Yeah, but they're saying it's not a force.
Universe. How did you determine that?
They're saying it's not a force.
It's a property of the universe. It's something we all experience.
How do you get to a universal plane by rolling a ball down an inclined plane?
The question is, you come up with like Brenda said, you come up with a hypothetical. All right,
you come up with a universal claim of a phenomena by rolling a ball down an inclined plane.
You come up with falsifiable predictions from a hypothesis.
Okay, how is it done already?
How is it done already? It's done in many ways, right?
Okay, so give us one.
Well, Cavendish for one.
Okay, what rolls down an inclined plane in Cavendish?
It's not the hypothesis.
And you still have the same problem. Extrapolation to universals.
Extrapolation by mass.
Mark, you still have the same problem. Just saying the word Cavendish doesn't solve the problem. What's the evidence Cavendish is a universal phenomenon?
Well, Cavendish is a demonstration of a phenomenon in a specific setting. The question is, you can measure it. And then you can, all right, hold on. Then you can make predictions from that phenomenon to other things, right? How would other bodies act if they're drawn to each other?
Mark, I'm going to ask you, what exactly is observed in Cavendish? Tell me exactly what's observed in the experiment and what's measured.
The deflection of a wire, the twist of the torsion of a wire.
Yeah, keep going.
In response to the proximity of mass.
Yeah, keep going, dude. You don't have no fucking clue, do you?
No, I don't think you do. I just described the experiment.
I know exactly what's observed. I know exactly.
What's observed then? Tell me.
Okay. Well, why are you showing for an experiment you've never even looked at?
I've looked at it. Would you like me to post a video of it? Would you like me to post a video of it?
I'd like you to watch the video, then post it.
I've watched the video.
Okay. So what do the balls do?
Actually, I watched the modern version of it. It's not balls.
So
the balls attract there's 2 pieces of mass. When you bring them in proximity, they deflect the torsion bar.
And then what? What happens? It deflects in, and there's more that happens in that, Mark.
What do you mean? It oscillates, but then settles into a stable state.
Okay. Yeah, oscillates. How do they derive G from the oscillation?
By the amount of torsion. Not from there is a calculation on the oscillation. Yeah, I don't recall what it is to derive G. But that's not what we're talking about.
They time the rotational rate and they derive G from that.
Yeah, there is. But that's not what we're talking about here. We're not talking about deriving G. We're talking about the demonstration of mass attracting mass.
Yeah.
We're talking about mass attracting mass.
You're just claiming that's the cause of the effect, right? You're just claiming that.
I'm not saying cause and effect here, dude. You're getting caught up in cause and effect. Where is that part of science?
No, I'm not.
That's not part of science.
Listen, you want to say X causes Y, but that's what you're doing, right?
I'm saying a feature of the universe is that mass attracts mass.
How do you demonstrate that?
We don't know that until we do the experiment and bring evidence.
What experiment? Cavendish does not in any way First of all, it's not a naturally observed phenomenon, so you got a big problem there. So you're going to
What do you mean it's
claim
not a naturally
that, hold on,
Hey,
it's
explain
not
to me
a
how it's not a
natural,
naturally observed phenomenon.
it's not a
Explain to me how it's
naturally
natural.
observed, it doesn't occur in nature.
It occurs in nature. It's a fucking laboratory, you moron.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, Jesus
Laboratories
Christ.
are man-made.
Yes, and you don't know what natural is.
Yes, I do. As in,
Haven't you
the
seen a
natural world
laboratory
and the
tree
things
before?
in it, as
That's
opposed
making
to
yourself look foolish
man-made
for
or
this.
synthetic or
All right, hey,
artificial.
I'm gonna post a reference to explain how what nature means in science. Stand by.
Oh,
And you
oh
can
God.
post a reference saying it's not.
We're going to have a 3 fucking 7th grade K through 12 fucking thing, right? Is that your reference?
What's the matter, Indio? Indio, haven't you ever walked through the forest before and just found yourself in a laboratory?
The Earth is not flat.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for the peanut gallery comment.
Mark G, can you please tell me why you sound exactly like Mandark from Dexter's Lab?
That's very funny. I just want to know is how you make a man-made apparatus and extrapolate that out to a property of the universe.
He observed a natural phenomenon in his laboratory. Don't you understand?
Just post a reference to what is natural in science. You can read it if you like.
Hey, Genesis.
It's from
Genesis.
Berkeley, not K through 12 or whatever you want to call it.
Genesis,
Okay.
you're not going to answer me? Okay, then.
Come here, you coward. Come here.
So, are you going to answer how you're extrapolating out the Cavendish experiment to a universal?
Okay, now we agree it's observing
No,
and
we
demonstrating a
don't agree.
natural phenomenon.
No, we don't agree. You're
Well,
just trying to be pedantic. I want you to
Not
tell
being
me.
pedantic. I posted. Would you disagree with the article I posted?
Yeah,
Just from
I
Berkeley,
can go
explaining
find one that
exactly
contradicts that. And I don't want to play that game today. I played that game all day yesterday. I played that game all day yesterday. I'm not playing you guys a stupid fucking
I'm going to
game.
post it because I hate this when you guys
I
do this stupid
can.
thing. Post it. Explain to me how something is not natural if you can demonstrate it in the lab.
Because the apparatus is man-made.
Yeah, that's not a thing in science. Try it again.
Okay, can men know things which don't occur in nature?
When we talk about natural science, it stands in contrast.
Make things that don't occur in nature.
All right, let me explain to you why natural science is called natural science, because obviously you don't know.
I'm going to do worse than meet you, okay?
So
you answer my
let me
fucking
explain to you why
question
natural
right
science
now.
is natural science.
No,
It
shut the
stands
fuck
in
up.
contrast to behavioral science and economics and
You
mathematical
got 3
science.
seconds to answer my question. 3, 2.
Would you like to state a question that's coherent?
I did.
Obviously
Can
not.
man make things which don't occur in nature?
Can what? Can man make things that don't occur in nature?
Yeah, can man make things that don't occur in nature?
No.
You
Everything
heard that,
occurs in
folks.
nature. And everything occurs in nature. As far as the scientific method is concerned, it is natural science.
Goodbye.
Well, that seemed like an unjust ban. He is wrong, though.
Yeah, of course he's wrong.
There are elements that have only been found in man-made or like replicated through whatever you call it.
Well, if they're replicated, then it can't just be man-made.
Well, I mean, like if we haven't observed it, then
Dude, so what happens with a lot of you guys, I don't know about you, Sue, is that I did this all day yesterday, the fucking stupid definition game. Literally spent 2 hours arguing definitions and what words mean. Not fucking doing that today.
well, I mean, if you can't agree on a definition, then two people might be talking about two different things.
It doesn't even matter because it's a red herring. The fundamental question was, how do you get from a Cavendish fucking experiment to a universe that it's a property of the universe, right? So say I make some contraption in my backyard, my lab, and I observe some effect. I observe something, and then I go, this is a property of the universe. They would think I'm a crackpot.
No, well, they wouldn't think
definition
that.
game, isn't that made by Milton Bradley?
So, what, can
So
you
I
just
have a question for you.
Question. Oh,
I was actually trying to speak to you earlier.
me?
Lazarus, yes, you.
Oh,
You said you said you came into the chat when there was a discussion, and you said, and I quote, "The Earth is not flat." Okay, that's
no,
fine.
that wasn't me. That was someone else. I've been in the chat.
It was
for...
you, wasn't it?
No, it was not me.
Oh, okay. I was hoping to talk to the one that said that.
I came in here with my mic muted.
Okay, so it's not you. What is your position?
Yeah, I'm what you call a Globie.
Okay, Globie, prove your ball.
I mean, do I have to right now? I'm kind of playing a game. I just
Yes, you have to. You're in an FE
by the
debate.
way,
Come on.
just 1 second. If anybody's interested, I just posted the difference between natural, synthetic, and man-made in the chat from PubMed. I even got more. Like if you want, dude.
I don't know what the whole conversation was about, so I'm not gonna give my opinion on it.
Like the whole point was he was trying to say. He said gravity isn't cause and effect; it's a property of the universe. I said, how do you know that? He said, the Cavendish experiment. I said, how did we come to the conclusion that the Cavendish experiment, whatever the result is a property of the universe? What justifies that extrapolation? And then he started arguing fucking definitions.
I mean, does observation count as proof?
Yeah, but it doesn't mean it's universal.
No, but I mean, like, if we've observed it throughout the universe, like, not just in that one experiment, whatever it's called. I haven't heard of that experiment, so I can't really speak on it. But like, there's this one university that observed gravitational waves caused by two supermassive objects combining.
Dude, did you read that headline?
I read the article.
I read that headline.
It's been a while, so I'm not gonna like quote it. I'm not gonna paraphrase the article because.
Well, I mean, you can believe they did that if you want, but they didn't do that. Okay, it's a really cool story, and I could get into the details of it. But you'd have to believe that they can measure a displacement that is 1/10,000th of a proton radius. Yeah, that's what they claim. They measure to a precision of 1/10,000th of a proton radius.
Yeah. Okay.
Now you can believe that. I mean, what are they measuring it with?
I mean, my dad works at a particle physics lab.
They do the same thing. With a proton? Like, what are they measuring it with?
I don't remember.
No. Your dad works in what physics lab?
I'm not going to share that because I also live right next to it.
Okay. Okay. I mean, I thought you already said it. That's why I asked.
My dad works in one.
Does he do ball physics?
Does he what?
Do ball physics?
What do you mean by ball physics?
Ball physics, naturally observed ball physics and gravity and phenomena and orbits and with balls.
Oh, it's a particle accelerator.
You want me to give you a rundown for LIGO? So LIGO didn't detect anything for 4 years, and they're almost out of money. They had about 6 months left. So they ran a simulation, right? So they were like, fuck, we can't detect gravitational waves. So what we're going to do is we're going to make 800 templates of what, if we did get a gravitational wave signal, what would it look like? Now, you have to remember that they got a lot of noise. So they're getting all sorts of waveforms as data. It's random, right? So it's just random noise all over the place. But they made these 800 templates and basically waited until they got a match for one of the templates in the data, and we're like, yay! We detected one, give us some more money, then they got another $4 billion. It's not me who just bitched about it. I can post a video in the chat from a CERN physicist who's been working at CERN since the fucking place was built, who went over this shit and said, yeah, this is a bunch of bullshit. You don't have to believe me, the flat earther. You can believe dude who shows you the method from which they did it, how they did it, and everything goes all through it.
Okay.
The template process, right?
I'm just wondering.
Well, let me give you some information. So in the EU, right, they have these plate readers. And, you know, when someone's driving through a thing, the camera takes a picture. The reason that they can use plate readers and templates is because they know what the license plate looks like. They make the license plate, right? So they know what the shape of all the letters are. They know what all the spacing is. They know what it should look like from any possible angle, right? So they can use a template to go, hey, that license plate reads, you know, E5236925, right? No problem. But that's not this situation, right? Nobody knows what a two black hole ring down looks like in a gravitational wave. Nobody knows that.
Well, yeah, that's because we can't like really see any, but we can.
Well, yeah, nobody knows it. So you can't use this method. You can't use a template method unless you have what's called a priori knowledge of the source.
Now, do you think that...
did you not hear what I said? They don't have a priori knowledge of the source, okay? So they can't use this method. It's flawed. It's too much of an extrapolation.
Okay.
But it makes good press, right? You get fucking Nobel Prizes, all that shit. And you get another $4 billion in jobs forever. They actually said, this is what they actually said after it happened. We are creating an entire new field of physics. What do you think that means? Money.
Another
right?
field of physics. There's particle physics. There's
based upon the results of one experiment, creating an entire new field of physics based upon the results of one test, which is crazy. That can't be replicated. That has not been replicated.
If it hasn't been replicated, then wouldn't that kind of verify its authenticity?
Excuse me?
If it's unable to be replicated, then wouldn't it verify its authenticity?
No, if you can't replicate it, that means you got a statistical anomaly, right?
I'm not so sure about that, but okay.
Why do we repeat experiments?
Why do we repeat experiments?
Yeah. Why do, like, if your lab gets some experimental result, some other lab will do the same thing and see if they get the same result?
For information? What?
No, they good. So they.
What do you think we perform experiments in general?
A lot of things that happen in labs, they can't be replicated in other labs. It's called the replication crisis. It's well known that this has been happening since like the 1970s. So because a lot of times these experiments, they collect a lot of data and they kind of like, I don't want to say cherry pick. Yeah, I'll say it. They cherry pick and they'll publish a result, but all they got is a statistical anomaly. And then
so any experiment that can't be replicated is automatically a statistical anomaly?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's how science works, by replication.
Repeatable, observable, and measurable. If it's one of and unique, that makes it by definition unscientific.
There's a saying, once is not a trend, dude.
Maybe I'll help them understand the relevance by saying this. So, like, if someone were to say that they conducted a scientific experiment and the results were extraordinary, you know, you may not want to just blindly believe them. You would want to say, wait, can I replicate this? Can I prove this to myself? And that's where the relevance of the replication comes into play.
No, but let me.
Hold on a second. Just you remember? You're probably too young, so you don't remember the cold fusion problem. So someone said, "Are you aware of it?"
I'm aware of it. Yes.
Okay. So someone said they got cold fusion. All these labs went and tried to replicate it. They couldn't replicate it, and they're like, "You're full of shit," right?
Well, it's lack of reproductivity, missing nuclear materials, and they weren't able to come to a consensus on how it was theoretical and how it was existent.
Yeah, nobody could repeat the results, though.
In current nuclear physics.
Yeah, but also nobody can repeat the results with the same experimental setup.
Well, yeah, that's. I mean, it's that.
That's how science works. You have to. Your results have to be repeatable by some other lab.
So let me just re-ask the question. So, if an experiment is conducted and it's unable to be replicated, that makes it a statistical error, correct?
It can be considered that. Doesn't necessarily mean it is.
Okay.
Way, you might,
I was going to say.
Reasons you could have faulty equipment. So here's another one. They thought they got a superluminal signal between fucking, I think it was like Geneva, CERN, and someplace in, I think it was Belgium. Maybe it was the UK. They sent a signal down a fiber optic cable, and it ended up being, they thought it was superluminal. And then people tried to replicate it, and they couldn't. And then they investigated further, and it ended up being faulty equipment. So their measurement, so they didn't cheat, they didn't lie or anything. It's just that there was something wrong with one of their instruments for keeping time that gave them a spurious result, right?
Now,
so that was actual experimental error. So that's a possibility too.
Now, hold on a second. I just want to ask, I just want to say, like, don't you think that in order for something to not be a statistical error, it could have had, like, say the experiment happened under unique or like unique circumstances that can't be replicated, like
that's possible,
like exact circumstances, or could be that sometimes findings are due to random chance. That doesn't mean that they weren't happening and that they were automatically an error, or there could have been like hidden variables that we didn't account for.
When I say statistical anomaly, I mean random chance, right? So an effect. So you have, like, you do, say you did 100 experiments, your results should follow some sort of a bell curve probability of results, right? But like, your result to say, hey, we had an effect here, it has to be better than chance, right? That if you, like, just did the measurement of nothing. And I'll give you an analogy. So if you take a random dollar bill out of the population, right? They have tests, okay? Let me start with, they have tests, right? Reaction tests for, like, cocaine. There's a probability that you're going to get a reaction no matter what. I literally watched do it at the National Press Club. Take the stick, wave it in the air, stick it in the thing, and it came back positive for cocaine. Now, either someone in the National Press Club frickin', audience was sniffing cocaine actively while they were doing the press conference, or, right, it's a false positive, right? So we have these things, false positives, that happen when you get a result, and it's just for something in the experiment, for whatever reason, they probably won't be able to figure out, gave you some false positive, some result that can't be replicated. That's why you have to do lots of tests, right? And then you look at the statistical significance and see if the effect is better than chance, and then you assign a p-value, blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
You know all this, don't you? Or, I don't know, you were in high school? Or
some yes, some no. No, university I have one more year.
So I guess I teach you about
a year and a half. I guess I
didn't teach you about p-values in high school and shit.
In the context of science, probably. I don't usually listen that much.
So your dad's a physicist and you don't listen to science. That's crazy, man.
I don't listen in general. I listen when it's interesting.
Are you like James Dean, man? You're a rebel.
I'm sorry, you kind of...
I said, are you a rebel without a cause?
Not really a rebel. I'm not like a disruptive person in class. I just sometimes just forget to listen,
Okay, that's understandable. It's not the most riveting material in the world.
Yeah. Well, some of it is. Like next semester, I have AP Environmental Science. I'm looking forward to that.
Ew.
What? Environmental Science or the AP?
Why is that interesting?
Because I like meteorology. I like environmental stuff. I'm a Boy Scout, so.
You like meteorology? How do you have gas pressure without a container?
What do you mean?
You're breathing air right now, right? So you got gas pressure, right?
Yeah, I guess.
You don't think the air you're breathing is under pressure? You're confused? Are you?
I'm not really. I mean, like, without a container, like the atmosphere. I assume you mean like the atmosphere, and if we are breathing air without entropy, without it all blowing into space.
Why doesn't the air fuck off into space?
Well, I mean, gravity, but you don't think gravity exists, so I can't really.
Well, I mean, that's what we're just talking about. Exists in what sense? Nobody can
gravity
say gravity. Yeah, when someone says gravity, what do you mean by that?
What do you mean by what do I mean? Like, do you want me to give you the definition of gravity?
No. Okay. So this is funny because this is what we were talking about when you came in. Okay. So if I say to a Gober, I go, "What's gravity?" They go, "What do you mean?" And I said, "You just said to me, you don't think gravity exists. What do you think I don't think exists? Things fall. Things fall, right?"
I mean,
is
I can.
Gravity?
Yes.
Is that what you mean by gravity? Something falling?
I mean, gravity as an attractive force.
Okay.
Two objects with mass will experience pull towards each other.
Okay. So
an object with more mass has more pull.
Okay, that's the story, right? And that's the story behind why something falls to the ground, right?
Correct. A object with more mass pulls the object with less mass towards it.
Yeah, cool. I know the story. We all know the story.
Well, I mean, a lot of other flat earthers that I've talked to are very precise about that stuff. So it's kind of a habit now that I emphasize, especially.
It's fine. I mean, listen. This is the same thing. We were just talking about this. So little g is an object long. Big G is F equals G times M times M1 times M2 divided by
Sorry,
R squared.
can you move closer to? Can you say that again? You sound like you're quite a far.
The equation, there's the universal law of gravitation. Every particle attracts every other particle inversely proportional to the square of the distance. There's that. But then there's objects fall to the ground. Those two ideas, right, are not logically connected. There's no logical connection. There's no experimental
I didn't catch much of what you said. Your mic keeps going like in and out of quality.
That's whacked. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
My battery. I got a Bluetooth headset. It's probably dying. Hold on a second.
Yeah, Bluetooth headsets, unless you have like a really good quality, the hands-free aren't usually that good.
So you said things with less weight are going to be pulled, or less mass are going to be pulled by a bigger mass?
In a general sense of gravity, yeah.
Cool. How about helium? It has not too much mass, and it's not being pulled down. So shouldn't it be pulled like directly the fuck down? Especially if I put it in a hole, it should stay there, right? Since it's closer to gravity's mass of Earth.
It seems like you're making more of a statement than a question.
No. Seems like you don't understand what a question is.
I'm not understanding.
Where did gravity go when I dug a hole and put helium?
I'm not understanding your question.
I put helium in a hole like at the bottom of the Grand Canyon, right? And now the gas at the bottom of the Grand Canyon and the helium balloon, now I made it even heavier and gave it more mass, right? Which is some plastic, which isn't shit, right? Doesn't even weigh a pound. And I'm going to let it go. And why doesn't gravity hold it there?
Because you also need to take into account density of different objects like gravity, or sorry, not gravity,
like
gases.
The atmosphere that's not going anywhere?
The atmosphere is held in by gravity.
That's what you're claiming.
That's why
the gas, a part of the atmosphere.
Stop
in a balloon. then I'm putting it at the bottom of a hole, closer to gravity than your hopes and dreams at the bottom of a canyon, even under an ocean with all the weight of the water pressing on it. Why does it now go up and not down?
Because it's lighter than the other gases that it's sharing.
I thought you said gravity is going to pull the lighter stuff towards the mass of the object, which would be Earth.
But if like say you have a glass of water and then you put.
When can you show me this exact
I'm giving you an analogy. If you don't listen to the analogy, then you're going to.
You should stop talking over me.
I'm giving you. No, I think you need to stop talking over me because you interrupted me after you asked the question.
Does helium balloons hurt you? No down, nitty down?
Huh?
Yeah, no
down. No mass attracting mass.
Man.
Sad.
So your idea is
now.
That. Yeah, I mean.
Okay.
You want to go back to what we were talking about, or you want to deal?
I just really quick want to respond to Denmark or whatever his name is. So say you have a glass of water, right, and then you fill it up with let's say it's 3/4 full.
Not a gas.
Okay, well, I will wrap it around. It's conceptually relevant. Just
no, it's
bear
not.
with me.
No,
it's conceptually. I will.
Relevant.
Oh, that was loud.
Well, I mean, it's not really irrelevant.
It's conceptually relevant, and I'll explain to you why. Just humor me for a second. So, when you fill a glass with water, and then you put in a liquid that's more dense than it, what happens to the liquid that's more dense?
They make horizontal lines and stack in horizontal elevation on flat Earth and make flat gradients. Where's the rounded gradient? That's what we're looking for.
Well, you said more dense. You didn't.
That was a really good pivot there, Denmark. Yeah, that was a really good pivot.
Hey, that's all you did.
That's not all I did. I was giving a conceptually relevant analogy. That's not a pivot.
Of flat Earth, thank you.
You used the wrong variable. You said more dense. You didn't say more massive.
Or more gravity of.
Gravity of is not a word.
It is gravity, density attracts density.
More Cavendish.
Yes. More Cavendish? What? I don't.
No,
I don't understand these funny words you're saying.
The Cavendish experiment, dude. Which shows you. I'm not getting into it.
I'm not familiar with that experiment.
Right? I know. Well, that's what we were talking about when you came in. So the idea of gravity, right? So if you knew how, it wasn't an apple falling from a tree. Okay. So what happened was Kepler made his laws of planetary motion, which are elliptical orbits. Newton looked at it and was like, "Hey, man, if the force is pointed to the foci of one of these ellipses, the force falls off in inversely proportional to the square of the distance." He said, "Yay! That must be what makes things fall to the ground." That's literally it. There's no experiment behind it. There's nothing. It's just a bunch of... But Newton disavowed that whole thing, which you probably don't know, is that Newton wrote a letter saying, "I don't want anybody to ever attribute this shit to me." So, that being what it is, if gravity held the air in, we could do this experiment. We should be able to take a vacuum, right? A vacuum chamber. And then we can put air inside of it. We're going to do this at the surface of the Earth because that's where the gravity's strongest, right? We're going to put a little bit of air inside the vacuum chamber, and gravity is going to hold the air away from the vacuum because that's what has to happen on Earth. Gravity has to hold the air away from the vacuum that surrounds it. We're going to make a vacuum chamber. We're going to do this on a small scale, and we're going to put the air in, and gravity of the Earth is going to hold the air away from the top of the vacuum chamber. You think that's what would happen?
I'm sorry, I was not paying attention. One more time. I'm going to turn you up a bit, too.
Well, yeah, of course.
Should I actually believe that?
No.
What
no,
part
go
did you
ahead,
not hear?
repeat again. I need to.
What part did you not hear?
I heard the beginning, like having a vacuum chamber. That's all I caught.
Okay, a vertical vacuum chamber, a cylinder, a column.
Mm-hmm. A vertical. Okay.
Yeah. We're gonna take all the air out of it. It's gonna be on the surface of the Earth where the gravity is strongest. Okay. We're gonna inject air at the bottom.
Okay.
Is gravity gonna hold the air away from the top of the vacuum, or is the air gonna disperse throughout the entire vacuum chamber until it reaches thermodynamic equilibrium within the vacuum chamber?
I'd assume it'd flood out of the chamber.
No, like we're inserting the air into it's still sealed. We're not opening it up. We got a little import at the bottom. We're going to squirt some air in.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, where does the air go? Does gravity hold it to the bottom away from the vacuum? Like you think gravity on Earth holds the air away from the vacuum?
Yes.
So it'll just settle, the air will settle at the bottom of the vacuum chamber. Gravity.
And in this case, does the vacuum chamber have any ways the air can escape?
No.
Okay.
It's a vacuum chamber.
Well, vacuum chambers have, the point of vacuum, so. But anyway.
Okay, we're going to suck the air out, right? And it's just going to be a closed system cylinder.
Okay, a closed system cylinder.
Inject a little bit of air back into it and wait for the gravity to pull the air to the bottom of the vacuum chamber. Away from the vacuum. Because that's what you think is happening. You think there's a big ball surrounded by a ball of air. But the big ball of water and earth and rock is holding the air away from the vacuum, that infinite vacuum that surrounds it. Okay, that's what you think is happening. When you say gravity holds the air onto the surface of the earth, that's what you have to think is happening. Now, we can do an experiment to test if gravity can hold air away from a vacuum, and it can't.
I would need to be present. I would need to be present in this experiment live for me to really.
Really?
Yeah. I'm a hands-on learner.
Okay. Go buy a bicycle with a tire. All the air don't settle at the bottom of your bicycle tire.
No, it's expanded in the tire. It fills up the space inside of the tire.
There it is. You agreed the gas expands, right?
No, I agree that the space expands when you put gas into it.
Yeah, the space expands because the gas is causing it to expand. But the gas is expanding, correct?
The gas is expanding the chamber, yeah. But the gas itself. Yes.
So when Indio's trying to get you to imagine of you putting gas into a space, the gas expands into that space, doesn't it? Like the tire.
Uh-huh.
Good. So gravity, we've given it to you, isn't stopping the expansion of gas into the available space, is it?
Yes and no.
Okay, back to you, India.
Yeah, let me just say in this well, because in gravity's case, it's not that gas is always inside the atmosphere, because not all gases stay in the atmosphere. Lighter molecules like hydrogen and helium do escape the atmosphere.
Gas is the atmosphere. Gas is the atmosphere.
Uh-huh. The atmosphere is made up of multiple different types of gases.
Yes. So the atmosphere isn't doing anything. The atmosphere is the gas. The gas wants to expand because that's what gas does, unless you stop that expansion by a container. Indio has given you gravity in an experiment where gravity is supposed to be stopping the expansion of gases, but you, me, and everybody else clearly agree that that's not how gas behaves. Gas expands, doesn't
it? With it expands the space that it occupies, yes.
Yeah, that's what gas does. Gas expands into space. So correct. If up there...
Just like water in a water balloon. If I put water in the water balloon expands.
Hold on. If up there is a space, then the gas will fill it, won't it?
No.
No, not like water in a water balloon, dude. That's actually
no. I meant like the motion. I meant like the motion of it expanding, not like the actual. I meant like when you put water in a water balloon, the water balloon expands. If you put gas in a balloon, the balloon expands. Stuff like that. I meant the motion, not the actual mathematics behind it. But when you think of like the atmosphere, imagine a balloon. The air is inside the balloon trying to expand, but the elasticity of the balloon prevents it from escaping. In the case of the atmosphere, gravity acts as the balloon holding the air molecules close to Earth. Gravity is the primary factor, but some air molecules do escape into space, lighter molecules like hydrogen and helium, because they have higher speeds. This process is called atmospheric escape.
I get it. So you're saying that gravity acts like a container for gas to press against?
Yes.
Did you just read ChatGPT to us?
No, I just gave you an example, like the example you were giving me.
You literally read that shit.
No.
Okay. You had no idea what atmospheric escape was until you started talking in this chat. Okay. I'm telling you.
No, I've had this conversation multiple times.
Oh, okay.
Not with you guys. Not with you guys. With the guys on TikTok.
Gross.
Yeah, those guys are insufferable.
TikTok just in general is insufferable.
It's some of the spots on TikTok are nice. Anyway, back to it.
I mean, that's all well and dandy, everything you said. But I hate to tell you that that's actually a pretty cool story, but like you actually have no evidence for any of that shit. I could ask you what's the experiment that demonstrates that you won't have anything. That's why I always go to.
So I couldn't. I myself couldn't perform the experiment. No, because I wouldn't have the funds to.
So you think someone was measuring freaking atmospheric escape? There's a little satellite out there measuring freaking helium molecules blasting off into the never land of outer space.
No, I'm getting this from the NOAA. The process of atmospheric escape. I just gave you an example.
Yeah, but these are just stories, man. Right? So I gave you an experiment. So people get confused. Like science is supposed to be empirical and based on experiment. People think science is some fucking story that sounds good that I understand.
No, science isn't just experiment. It's not just empirical data. It's also theorized. It's hypothesis. No, it's not. No, it's not.
No, because hypothesis, science has to be falsifiable, right? How do you falsify a hypothesis or theory?
You don't.
You don't.
God,
that's not. No, that's not.
Hey, Jedi, take
science.
over for a second. I gotta go.
That's what the experiment takes care of. The falsification of your hypothesis, your supposition into your independent and dependent
falsification or confirmation.
Yeah, but you need to actualize the hypothesis in an experiment, or you're not completing.
No, can math be used as that catalyst as an experiment?
No. What do you mean catalyst for an experiment?
I mean, like instead of doing an experiment, in cases can they use math to explain?
No, for some reason you want to talk. Now, within the scientific method, math isn't mentioned once. You can abstract mathematics from science, but mathematics is not science. To complete the scientific method, you must complete all steps, which would be the composition of the hypothesis and the experiment actualizing the hypothesis and then repeating and verifying. There's no math involved, dude. What are you talking about?
No, I mean, can't math be used in the case of an experiment?
If there is an experiment, if there is the scientific methods, like I said, you can extrapolate mathematics from that. But math and science aren't the same thing.
No, but what I'm saying is, can you use math in the case of an experiment? Like, could math be the experiment?
Sorry. When you say in the case of, do you mean replacing?
Like, instead of doing that vacuum chamber thing, using if there was a mathematical equation, using that mathematical equation instead of using that gas chamber.
No, you'd have to do the experiment.
I'm not going to agree or disagree with you because I feel like that's a matter of opinion. Different scientists may disagree or agree.
It's not necessarily a subjective issue here. We're talking about a method. It doesn't matter what you think or I think about the method. It's a method. But anyway, Are you still trying to demonstrate that you can have gas stopping the expansion of gases?
No, gravity stops the expansion of gases.
Yeah, so do you have a scientific experiment that does that? And I'm not saying you personally, but someone who has the funds, for example.
I'm trying to decipher what you're saying. My brain doesn't work with. Could you repeat the question one more time?
Would you have a scientific experiment that shows that gravity is causing what you say to happen?
I guess. I mean, barometers can detect different changes in pressure. That's a good way to observe it.
Okay, but that's just observing a phenomena of gas pressure changes.
But you can also, the higher up a barometer. Wait, let me finish. The higher up you place a barometer in the atmosphere. Stop interrupting, bro.
It's not a fucking experiment.
Okay, but you can still use an instrument to demonstrate something.
I'm not trying to be rude. Honestly, I'm not. But that's
well, I mean, you're interrupting, and that is quite rude.
Excuse me. That's just measuring a phenomena. That's not causing the phenomena to happen. Barometers don't cause the change of gas pressure, do they?
So in order for an experiment to happen, you have to have a cause and effect.
That's what the hypothesis is there for. It's the prediction of what causes the thing to fucking happen.
Okay, but the atmosphere isn't a hypothesis.
No, but you have the phenomena of gas, according to you, not expanding. So we don't even have the phenomena yet. But you're saying gas pressure. So the cause of gas pressure then, you're going to say is gravity. Because remember, you said that gravity was like a balloon, that the gas was pressing against, causing pressure and stopping the expansion. So yeah, you're saying that gravity is causing this. So it better be in your hypothesis, and you better fucking very manipulate it.
What point are you trying to make here? What question are you asking? I'm not
serious. They were talking to Injo about it for 10 fucking minutes.
I guess he's wording it better. I'm not really getting what you're.
You say that gravity stops the expansion of gases.
Correct.
Yes? Good. Do you have a scientific experiment, please, that shows this?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay.
But I can look, and if you give me a second, I can look.
Okay, cool. Go and find.
All right, gravity. I'll get back to you.
As he's chat GBTing the for the answer, I wanted to say this, Jedi. It's crazy how, like, this guy here is a clear example of like how fucked up science has gotten, because I was been listening while I've been busy here, but I heard him talk about math. Like, math is science. He was talking about around those, he was dancing around that.
No, what I was saying is, can math be used in the place of an experiment?
And I know that's I know you said that, and that's why I'm saying you're saying that math can be used as science. Do you not like? I don't even know how you're not understanding what, because you're the one that said it. Anyways, let's just go past that. But that's the problem.
Now, dog.
But that's the problem. So
can we have a different conversation? I'm tired of this.
What? Excuse me. What was that?
I was asking, could we have a different conversation, because I'm tired of talking about that.
Oh well, there's a bunch of different rooms. Go have fun about it, bro. Go check them all out. So, anyways, as I was saying, so if there's math being, you
want to talk about math the whole time or what, dude?
Hey, dude, can you just mute yourself? Can you
no, I'm not going to mute myself because
then get muted. Then. You want to get muted?
Mute me.
You can just get muted. That's fine. Okay, so if they're using math for science, okay, and then when you're making mention of, okay, well, do you have
a scientific proof, right? Like an experiment to prove that this gravity is holding the gases, to create the pressure. And then he says a barometer measurement, probably just Googled it, and that was the first thing that popped up. But the problem there is he doesn't understand what you're asking him. I think that's why he said a barometer. But this is a good showcase of where we're at in today's world. This is what science is.
I think the problem is you don't understand that science through observation exists.
Okay, sorry, hold on.
Go ahead.
I don't think that you understand that observation's the first step of the scientific method. We can observe things to happen. We're then going to make a hypothesis as to what.
Actually, no, that's incorrect.
Sorry, you don't think dependent and independent variables are most definitely needed within science?
No, the method for scientific method is question, observation, hypothesis, prediction, experiment, and then conclusion.
Yeah, question. All right, you've got to observe something to happen to have the question about it, and your question's going to be what caused that to happen.
Okay, so let's just say it's raining outside. All right, my question is, what's the weather outside? I observe it. It's raining. Boom. The experiment is me going outside, witnessing it rain.
He's right. It's not a fucking experiment, dude.
Jedi, he's right. You don't need to have an autistic fucking variable for everything.
Yeah, in science, you have three variables: independent, dependent, and control variables. So I'm not being autistic. I'm just stating what the method requires.
No, the method doesn't automatically say that you have to have a experiment where you go, okay, I'm going to set this up here, and it's going to do this, and I want to see what this reaction is. Observation.
Third step.
I'm sorry.
Third step is the experiment. Comes after the observation of the phenomena.
Actually, no. Third step is hypothesis.
It's probably best you don't talk, and I think it's best you do listen. So the first step is to observe something to happen, because that will be your dependent variable. Your next step when forming the hypothesis is to make a prediction of what causes that to happen. The cause will be your independent variable. So your hypothesis will read, if this independent variable, then that dependent variable. You're then going to actualize this hypothesis by very manipulating your independent variable whilst keeping all other variables controlled the same to see if there's a change in your dependent variable. You're going to actualize your hypothesis to prove one way or another whether it did or did not cause it to happen.
Jedi, do you know the order of scientific method?
You've just given.
Oh my God! Hey,
no,
Jedi,
you said
this kid literally is proving what I just said earlier, and it's sad that this is the fate of this is the future, guys. This right here, this numbskull is the fucking future. It's crazy,
but he's right. But he's actually right. Yeah. So, anyways, even if we do use a scientific method, we could use a scientific method to prove the Earth's a globe, right? But then
great, another numpty that's going to join him. Awesome.
Actually, if you don't know me, bro, I'm kind of famous in this PC, like for slapping around the flat earthers.
I just want to be clear.
Oh my God, Blue, shut up.
Let me be clear. Indio, shut up.
Oh my God, why is everyone talking? I just want you to be clear.
Bro, I'm a problem.
Scientific method. Just still talking, dude. So you're going to use scientific method.
Jedi, you don't know the order of scientific method, and yet you're talking about it.
Shut up, dumb
exactly, you fucking retard.
All right, so you're going to use the scientific method to prove a shape, are you?
What?
Or did you? Somebody came in and said, "Yeah, probably best that you all just fuck off."
It wasn't me who said that. Sorry. I keep saying you don't know the order of scientific method. Obviously.
Sorry, the order.
You keep mixing up the order. You keep mixing up the order.
Really?
Yes.
So you think that experiment comes before observation? You think hypothesis comes after experiment? What are you talking about?
No, you said that experiment comes before the hypothesis.
No,
no, that is literally what you have said. That is literally what you were just saying.
Through it, you stupid man. I gave you you observe a phenomena. You then predict the cause of the phenomena, which will be your hypothesis, and then you will vary and manipulate your independent variable to see if it causes a change in the dependent variable. So clearly the experiment is after the hypothesis. Are you stupid?
He said it at least twice. That step number 3, buddy. Come on.
Look in the chat, dude. Okay, we'll just post citations.
I'm not reading all that.
No,
I don't read 9,000 words per minute. I'm not reading all that.
Once again, here's our future, guys. You can't even read 2 paragraphs. Horrible.
You know, I want to chime in and concur with what APOC is saying, because nowadays, you know, there's a field out there, I'm sure a lot of people are familiar with it, called computer science, right? Which I am part of, right? And, you know, so I can speak to this, whereby people play around with computer models and build methods and functions and shit like that using mathematics. And they tinker around with various variables. And, you know, a lot of people would kind of like colloquially call that experimenting, right? You're fiddling with this number or this quote unquote object. What does it do? You plot all these charts out and stuff like that. And you know what I mean? So it's a total simulation of the real world, like what we're actually talking about. But it's so embodied in the computer that there's nothing but math and logic, basically. So a lot of people, especially the young people, are they seem to be extrapolating out that kind of mindset into the world, the real world, whereby it's like it's all they see are numbers and math equations and shit. So it's like no wonder they're superimposing that, you know, on this entire thing. It's all they know.
Exactly.
You know, I'm on the you know, caught right in the middle of it, because, you know, I grew up without, you know, computers all day, every day, or handheld, you know, devices in my pocket and shit like that. You know,
I did too.
But good, okay, but I know how to use
how to use a computer. My dad he's been working with computers since they were created.
Very good, very good. Right. So my point,
your dad must be old, man.
Them since they were
No, he's 50.
My point being,
what does that have to do with
well, I'm older with your dad, and computers are created way before I was born.
Yeah, dude. My point being,
I meant like the modern computer, like
my point,
not like the supercomputers that NASA use. Like
tons
of junk.
Well, how'd they crack the Enigma?
My friend's
was the
dad
Enigma
used to
machine?
walk
That was a
into
computer.
computers.
First computer was made by a guy named Charles Babbage.
I meant modern computer. I meant like
my point being,
solve bugs by cleaning them up, because bugs would die and fall into the computers.
Yeah, cool. Yeah. Thank you. My point being, guys,
that's a neat fact.
To the kid here, you're obviously a lot younger than I am. Okay, and you know, this day and age, this generation, they're so you know, overwhelmed with computer stuff. That's all I'm saying.
May I just ask a question? Whose fault is that?
I'm not blaming anybody, dude. It's not this is not a blame game. It's I'm just trying to paint a picture, you know, to help understand, you know, an understanding of where you guys are coming from.
No, I meant more of like whatever. I'm not even going to try to pronounce his name. The guy who's calling me a numbskull, the guy who can't contain his feelings like a 6-year-old.
Apocryphon.
APOC?
Yeah, that guy. Apocryphon or APOC. This guy's like, this is what this society's come to these days, and this is what the children these days are attuned to. I'm like, dude, it's not our fault that we have to grow up in a system that was made by you guys.
No,
dude, it's not a blame. It's not a blame.
He's only saying that because you're getting the scientific method wrong.
Because
I didn't say that I said that the order he was talking about it was wrong.
Why do you have to sit on the computer all the time?
The order he said it was completely right. It's called
beforehand, Casey. Beforehand, if you were listening beforehand, he was misplacing him.
Bro, all I'm saying
about
is
Jedi's version of scientific method, where he's saying
math doesn't use
that order right.
I cannot understand what he's saying. Can someone translate?
Casey, roll your window up or something.
Yeah. And it also sounds like your connection's not too good.
Yeah, because
can you hear me?
Not really. I have you on 200%. And I can barely hear him.
What Jedi said, the order of the scientific method was correct.
Yeah.
No, I mean like in the part I was talking about, he had mixed up the levels and then he had corrected himself afterwards.
No, he never mixed it up, man. I heard it at least twice. It was the same thing every time. You misheard.
Okay. Well, then that's my mistake.
Yeah, and to confirm that, because I could be wrong, I'll admit that. I don't think I am. There is a recording of this entire conversation, so if you do want to contest that, you can go back and find the clip.
I couldn't be wrong, so I don't know what it's like to be wrong.
Good. Well,
hold on, Mick. Let me point something out. This guy trying to make a distinction. So there's something called observational science. Now, it's
Math
not
is
really
not a
science.
point blank.
Are you gonna let me finish, dude? You can just interrupt me straight away. So, observational science, which is fine. But there's a limited amount of things and a limited amount of certainty you can have about your conclusions from observation. So, I'll give you an example. What causes the light from the sun? We can't actually go do the experiment, right?
Nuclear fusion.
A whole bunch of, yeah, that's the story. Yeah, I understand.
We do the experiment.
Oh, really? You been to the sun?
No, but we've recreated the process.
Yeah.
No,
fusion
we haven't
reactors.
recreated the
Yes, we have recreated the process. Literally every single nuclear.
There's no way to even know if you recreated the process because you need access. No, you would need access to the sun to know that is the case, right?
We can use telescopes and sensors and drones.
Yeah, cool story, dude. But you can't know, right?
So just because we don't have physical access doesn't mean that we can't, use our instruments to calculate.
Yeah.
If we can recreate the process in almost 100% precision, then how is nuclear fusion not the recreation of the process?
When has nuclear fusion ever been recreated, and in what circumstance?
All the time.
Nuclear fusion in the sun supposed to happen through something called the triple alpha process. No one has ever recreated this.
But you mean that all kinds of universities have fusion reactors?
Yeah, but it doesn't use the triple alpha process. So they use heavy hydrogen like deuterium or tritium, right?
Well, that's because triple alpha process would give out too much heat, and
even if they could do the triple alpha process, how could they even confirm it? At best, they could say, "Hey, this is consistent with our theory," but that's all they could ever say. They couldn't ever say, "Yeah, we know that this is the cause." But if they could do an actual experiment where they can manipulate variables, then they could say the cause. So the point is, what you can get from observation is limited, right? Because it's completely inductive. Now, natural science, which used to be called natural philosophy, where you determine the causes of natural phenomena through rigorous and systematic experimentation by manipulating an independent variable and watching the effect on a dependent variable, there's a lot more certainty within that process than pure observation. So the point is that we're trying to distinguish between, hey, we know from experiment that this is the case, and we believe from observation theories and models that this is the case. They don't have the level of what you would call scientific certainty.
Now, back to the whole sun thing. So, do you not think that spectroscopy, neutrino detection, theoretical models?
There's all sorts of problems with all that shit.
It would really help if you'd let me finish my statement.
There's a lot of problems with sun science, solar science. There's lots of problems.
Like what?
I don't know if you really want to get into it.
Like what?
Okay, the fucking spectrum problem. So the black body spectrum isn't what it's supposed to be.
How so?
Because it's too flat. It's supposed to be wider. Now I can point you to a YouTube channel by a guy. He's got a PhD in chemistry. He's got a PhD in fucking medical science.
God.
So, what do you mean? Oh God, he goes through all the data.
Yeah, you're gonna point to some fringe lunatic with a YouTube channel.
Some fringe lunatic.
And pretend that
this guy has the world record. He has the world record for the highest resolution MRI.
Sounds like
he's a fringe lunatic.
Oh, that automatically calculates sun stuff good.
Well, that means he knows how radiation. That means he knows. Listen, that means he's an expert in how radiation works.
Dude
he's an expert in how radiation works.
Fucking like
appeal to authority.
India, do you not know the huge difference between MRIs and the sun is?
How does the MRI?
Are you singing?
How MRI works?
Part of the reason I'm laughing is
do you know how an MRI works?
Yes, I know how an MRI works. It uses high strength spinning magnets.
Trust an MRI to represent the sun.
Hence why you're not allowed to have any magnetic things in the room of an MRI.
So
what?
Straw me again, dude.
I didn't straw you.
Not you. The other retard. The other retard.
Dude, these guys
I described your position.
Okay.
We'll just refer to you two as retard 1 and retard 2.
So, because you guys don't actually want to listen to what I'm saying.
Yeah, because what you're saying is stupid.
No, because you don't know how MRI works. So MRIs
works.
Okay. MRIs, so they pulse a magnetic field, and there's something called Larimar precession. So electrons and protons inside of atoms, they precess. And when they apply a magnetic field, this precession changes, and when it relaxes, it emits radiation. And then you can read this radiation and create an image from it. Okay? So this guy is an expert. It doesn't matter what the atoms are. All subatomic particles have something called Larimar precession. So they have a spin,
did you know
right?
that MRIs use non-ionizing radiation?
What was that?
Do you know the difference between ionizing radiation and non-ionizing radiation?
Yes. What's that got to do with the price of tea in China?
Well, I mean, we're talking about MRIs, and I'm picking out points of the MRIs that I am fluent in because my mom's a nurse, and I've been to multiple.
Okay. That's fantastic, but just because your mom knows something can operate an MRI machine doesn't mean she knows how it works. Okay?
They're required to know how they work.
They're required to know how the machine works and read the diagrams. Okay? Your mom is a nurse. She isn't engineering the MRI machine.
No, but they're still required to have a base knowledge of how it works.
Yeah, okay, then get her on here, because you don't know what you're talking about.
What if I said that's incorrect about an MRI?
You can say whatever the fuck you want to say. So
exactly,
you're telling me that MRIs don't work by the phenomena of Larimar precession. That's what you're telling me. Is that what you're telling me?
I have not said those words at all.
Okay, then how do they work? That's not how they work? That's exactly how they work.
That is not what I said at all. What?
But
now you're just making up things.
I said they work is exactly how they work.
Okay, and I haven't said you were wrong. You're saying that yourself. You're saying that I said you were wrong.
Well, maybe I misheard you. I thought that's what you said.
Nope.
Well, the point is that this dude is an expert in radiation, in signal construction. Okay,
India, but they're two different types of radiation.
Electromagnetic radiation has the same physical laws. It does not matter what the source is.
Are you
think
stupid?
Electromagnetic radiation is different because it came from the sun versus it came from the light bulb?
I'm saying the type of radiation determines how much you know about which type.
No,
X-ray, like people who work with X-rays know less about MRIs because they are two different things. They use two different technologies. They use two different radiations.
Yes, but we're talking about physics. Okay.
Yes, and I'm talking about a person who works with an MRI is not going to be in tune with the type of radiation that would be emitted by the sun because they're two different types.
That is a red herring. Okay.
No, it's not.
We're not talking about an MRI operator. We're talking about someone that engineered an MRI machine to take the highest resolution image ever taken. He isn't just an MRI operator.
These guys are fucking retarded, bro. I don't even know how you're keeping
friendly fire.
Okay, so no, that was not friendly fire.
I was talking about you, Lazarus. I was talking about you. I'll be specific.
Oh, you have kids to take care of, buddy? Go cry in the corner like you are, like the man baby you are.
I'll
Come
be
on.
specific.
Get out of here.
Lazarus, you're an idiot. I'll be specific. Go ahead, India.
Hey, Pac, I'll be specific. You're a man baby who needs to go back into the corner.
Just say things like spectroscopy as if it's just that. Just say the magic word spectroscopy, and that tells you what the composition of the sun is and what the physical process inside the sun is stupid on its face. I'm sorry.
No, not just not just Whoa. Not just spectacular. I'm sorry. English is difficult.
Yeah,
you know what I'm trying to say, though.
Okay, fine, dude. But they don't know for certain what the physical process is in the sun are. Period. Because there are problems with the black body. Where there's problems with the spectrum.
Yeah, but they don't just use
No, the spectrum, dude.
They don't just use that. If you think they just use spectroscopy,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't match. It doesn't matter.
It does too matter.
But it doesn't.
It does too matter. Just because.
Are you gonna listen?
No, are you gonna listen? For me,
okay. You have a data point which is fundamental to all of the theory that is stacked on top of it, right? So you have a theoretical model of the sun. One of the data points is based upon the solar spectrum, but the solar spectrum doesn't match what it should be if Triple Alpha process was happening, all of these things. And they've built an entire Rube Goldberg device on top of it. You got to understand that if your initial assumption is wrong, everything based upon that assumption is also wrong. Why is that hard to comprehend? You can't
it's not. What I'm saying is that you're assuming that there's one method that they use, which is incorrect.
Did you not listen to what I said? Did you not listen?
It's an entire solar model.
He never listens. He's a fucking retard.
It's an entire solar model, dude.
Dude, go sit in the corner like a man, baby. Call yourself to sleep like you do every night because no woman wants to give you the time of day.
You're lucky I'm not a mod. I would have banned you a long time ago, you little bitch.
Oh, I'm banned from a disc.
It's like
dude,
an adult.
He's sensitive at poker pie. You think you're gonna make him cry?
Yeah, I'm fucking. Bro, I'm about to reach through this fucking phone like fucking. Yeah, all right.
If I may, not to interject too much, but just a clarifying question. What you're talking about, the spectrum business, does that have to do with the spectrum, the data that comes out of a spectrometer where they're actually getting a continuous spectrum?
No, I'm not talking about spectrum. That's not what I'm talking about. So the sun emits radiation of shitloads of frequencies, right? Right,
yeah,
from X-ray, from long wave radio waves all the way up to freaking gamma waves, right? But that, based upon what they say the temperature of the sun and what its composition is, there should be a spectrum profile of how much it should emit at each wavelength across the entire frequency. It would be its black body radiation emission. That curve, right? That it's like a what would you call it? Asymmetric bell curve. That curve doesn't match what's actually observed. The predicted curve don't match the real curve, basically.
Right. Okay. So I guess just
but the entire thing, like all the other things that come after it, right? Spectroscopy, X-ray emission, anything built off of that, right? Because you have your prediction of what all of it's supposed to be. Any observation after that of electromagnetic radiation, your baseline is fucked. Right, your whole base doesn't match.
Gotcha. So I guess
they're doing is they're assuming that they're assuming that the spectrum profile is what the theory says it is, right? And then they observe the other things, but it's like the initial thing isn't what they say.
Gotcha. Okay. So I guess just the thing about the spectrum being continuous versus discrete, that was really just the hurdle to overcome the theory that the sun is made up of this gas and this other gas. That couldn't be, because if it was this gas, it would be a distinct emitted from it versus another one. All that stuff.
Well, Robitaille's theory, it actually goes back to like the 1800s. So like the hydrogen gas theory, that came out at like it was either the end of the 1800s or 1900s. There was a competing theory where they thought the sun was a lattice, right? So it's solid. It's not a gas. It's a liquid metal lattice. Liquid metal hydrogen lattice.
Okay.
So it's liquid metal. It's not gas. It's condensed, not like you said, discrete.
Yeah, it's condensed matter. That's one of the alternate theories, right? But this is the point. This is the whole point. Is because it's observational science, and they can't go do the experiment on the sun, right? That there'll always be, forever and ever, alternative hypothesis on what's going on inside because it's based purely on observation. With no access to the thing you're observing. You're just making inferences. Oh, the light looks like this. Let's infer that. Oh, the light, this frickin' radiation, has this property to it. Then this must be happening inside the sun.
And I imagine rainbows are butterflies.
No, they're Skittles.
Well, I mean, how do you spectroscopy rainbows? You think you're figuring out what the sun
That's actually
is?
fucking funny as fuck, dude. How do you do that? That would be fucking... Is it a double rainbow, dude? You can all hide, right?
I don't spend my time researching rainbows. Although I did see a triple rainbow once.
But spectroscopy deals with light and gas and the way it works together and how you get the rays of light, and they're supposed to mean a certain element or a certain thing. So there's a rainbow. It's got all kind of colors for you to choose from. What's in it? That's how you guys make up the planets.
Is that rhetorical, or do you want me to legitimately answer?
No, that's how you make up the planets. Look at twinkly fucking lights that are different colors. Is that rhetorical? Is that not legitimate? What do you mean?
No, I mean, is that a question you want me to answer, or is that rhetorical?
Yeah, I want to know, how do you spectroscopy a rainbow? What are you going to find out about it?
Laz, listen. Of course it's rhetorical. Of course it's rhetorical.
It's hard to tell sometimes. It's hard to tell sometimes.
Think about it. The whole use of this of spectroscopy in outer space is basically inferring what gases or what elemental makeup a thing is based off of the color that the meter is reading. So if you measure a rainbow, you got red, you got all the way to purple or whatever. People would effectively infer that this rainbow is made up of this gas, this helium, all this shit, just based on the color. But when in fact, we know, it's just a way the light is kind of doing its thing within the sky because of the water molecules or whatever.
In clear gas.
You guys got to admit that you're being dishonest here. You realize that when rainbows come into our sky, we're talking about light. Sunlight passing through
that's what you're talking about.
Let me finish. Bear with me. Light passes through droplets. It's refracted and spread out. When we're talking about spectroscopy, we're talking about heating said elements. So if you were to heat hydrogen and you were to heat oxygen,
so when you look at your telescope, what are you heating up?
Yeah, dude, I know that.
Two distinct and separate things.
What are you heating up with your telescope?
Oh, you're wrong, dude. It's not from heating.
Guys, math is racist.
Bro, my point being, if you just take a reading of something that you don't know what it is inherently, you're just reading it and inferring what the makeup of the thing is by its color. Okay, that was the whole point that I was getting at. So yeah, people have done experiments in labs whereby they've done whatever they've done to get the results that they did, that they then map onto other things that they see and guess basically that that thing is this color, it must be this gas. Okay, it's understood. That's all I was trying to point out. That's the kind of joke that Democ is pointing out. There's a lot of holes in this approach?
A lot of them. There's lots of different UFOs that happen on Earth that are called UFOs. So if they know what all the material is from...
Hey, y'all, sorry to interrupt. My phones are about to die, and I have work tomorrow, but...
Yeah, spectroscopy some UFOs. Get back to us when you tell us what they're made out of.
French fries are done. French fries are done. I gotta run.
No, I wish I worked at Burger King. That sounds fun.
I wish you spectroscopy some UFOs for me. That'd be fun.
I don't think you know what spectroscopy means. If you're going to use the example,
I don't know where I'd find a.
Yeah,
UFO.
we had a long discussion about it with an actual astrophysicist like 3 days ago. And you don't know what you're talking about.
Great argument.
Well, like I said, you guys have a great night. Except for you, APOC. Keep crying in the corner behind Daddy India. Have a good one.
Long goodbyes. Just go.
I didn't adopt him, man. He's on his own.
Why do they get mad at rainbows?
Are you as a dependent? Microphone, you want to be a dependent? Can I write you off of my taxes? Oh, I don't pay taxes. Never mind. Anyway.
Why is he all mad at APOC? I mean, I was back in APOC. He didn't get, pissy with me. I support APOC's statement.
Does he think I'm APOC too? I mean, how many APOCs are there?
To believe the standard solar model, you have to believe that, that the further away you get from something that's hot, the hotter you get. And eventually you'll get far enough away you spontaneously combust. Because the sun internally is supposed to be something like millions of degrees colder on the inside than it is on the outside. But on the inside is where all the fusion's happening.
Right, the reaction.
It's a second law of thermodynamics violation. The sun's got two.
Wait. When we take a big lighter and there's different colors of flames, do we agree that at least those different colors of flames indicate different temperature of said flame?
Yes, that's not the.
Okay, do we agree that the middle, the closest to, I guess I think of blue as like the closest to the
temperatures of what
gas source. That's not the hottest part of the flame of a big lighter, correct?
Yeah, it is.
It's hip.
So the blue part is the part that the blue part is the part that's getting the best air gas mix. So when you have a nearly perfect gas air mix, it'll be blue. It'll be the hottest flame. The yellow part is where it's not mixed so well. But it's kind of hard to tell which one's hotter because you got to hold your hand above the top, right? And then you're getting the blue and the yellow.
Thermal imaging shows it's hottest.
Now, I mean, hold on. All you got to think about is a gas stove, right? The flame that comes out of that is blue.
It's the hottest.
So I guess, I just posted a photo of a candlelight because I couldn't find a good example of a big lighter. But if you look at the topmost flame, it's hotter than the part below it. Why would that make sense?
Look all the way at the bottom. It says 2,000 Kelvin.
No. I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you. Now pay attention to what I'm asking you. The topmost part of the flame is hotter than the piece beneath it. Why would that make sense?
Well, heat rises.
Okay, so when we're talking about the sun, and we're saying, it doesn't make sense, it breaks thermodynamic laws because the innermost part of the sun
Where's the heat rise from the sun? Which direction? Just name one direction, please. Don't get it wrong.
Repeat the question.
Which way does the heat rise from the sun?
Outwards.
Okay.
Huh?
What we're telling you is this would have to be inverted. So the top part would have to be the 2500 and the bottom part would have to be the 1600. The thing is, with the sun, where the energy is coming from is supposed to see nuclear fusion that's happening in the core of the sun. The hottest part of the sun is supposed to be the photosphere, which is supposed to be something like 1.5 million Kelvin. But the center of the sun's only supposed to be like 8,000 Kelvin. So it gets hotter the further you get away from where that reaction's actually happening. Like I said, it's like having a wood stove, and I'll give credit Quantum Eraser for this funny one. It's like having a wood stove, and as you back away from it because you're too hot, you spontaneously combust.
Yeah, I'm kind of talking out my ass with the Bic lighter example, but I think about like whenever I light stuff with it, I'm thinking about like campfire, kindling, etc. I'm always aiming for that. You wouldn't want to light something in that blue part necessarily.
But why is the internal part?
But maybe that's because of just like the gas-air mix, not necessarily
let me ask
the heat.
So underwater, when like the little pistol shrimp, right, it does that thing, right, and then you have the little bubble that pops up. Why do they say the inside part of that's the hot as the sun then? That little bubble that the pistol shrimp makes, they say it's got the heat of the sun.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, luminescence. Called cavitation. That's another name for it. No one actually knows why it happens.
8,000.
Oh, they know why. Fahrenheit. Don't believe that. They know why.
You think they know?
Well, yeah, the pistol shrimp does it right in front of them.
Like a 0 point vacuum energy and shit.
Listen, the reason they tell you they don't want it because they don't want you to make a big one and make it drive your car with it. What the fuck, brother? Come on now. It's just a shrimp's claw. You can reproduce that. I promise you, they know. Trust me. It's just another technology they hide that nature makes.
If you're burning your marshmallow when you're roasting it at the campfire, and you don't want to burn it more, you push it further in, right? Like, oh, now my marshmallow's burning.
No.
Push it further in. It's less hot.
No. You get it away from the flame.
Holy shit.
No, if you're freezing at the campfire, you go to somebody else's camp that don't have a campfire, and you get hotter and hotter as you get closer to their campfire.
Yeah. As you get closer, yes, you would get hotter. Now, in the case of the sun, you get further away and you'll get hotter. Yeah.
Well, no, that's why I said you go to somebody else's campground.
Correct.
That has no campfire, and because you're so far away from your campfire, you get hotter.
Yep, I was thinking wrong for a second. I got you.
It's so stupid, dude.
Yeah, I was effing with you.
So the reason we know this is because there's a flat earther. Is this dude still in the chat? I think he's... Oh, yeah, he's still here. Okay, so there's a flat earther. You can go on his YouTube. He doesn't make videos anymore. But he was calling NASA people and interviewing them. This is back in the day, like 5 years ago. It's Planete Veritas.
Is this Robert?
Yeah, Robert Bazzano.
Robert Bazzano? Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah.
So I just tell him. So he interviewed the SOHO team, which is supposed to be the Solar Observatory. He interviewed the team on the phone. And you should just listen to it and the shit they say. You won't be in here like this other guy defending this crap. Because they're full of shit. When they have to do it on the fly and they don't have an audience that is like in the same grift that they're in, they can't defend their crap, dude. They really can't. Why do you think like scientists don't debate people?
Yeah, because they can't. Yeah, you're right.
They can't defend it on the fly. They go to their echo chamber conferences where they're all on the same grift, applying for the same grant money, trying to use the same telescopes, giving each other the same reach around in the fucking stalls.
Oh my God. all the guys in the audience are also concerned with this, how long their freaking lab coats are, and they're like, "Ooh, look how long his lab coat is." Hey, Jesus, I want to be him. Fuck.
He's got a gold-plated pocket protector.
Guys are fucking idiots. But you're right. Matter of fact, what's that one dude's name? He was like in an interview. He's like, if you got like 10 flat earthers and like 10 scientists and debated, like the flat earthers would win. Like he even said that. What was that guy's name? He fucking debated
Michael Sartain.
Yeah, that fucking numbnuts. He's worse than these two jokers that were here today right now.
Dude, Destiny lost to Zerka. Like, what the fuck? How could you lose any debate with Zherka? He's coked up all the time.
Wow. This Lazarus kid, you need to just get banned, bro, because you're just like chat skanking now. Just fucking is retarded, bro. You know, he can't even hear. He's not even here no more. Never mind.
I thought he had to go to work, man.
I don't know. Apparently, he makes a lot of money and he thinks he's smart.
He's a teenager. I doubt he makes a lot of money.
He said he makes more than me without even knowing anything about me. He's like, I bet I make. Like, come on, bro. Yeah, you're a fucking kid.
Make more than you. I'll make cookies and bacon. I'm just being stupid. I'm just being stupid.
I was about to say, like, man, you don't even make your bed. Shut the fuck up. Little kid.
Hey, you leave my bed out of this.
Not you, dude.
I'm just kidding. I was having McToon flashbacks of him asking people to go to Antarctica again. He said that, and I was like, no.
What is the general consensus here based on that Antarctica trip, 24-hour sun?
Meh.
Doesn't change anything.
It's the same as it was before.
Gets rid of a lot of the bullshit, I guess. Doesn't change the surface of the Earth, though.
Why? Dude, like... Fucking degenerate. Don't ping me, degenerate. You see his username?
Yeah.
Goodbye.
What's the synopsis on that phone call with Soho and Discovery?
Oh, he just interviews them, get him to say ridiculous shit. Kiwi comes in at the end of it. It's kind of funny, actually. I haven't watched it in a while. I actually didn't watch. I saw it live when they did it. So I wonder if the chat. Oh no, he turned the chat off. What a loser.
What a loser.
I was in the chat, dude. Nah, so he just calls and he just like talks to him about whatever, and they like you'd have to listen to it. There's nothing like mind blowing about it. Apparently they have a big team, like, so these are the team managers, and if you ever worked at a job, the managers don't know what the fuck's going on.
Yeah.
It's like that skit. Oh, you want to talk to the manager? Haven't you ever? He's like, the managers don't know what the fuck's going on. Haven't you ever worked anywhere before? How dude came in here and like something loves grooming. The other day there was somebody in this chat that was like, pedophilia is okay or something like that. Like, what the fuck is wrong with these people?
You would think though that like Discord would like have it to where you can't even like pick that name, like have that in your name at all, that in the title or whatever. Like you would think that there would be certain words that Discord would like prevent. Kind of like when you have a server and
they
you
don't
could
even
like
let you use cuss words.
Right. Like like when you have a server, you could like put words that they can't even text them in the chat, and they'll get like a warning if they keep using them. Like they should be able to do that, like for names. Matter of fact, it is for names, but you would have to set it up that way though. Like the the owner of the server
I just
would
don't
have
understand
to.
why you would want that to be your name. Like, what the hell is wrong with
Yeah, dude, that's like retard. Like that's disgusting. Like what are you advocating, bro? Like what the fuck?
And like the kid you were talking to was getting all offended by you saying, "Hey, man, this is what the world's coming to." Like, his peers are the people saying pedophilia and freaking grooming are okay in their names. Like, those are his people that are his age. Those are his peers. It's not just him and he's a dumbass. The problem is way broader than that. It's like not just that. There's all sorts of problems. And it's probably because a lot of these kids are probably exposed. They've been on the internet since they were like 8, 9, 10, 11 years old. And they've been seeing all sorts of like adult content since they were children.
100%. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, man, so I'm glad you brought it up. That's why they act like this. It's the first place that they go that shows the more inner workings of their own psychology. If they bring up some kind of sexual behaviour as a kind of response to degrade you or to cause some kind of, I don't know, event by calling themselves whatever, it shows more about what their inner workings are on. So when you talk about how they've been programmed, and you're right, they're on the internet all the time. They're exposed to pornography. They're exposed to illicit jokes and this type of shock behaviour. So it's the first time.
Not just that, Jedi, snuff films, right? Gore, wrecked, like the most foul. I remember back in the day, there was it was like you could only get it on VCR, and you couldn't get it like. You had to buy it. You couldn't rent it at like Blockbuster or something. It was called Faces of Death. Which
I knew you were going to say that.
Yeah, it was basically like a snuff film. And that to us was like, oh my God, you saw Faces of Death. And we thought that was like a big deal when I was a teenager.
Those
fuckers, they could go on 4chan and watch like
it was
32,000 hours of worse than that.
Yeah, for sure.
Some of that stuff was sus though. Like it made me wonder, is it real? Do you remember when the one guy was at the freaking he's in the freaking junkyard and that freaking car falls on, his whole leg gets freaking off. The guy comes in with a stretcher, they put him on the stretcher, and then they put his leg on the stretcher. It's like this little little ribbon of skin. Oh my god! The guy bungee jumping from the 10th floor with like 13 feet of freaking 13 stories the bungee cord. Or he's like, okay, well there's 10 floors, so I'm gonna use a 10 floor, 1,000-foot bungee cord. I don't know what he did, but you could just see him hit the ground, and then all the bungee cords just like hurling down like extra. I'm like, holy crap, he freaking miscalculated that shit.
the ones that stick out the most to me in that Faces of Death, there's two that like are very vivid. And I saw this as a little kid. Is when the dude shoots his own head, like he shoots his own face, and then the other one when those people are eating the monkey while it's alive.
I was gonna say the monkey brains. Yeah, that's freaking sick, man.
Yeah, the monkey brains. And when that guy shot his face, but he survived. Remember, his face was all jacked up, and he tried to kill himself with a shotgun to the face, but he survived. And they were like interviewing him. That was crazy.
I know somebody that did that. I know somebody that tried to blow their face off.
one of my dear friends.
Dude,
I've got
it's so fucked up.
in my phone right now. My dear friend's ex-husband's brother tried to blow his head off in the woods with a 10 gauge, and I got a picture of his face where they put it back together at the emergency room. And I'm like, how did you not finish the job with a 10 gauge? That's ridiculous, right? So then I'm like, well, why didn't you, like, you know, finish it? Like, he's like, it was a single shot, dude. He had to walk 2 miles back from the woods with his face blown apart. It's the worst picture I've ever seen, dude. There's like teeth. You can't even tell which way's up. And the dude's
this is a crazy conversation.
I'm sorry.
Howdy, guys.
Yeah,
it's really gone off It's really gone off the rails right now.
Okay, so the person I know that, like, he was like 17 and he, you know, blew his face off with a shotgun. And so I didn't see him for a while, and then I seen him like a decade and a half later. And like, he had everybody. His nickname was No Face. Dude, you not. He had everybody call him No Face.
Okay.
He blew his face off, like literally.
Damn.
It was like, you know, think about Freddy Krueger. I knew a dude that looked like Freddy Krueger, but that he used to drive for an oil truck or a gas truck, and the gas truck fucking caught on fire and basically turned him into Freddy Krueger. Without the claw.
People are so mean with their nicknames, aren't they?
He gave this to himself, though. Listen, this dude just didn't he already tried to kill himself. Then he blew his face off and survived. He didn't give a fuck, bro. This dude did not, he didn't care anymore. You know what I mean? Like, what the hell does he care? He ain't getting laid unless he's paying, like, top dollar for that shit. Because he didn't, like, smell too good either, and he had a problem. He had, like, a tube in his throat, and, like, because his face was, like, kind of like...
picture, Indio. I just DM'd it to you. Tell me if you can make heads or tail of that freaking picture, dude.
He said heads or tail.
You can see teeth. You can see this. I don't know which way's up or down.
Oh, what the fuck, man?
Right? Dude, that was taken at the freaking at the emergency room, like before they put him back together.
How did they put him back together?
I'm like, you didn't take this picture. You didn't have the freaking, like, you know, like, I gotta get out my freaking phone to take a picture. He goes, no, the freaking they took it at the hospital before they put me back together.
What the fuck? Like, he canoed himself.
Yeah, the dude's a mess. The dude's a mess, man. He's a mess now. He drinks all the time. He lives on a boat in Baltimore Harbor.
Yeah.
Listen, it's a mess.
You want to know what this? Well, the other dude, that No Face dude, I know. All he used to do is sell pills because they would give him like infinite amount of freaking opiates, and he was just basically.
That's a surprise.
Yeah, like, so he would just like fucking sell his pills and shit, and like, I don't even know what he did with the money. I think he gambled or something. So you basically, I'm not gonna get addicted to pills. I'm gonna get addicted to gambling. But you want to know what this picture reminds me of? Remember The Fly and the movie The Fly and the teleporter don't work?
Oh, God.
It comes out all fucked up.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
Well, that's what it reminds me of. Doesn't it remind you of that? Like when the teleporter opens up and it's like this hideous thing that's inside out?
Dude, oh, my gosh. Like, I was just like, what are the odds you take out, like, how many shotguns don't at least have? How many shotguns are single shots? Like, very few. I'm like, dude, but who would have thought they needed an extra shell, you know, with a 10 gauge? Like, come on, man. Like, I'm just gonna take one. It should be good.
He used a slug, right? That was a slug, right?
I don't know, man. Like, what the hell, dude? How could you even be alive? How could you even be alive? It's insane. Like, if you saw the dude, you'd just be like, holy shit.
Maybe like when he reached, right, and he pulled the trigger, like shifted or something, 'cause that's a pretty long reach, you know what I mean? Depending on how he did it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, dude,
Just logistically, it's kind of like, was he short? Maybe he needed long arms to do it.
No, he's really tall. Really tall. Yeah, really big dude. So, yeah, it's a mess, man. I don't know, man. He drove himself to the hospital.
Dude, that's crazy.
How do you do that? How are your eyeballs even in the right place?
He didn't adjust for Coriolis. That's what happened.
Did he have a headache? Did it give him a headache? Like, was he like in pain? Like,
dude,
or like he's so fucked up that like pain ain't even a thing anymore.
Yeah,
Probably in shock.
Like, my friend that knows him, like he came over and stayed at her house for like 2 days and just drank freaking like liquor constantly. And she hates him because he's just completely out there, you know. But he's kind of family, so she puts up with him, helps him out when he needs it. But she's just like, don't ever call me again. Like, all you do is drink and piss on my sofa and never freaking get up. Like, holy crap, dude.
Yeah, it's kind of fucked up. When people get fucked up like that, they think they can do anything because they're fucked up.
Hey, Indio, should I go down to the harbor and ask him for you?
We don't ask who. Ask who what? Who? What
that's right. She's in Volador. That's right. Yeah. Whereas my friend, she's talking.
Yeah, I heard you.
She's in
Can
Essex.
you hear me?
Hey, I learned from this story from when I was in high school. From like something happened to an unfortunate ship. In high school, I was like the first blown off. And I only had like one of them left.
Oh, you're breaking up.
So I got something. The moral of the story is watch out for people that are drunk and playing at parties with sharks.
Yeah. Well.
Okay, Indio.
Yeah.
Hey, I was just in the conspiracy channel up above, and they were, oh my God, was right. So Blue first targeted, and then they started going on about aliens, and they started going on about exploring other worlds. So I asked them, I said, hey, do you know how the Hubble Space Telescope works? They're like, yeah, we have pictures of all these planets. And I'm like, do you now?
Oh my Lord Almighty.
It was
horrible. Were you surprised that you heard that in the conspiracy channel? I don't understand.
I was more surprised that none of the Globies knew their own model. None of them. Not one. They didn't even know how their own technology worked. And I was just like, how can you not know this?
But you were in the conspiracy channel.
The Earth is round.
Only on TV, buddy.
This is the one that turns with like a big spinny gear. It spins up, and they're like, "Oh, we can turn which way it faces." Is that Hubble?
Yeah, but
it doesn't have like little freaking thrusters or anything.
It has a bunch of mirrors. The mirrors essentially absorb the light. The light is converted into math or numbers. Then those numbers are taken by the NASA Imagineers and turned into those beautiful little fake planets that you see.
But how do numbers work on a flat Earth?
Huh?
You said NASA numbers, right?
No.
She said the image is converted into numbers, man.
What's that mean?
What's that?
Leon, didn't you say there's a more intelligent
digital image, digital signal processing? That's what it means.
Some of them are, yes.
It means
you're talking about real scientists, right?
I told the people from that other chat that you were more intelligent than them. So let's have a little demonstration of that, shall we?
Sure.
Is that Alpha? Motherfucker, dude. Dude, what, you got a voice changer going, man?
Nah, man. I change my voice whenever I want to, however I want. That's just what I do. And then I can do this, and then, on and on.
So, Ian, what you don't realize, the reason they're talking about that stuff in the conspiracy room is because those people, they think the moon landing was faked on the moon.
That's amazing.
They went to the moon to fake the moon landing.
That's absolutely amazing. I think the best thing that I heard from them was when they were talking about their aliens, and then one of them goes, hey, the moon is round, so therefore the Earth must be. Then someone talked about an anti-gravitational device, and I'm like, okay, using your understanding of gravity, Is it Newtonian or Einsteinian? What are you talking about?
Oh, you mean?
Again, why are you surprised that you're hearing this in a conspiracy channel? I don't.
Hey, isn't it far past your bedtime, dude? You got to work and whatnot, don't you?
Me?
Oh dang, he throwing shade. Watch out.
All of this.
It's Friday. What do you mean?
All right. Well, bottoms up then, right?
You ain't got a job.
Where's a Glober in the chat? Is Little Debbie a Glober?
I definitely have a job, but it's Friday, and I have off Saturday and Sunday.
All right. Well,
good for you.
Tear those White Claws up while you can. Little Debbie, are you a Glober?
Pull out the Casamigos. Yeah, be with.
I still want them to explain how their model works now that they have a different understanding of gravity.
You'd have to teach it to them. So,
I'm looking for a 10 toes. Listen, I'm looking for a 10 toes down Glober. If you're in here right now, if you think you got what it takes to defend the globe, pipe up.
Yeah, Mickey's on break. He needs a pound of flesh before he goes back to work.
I don't know.
Dude, I don't get time to fuck around, man. There's 25 minutes and the clock is ticking.
Uh-oh.
Little Debbie, can you tell us why you believe the Earth is a globe? Tell them why you believe the Earth is a globe, or how you know it's a globe. One of the two.
So I think it's a globe because I think there's more evidence that points towards and against, especially when I come in here.
Like what?
Thing with the atmosphere. It's like, for instance, like the atmospheric pressure thing. If air or any gas is supposed to, press against the walls with equal pressure, why doesn't it do that in our atmosphere? And if you say temperature,
wait. We're talking about a definition of gas pressure. How is gas pressure defined? Hello, McFly.
Yeah. Probably just like, I don't know. It's how much the gas, how much pressure is putting against like the walls of the whatever container it's in, right?
Yeah, but what is it proportional to?
I'm not sure.
Oh my God! Just look up the definition while you can, so I can do a little monologue while you're doing that. So when people, okay, so I'll give you the way to do it. Gas pressure definition. Hit enter in Google search. Okay. All right. Whenever anybody else comes in here and they want to know if gas pressure is the reason why we're talking about the topic of how space vacuums do not exist, you gotta type in gas pressure definition, look at the definition, how it's defined, and then understand in physics that's how we know what gas pressure is and how it's defined and how it's demonstrated. It's pretty easy.
So
easy peasy.
I'm trying to figure out, like, why haven't we found the container for the gas in our atmosphere?
Okay, we don't need to find the thing that's the antecedent to the thing that actually it requires. So when you're saying, where's the container? Because we have gas pressure, dude. What is the definition for gas pressure? Let's just start. We're starting with the basics. All right, we'll start with the basics, Brad. What is gas pressure? The definition of it? I told you to look it up, and you must have found it. Can you read it to me, please?
Yeah, it's what I said. It's the gas molecules. Yeah, the gas molecules colliding with the container. That's what I said earlier.
Okay, so it's pretty basic, right? Nothing really suspicious there. Not to you, anyway, right?
Yeah. So I'm trying to find the wall, the container.
What do you mean? You're trying to find a wall? Well, if the definition requires the walls, I should say, then why are you trying to find it? It's already defined that way. If you don't have the walls, no, it's not two types. There's no two types. Is the definition defining two types? No. Is the definition defining two types?
That one isn't, but we're talking about.
Okay, so that one isn't.
No,
we're not talking about two different things. No, atmospheric pressure. What is atmosphere a gas?
Is atmosphere a gas? The stuff in the atmosphere is the gas.
Okay, so we have the stuff in the atmosphere, which is the gas, is not different than the atmosphere that you're talking about, right? Same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, because the gas pressure in the atmosphere is whatever it's being. The pressure is because of the gravity, isn't it?
We're not worried about gravity. We're just worried about whether or not atmosphere is gas pressure.
Wouldn't if the atmosphere has gas pressure? Yeah, atmospheric pressure.
Atmosphere contains the gases that make it up, right? All the gases.
Yeah, atmospheric pressure.
Okay. So atmosphere is gases, yeah?
There's gases in the atmosphere, yes.
Okay, so gas pressure would be relevant.
Yeah, atmospheric pressure.
Okay. All right, so now that we know that gases are in the atmosphere, and gas pressure definition would require containment in order to have gas pressure in the first instance, then how are you divorcing it now and saying they're different?
Well, I mean, I'm not too read into it, but there's two different formulas that they
It's not
use.
different. You've just agreed that it's the same thing.
No,
when you're talking about atmospheric
pressure and
well, you're talking. I know that. But we're talking about that the makeup of the atmosphere is gas, right? Bunch of gases.
Yes.
Okay. So why your brain gets kind of confused every time we talk about gas pressure and the definition therein? Okay,
No,
so
I'm
you
not
do
confused.
know
I'm
that
talking
gas
about two
pressure.
different systems.
Okay, so no, we're not talking about two different systems. We only have the air that's all around us outside, right? The air that's all around us that has pressure, right? You do know that, right?
Yeah, there's atmospheric pressure. Yes, I do.
Okay. Okay, so how do we get the pressure in all the gas that we're breathing if we don't have a contained system?
It would be gravity, wouldn't it?
No, you're telling me if that's your answer, then you're going to have to define where do you see gravity within the definition for gas pressure of what you just read.
So in the formula for atmospheric pressure, it has the acceleration due to gravity included in
We're
the
not talking about acceleration due to gravity, dude. The gases that make up the atmosphere, require containment. They require that in order for you to have gas pressure in the first place. But what?
It's the attraction of the masses towards each other. What is it? Where the molecules in the air?
Wait a minute.
Does gas have mass? Wait, does gas have mass?
Dude, you're on the rocker. When does gas molecules? When are they attracted to each other? When do you see that?
You can talk about. You're talking about when do gas molecules attract to each other?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, doesn't air? So like we're talking about
no, give me
molecules at the atomic. At the atomic
Don't give me a question. I want you to give me an answer.
Nitrogen and hydrogen and oxygen up in the atmosphere. They didn't just get there like that. The elemental.
No, don't tell me they didn't just get there like that. I want you to define how they're collecting, how they're clumping together. How are they getting together? The gases.
What do you mean they're getting? They're just filling.
Due to gravity, no.
They're filling the space.
Bingo.
Okay.
What do you mean?
You're just telling me things. You're just telling me things I'm telling you. I want you to tell me how you think they're collecting. They're attracting to each other.
Well, it's not necessarily that the gas itself isn't really attracting to each other as much as like the Earth is like pulling on.
What?
Like.
Okay. Demonstration, please. Yeah, demonstration, please. How can you demonstrate that?
Hold on, I could try to find.
I'm waiting. Yeah, me too.
Experiment.
Specifically
Go for it. Knock yourself out, or then knock me out with it.
Maybe specifically for the claim also that gas accelerates to the floor at 9.8 meters per second. That was
Isn't it just an exchange of electrons?
Yeah, pick your poison, rat. That's funny. Rat poison. Yeah, you're gonna be on that journey probably until the end of time, and then some. So you're never gonna find something that's gonna demonstrate what you're thinking of, ever. It's a fruitless endeavor that I'm sending you on, but nonetheless, you think there's something there.
Our compounds
You're
just
never coming back from
exchange
this point.
electrons.
No. Like, when you think about gas pressure, you have to understand that we're not talking about atmospheric pressure and gas pressure being distinctly different.
Well, you said how are they attracted to each other? And it's not so much that they're attracted to each other. They're exchanging electrons. They're exchanging electrons.
Really? Yeah. They're exchanging electrons. So what does that mean?
When did I do that?
So if you have an unstable element, it's going to seek an electron to fill in that gap. So it's going to take an electron from a passing
talking about atom.
Is that not how that works?
No, it's not what we're talking about.
No. Something different.
I mean, that would be my definition. That would be my definition of how.
You got to work with Webster, man. Maybe you can get wedge that in there somewhere. But we are trying to look for what's already established, Alishness. And Rat seems to think there's where.
Oh wait,
do you think that's the answer? No. Do you think that's the answer for the gas pressure requiring containment? Is that the answer?
No, that's just the answer to how are they attracted to one another.
Well, that would be gravity, wouldn't it?
No, that's just an exchange of electrons.
So no gravity. So he said gravity. You're not saying gravity. So he's saying gravity. You're not.
Not for the specific thing.
Is that correct? Well, it's what he's saying versus what you're saying.
She's coming from a different angle.
Yeah, I know that. But even so, she's not describing what you are. So I'm interested in how you're going to define gas pressure via gravity. And she's not doing a good job doing either. So
I think I defined it, but you're looking for like an experiment that shows that can quantify.
Yeah, you didn't. Okay, so if you said you defined it, and there's a definition that follows that, what I need to do is see the demonstration of this being in the physical and natural world demonstrated. So words are great, but a demonstration of the thing that's defined at what it is would be the ultimate supreme way of showing somebody that this is how it is in the physical and natural world. Simple. I mean, 10 toes down, man. Let's go. Thought we were ready for this. Guess we weren't.
No, you just asked me what you asked me off the jump. I never. Okay.
What? What did I do?
Well, you just simply asked me. It's like, I mean, I never came in here to have a full-on discussion. I was just in here to ask questions.
I know. It seems like it's a rough go, man. Listen, it's a rough go for a Glober who thinks they know what they're talking about. When thinking about it, the answers to the question, you don't really know. You just heard a lot of words that people tell you, and you're like, oh, that's cool. I think this is how it works. But when you start to understand physics a little more, you're like, well, wait a minute. There's nothing I can demonstrate that could show in the physical and natural world that what I'm saying is true. So what do I got, really?
Well,
it's like, is the formula not sufficient, though? Like, if I showed you a formula and then they use that formula...
The formula has to precede...
an experiment?
Dude, listen. The formula has to precede some form of demonstration to validate the formula. The formula can't just be something in a mathematical construct that just somebody says, hey, this is my theory.
Yeah.
It's a good theory, but you don't have anything to validate that theory. So what do you have in retrospect?
What does the formula say?
They measure gravity. It's like, it's not necessarily proving gravity one way or another, but it's like, because you have to prove gravity, you have to like see like whatever it's Einsteinian. We have to like see demonstrate the bend in space and time.
Yeah, hold on, Rat.
But
just
kind of hard
relax.
to do that.
Jedi was asking you a question.
Oh, you're done with me now?
No, I'm still talking to you, but I mean, I want him to, because his was relevant to mine. So, he's asking what the formula says. The formula that you just read out.
Like, want the formula for atmospheric pressure?
Yeah. So I'll try and be a little bit more specific. I'll try and be specific because you did bring it up earlier. I'm not trying to trip you up or anything where I asked a question. The formula makes a claim that G is an acceleration downwards at 9.8 meters per second. That's what the formula says, isn't it?
It just shows that G equals acceleration due to gravity, but I guess it wouldn't depend on
acceleration.
If you're at like sea level, I guess it would be 9.8, right?
Yeah, so I just want you to agree that that's always an acceleration downwards, like when you drop a stone, right?
Yeah,
that's what the math says. Now, what we're asking for is do we have an observation of this? Because that claim violates gas behavior right there. That gas has a bias and goes down always, without exception, like when you drop the rock at 9.80 meters per second. Gas doesn't behave like this. Gas expands indefinitely in infinite directions.
Yep.
You said without gravity or with gravity?
No.
It doesn't. No.
Hold on. Gravity's not brought into this because it doesn't affect gas behavior. The claim is that gas accelerates downwards to the floor like when you drop a rock. What we observe and what we deal with gas, how we experiment with gas and come up with equations like PV equals nRT, is because of that gas behavior, and gas expands indefinitely, omnidirectional, without exception.
Yeah, hey Jedi, can you read the? Hold on, Rat.
Applies equal pressure, right?
Hold on, Rat. Hold on. I want him to. Can you read that that quote from the from that scientist that you had that meme of? I think he would benefit from that.
You talking about?
But if that's the case, then our atmosphere is indeed enclosed and with a container, a physical container. Why is there less atmospheric pressure with the higher we go up?
Just relax, bro. Just relax for a second. I want him to go ahead.
There's multiple reasons for that answer, dude. There's lots, but I'll get to it in a second. Alpha, I can't find the meme at the moment, dude. But we're talking about James Clerk Maxwell.
James Clerk.
We're describing gas behavior and specifically its power of indefinite expansion, because that's what gas does. It expands indefinitely to fill the limitation of its environment. That will be the container surrounding the gas. If there's no container, because gas has the power of indefinite expansion, the gas will keep going. This is the law of nature. It's what gas does. It's relevant to the second law of thermodynamics.
Therefore, by negating the fact that your gravitational understanding will have any effect on it, right?
I mean, but it's not a perfect. So it's not like a perfect.
No.
Nobody says it's like a container.
You're not understanding. Because you're not understanding. Gravity isn't affecting gas, and you think it is.
But why? Okay, so like I asked earlier, why is there less atmospheric pressure the higher we go up? Why is there less gas the higher we go up into the atmosphere?
Because gas is produced on the surface.
It's produced on the surface, but what if it expands in equal? If it expands in equal directions and it fills the container, how long does it take to fill this container?
Is the atmosphere in equilibrium?
You mean is it equal on all sides in every space, every square meter or whatever?
Yeah, to help you along, because the Earth is a dynamic system. For example, heat cycles, day and night, for example. It's warmer during the day than it is during the night. Seasonal cycles. Temperature variations with altitude. Temperature variations because of the land or water below and the compositeness of the land or the water. The biological, the chemical cycles that take place on the surface of the Earth, that produce the gas. So the system is not in equilibrium. The system has energy in it. The system has an area specifically where the gas is produced. That's at surface level. 99.999% of the gas is produced on ground or within the surface of the Earth. So don't be surprised that there's more gas where the gas is produced. There's also more temperature on the surface of the Earth than there is up in the sky. Temperature increases gas pressure. Yeah. So the reason
there has to be stuff up there for it to heat up because there's less stuff.
Yeah, he's almost done, dude. He's about finished. He's about done. Just relax.
So to have a gas pressure gradient, first we need a container because that's what causes pressure in the first instance. Then we can impart some kind of system, energy into that environment and cause a graduation within that environment. But we must need a container because if we don't have a container, the gas will continue to expand.
Okay.
That's it.
So what? Okay, so you say it's a gradient, and there's a circulation of gas because if it's if it was stagnant. Okay, so
it's dynamic, right?
Okay, so at some point the gas from the upper atmosphere will circulate all the way to the bottom.
No, dude, no. Where the gas is, where the gas layer is, right? That's where you get your high and low pressure systems. That's how we get weather, dude.
Yeah.
Yep. So there's a lot to understand from like how gas pressure behaves on the surface and how it moves around. But then there's another thing where you're thinking, how did gas get here in the first place? Because you can't have gas with gas expanding in all directions, still be in one location, pressurized for however long people have been living on this earth. So you have to have some system that has a sustained gas pressure system. So the sustained gas pressure system is what we're talking about. Now, some people can say you can have air pressure, like just turn on your fan and the air will push against your hand and there you go, gas pressure without a container. That's not what we're talking about. If you turn the fan off, the gas pressure on your hand will stop. So we're talking about sustained gas pressure, where on the surface we have 14 pounds per square inch, right thereabouts. Maybe it differs where you go depending on elevation and such. But that's going to always remain sustained consistently. So we have a sustained system of gas pressure on the surface, and we're breathing, so gas is still expanding, right? But it doesn't expand so much that we don't have any because it has a contained system where it doesn't have to keep expand. Like it's putting pressure on the walls of its container, so therefore keeping it where it's at, sustained. If we had no walls, we wouldn't have sustained gas pressure. It would just keep, like Jedi says, fucking off.
How do we verify? Like you say that it needs a container, but how do we verify that? Like, is it possible to go up and see the container, observe the container?
No, because you don't have to touch the container in order for this to happen. Go ahead, Jedi.
No, I realize that, but how do we verify? Because if we're in the realm of science, we're not going to make an inference, right? We're going to try to verify. How do we verify that this container is actually keeping the gas in? And that's what it is.
Because the second law of thermodynamics is valid without exception in open and closed systems, in equilibrium and non-equilibrium. So the claim is gravity is causing a reduction, a decrease in entropy, when the law of nature that is valid always without exception says the gas will expand. So the experiment needs to come from those making the claim that the second law of thermodynamics is invalid or incomplete. That's why we asked you earlier what it says within the formula. Gas going down, we don't have that observation, so we can't offer you the phenomena to start the scientific inquiry. We can offer you the phenomena of pressure, where we can cause pressure with a container, those on the globe side that say that gravity will cause pressure, okay? You need to do that in an experiment, something that can't be done because you will still not understand what gravity is and definitely not be able to very manipulate it in an experiment.
Well, how far of an understanding do we need to have to be able to manipulate the variable?
If you're going to claim science, if you're going to claim science that's supposed to be against the law of nature, you must come with an experiment. You can't just say so.
Yeah, words aren't going to help you. Demonstration at the end of the day is what's going to win.
Yeah, so where's the demonstration for the container?
Yeah, don't talk to your family like that, man. We're in here chatting. So, what did you say about container? All right.
So
do you know what?
If you say that, where's the demonstration of the container in the atmosphere?
Do you know
the demonstration of the container is the second law of thermodynamics? It was just explained to you.
I mean, it's a law. You quoted a law, but where's the demonstration through like the scientific method?
Okay,
that supports it.
So this will come into the formula. This is why I brought this up. The formula called PV equals nRT, the ideal gas formula, that has experiments to validate every single one of those letters and how you break down those letters and solve for them, like P, which is force over area. Now, P stands for pressure. The force over area is the gas inside the container pressing on the limitation of its environment. Area is described as a physical boundary for the gas to press against in feet or meters. So we can experiment with this. We put gas in containers. We heat the gas up. We increase the size and reduce the size of the container. Take gas in, take gas out. Can make gradients inside containers by heating one end and having the other end cooler. So it's all experimentally verified. When you brought up the atmospheric barometric formula that says gravity accelerates gas downwards, we don't have this phenomenon. We definitely don't have the experiment. But the experiments we have in abundance. Boyle's law, Avogadro's law, Gay-Lussac's law, Dalton's law, Brownian motions, kinetic molecular theory, the second law of thermodynamics.
That's my favorite.
Gravity affects anything with mass, right? So does gas not have mass?
No, dude, your understanding of this is completely, I don't want to say topical, but you don't have, even if I was to ask you what gravity is in relation to the question of how gas pressure is achieved, what is gravity? Let's see if you have any. Does gas? Why are you asking me a question? I'm asking you for your basic understanding of what gravity is.
You interrupted my question, and then with your own question.
I asked you first, bro. I asked you first about what gas is.
That's incorrect. I literally just asked my question, and then you overtalked me, and then said, "Now you have a question before me because you overtalked my question."
So you're just running away from the fact that you're not going to tell us what gravity is.
No, I'm trying to stay on
topic. That's an easy win, right?
Talking about. No, I'm asking you, does gas have mass? Because the gravity would affect anything with mass, right?
Yeah, okay, so then the next question is going to be, you don't have an understanding what mass is. That's the next question. Because you don't have
the opposite. Because
so you're going. Okay, so you're going levels below levels, right? So first of all, you don't have an understanding of gravity, and second of all, you just mentioned mass, which you don't have an understanding of. It's going to keep. You're going to keep digging yourself down deeper. You're not going to ever come back up to where you were before. That's why I don't want to talk about what you just said, because we're going to go back to the.
Sounds like you're running from it.
It's not running. Okay, what?
You have my argument figured out.
What's mass?
Yeah,
I do. I already know the end of your argument. What's going to be?
It's any body of matter. Any body of matter.
Body of matter? Is that the definition of mass? Did you look it up?
Yeah.
Because you need to.
It's a body of. So it's not a body of matter.
No, dude. If I was to ask you this, give me a mass of an apple. What are you going to hand me?
The fucking apple. What are you talking about?
Then it's not the mass. Is it?
The mass. Anything.
It's not the mass, is it, Rat?
Is it?
It's not the mass you're handing me. It's the apple.
What the weight of the? Yeah, you. No, you're asking me what the weight of the matter is. Or sorry, what the weight of the matter is.
I'm asking for the mass. Give me. Okay, how about this? Give me the mass of something. What are you gonna hand me?
Whatever you. What are you asking for exactly? Like the
mass.
Okay.
Give me the mass of something. I don't know. See, this is the thing. You can't define mass.
Yeah.
You can't define it.
Yo. Okay. So does gas have?
Okay. You can't define. You can't define mass. You can't define mass, and now you're asking if it has.
I already gave you a definition
that you can't define.
You just get.
It's not the definition of mass. You still haven't figured out what mass is, and then you want to know if gas has the thing you can't define.
I just did.
You're digging yourself deeper, dude.
Definition.
No, you didn't. It's not your definition. What is the mass? What is definition for mass? You're gonna tell us or not? It's your choice.
Matter, the contained inside of an object.
The amount of matter. How do you find how much how do you find out the amount of stuff that's in something? How do you know how much mass something has? If you're going to quantify it.
So the formula is force over acceleration, but
force over acceleration. That's still not giving me how much mass something has, is it?
You're asking me how do you find mass, and I gave you the formula.
You said your definition though. Your definition was the stuff that something has.
I gave to you. How much matter is contained within an object?
So the matter. How much matter? Yeah. Listen, dude. How much matter is contained in an object? How do you quantify how much matter is in an object?
Force over acceleration. Are you gonna go in circles
Okay.
this time? Or are you gonna answer my question?
And how do you know? Like what?
2 of your questions. So are you gonna
force over acceleration? Force over acceleration. Force over acceleration. So now get to it. How do you, dude? No, because we're going back to we're going to regress all the way back to the core system. So we're going to find out force over acceleration. Well, we are, because you don't have an understanding, clearly.
Well, I just gave you the definitions, and then you're trying
you
to
answer the definition. How does it work? How does it work in principle? No, I'm not. I'm asking for specific.
Yes,
how does it work in principle?
Stop asking me. Answer my question.
Nope. We're not leaving until you tell us how that works in principle. How does it work?
Yeah,
I want to know the mass of an apple, and you're using force over acceleration.
There's no point in talking to you.
Force over acceleration. Go on. Force over acceleration.
You just don't want to say that mass. That air.
No, I'm holding you. I'm holding you to the thing. I'm holding you to the thing you think you know.
Say gas.
You're not running away. You're not running away. You're not running away.
I asked a question. You're just trying to
force over acceleration
to test my understanding.
No, I bombard you. No, we're staying right here.
Just prove me.
Force over acceleration. The mass of an apple. How much mass is there? All you got to do is answer that question.
My question.
No. You're going to easily tell me how much mass something has using force over acceleration. You're going to use the principle to show me how you know that the matter of something is quantified. Because according to you, it's the mass of something, like how much matter something has. So in principle, how can you establish force over acceleration is going to determine that?
So you're going to answer my question or no?
No, dude.
You're not running away, dude. We're not. No, you're not running away. You're staying right here. Answer the question. In principle, how does this work?
You haven't answered any of my questions. So what's the point
of acceleration? He's not doing it. He's just being obtuse. He's not answering the question. Because how are we going to proceed forward and talking to you about something you don't have knowledge of? It's going to be a lost cause for everyone. No one's going to get anywhere, and you're just going to talk about shit you think you know. It's not going to work.
You need to chill. You need to chill down, right?
Oh, good grief.
Now go away with your voice changer.
Anyways, what you're saying, Alpha, is correct. You should be more alarmed with the fact that you can't answer his question.
Yep.
Excuse me, what? I answered 2 of his questions, but
you did not answer the most important question. That you're claiming. It's your claim. It's your claim. Listen, it's your claim.
Yep.
So when someone is scrutinizing your claim, you shouldn't divert it with another question.
It wasn't diversion. I asked a question and he's like,
what was the question? Was it a
commentary?
No, it was.
Stop your color commentary. Like here, no, we're not gonna do this. Shut up. We're not gonna do that. You're just doing this thing where you're spinning the wheels and it's like a car stuck in mud. The car tires are just spinning and spinning. We're not going anywhere. So I'm trying to progress the conversation forward because you reverted all the way back to the core belief that you think that force over acceleration is going to provide evidence of how much matter something has inside of it. So I want to know that you know how it works. How it works in principle. You're going to have to tell me how it works in principle. If you really know what you're talking about, you'd be able to unfold this easily for me. Go ahead.
Yeah, so you can answer my question or no?
You're not going to be able to do what he just asked. He's not going to be able to do it. What you asked, that's why he's going off on another tangent, because what you asked was so great and pertinent to the actual topic. He can't address it. He has no way to address what you asked.
And the funny thing is, he wanted to engage in this discussion and have people kind of reason with him, but we can't reason with somebody who doesn't have a fundamental knowledge of the thing that requires knowledge to have a conversation of. We can't reason with him. So if let's just say, for example, say I'll grant him whatever he wants. Okay, you know what mass is. Let's talk about the other thing. Well, his premise is going to be faulty. Logic will be faulty because he's already thinking that it means what he think it means, and we're going to have conversation on top of that, which something he has no knowledge of. It would be fruitless to have about the other question he wants to ask. It's not going to work.
Hold on, Alpha. Hold on, Alpha. You are roboting big time.
Oh, am I still roboting?
No, you're not still.
People are still round earthers.
All right.
I don't know who's trying to talk over me. Sorry. I just want to. I want to reiterate your point because you're right. No, I just want to.
2014 and people are still round earthers.
Yeah, you couldn't argue your way out of a wet paper bag, dude. Whoever you are. All right, go ahead, Flatsy.
Oh, I was just saying that you're correct. There's no way to prove the things that he's claiming, and you held him on that point where he can't prove that mass can be somehow mathematically derived with some sort of amount of matter that something would consist of. With
convoluted.
With force over acceleration, right?
It's convoluted. So because he has this non-understanding, he can't then therefore reason with that non-understanding, saying that he's going to want to talk about other things pertinent to what he's trying to get to when his fundamental logic is flawed.
He would be so happy to jump on how force over acceleration will explain what he's trying to convey. He didn't do that. He wanted to focus on a question.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want the
Yep. Proving my point. Fruitless endeavor. I'm going to unmute him, but I want to talk to the other guy. So, to the other guy who was in here that chimed in, is he still in here? No, he took off. Okay.
Fortunate.
You got somebody that's going to be quite active, I can tell, because he stole the first spot of the VC. So, REF, Unjo Gratis.
What's up?
No, I think he's I'm not sure. I think you're a flat earther, right? I think I've heard you. Maybe not.
I'm neutral.
I don't think so.
Earth, because I don't know enough. Like I'm not
neutral. Well, that's not gonna work. You what? You're not a.
Well, I'm not a fence sitter out of apathy, but I'm not an astrophysicist, so I don't have certainty of round or flat Earth. So I just had.
But
that's what most people
think.
But
see, these guys who are claiming a lot of knowledge of particular topics, they don't know half of the things that they're using as these theories that they propose are something in physical and natural world. So I would just say that just having a normal conversation with somebody to kind of address how they know something can be demonstrated and validated in the physical and natural world wouldn't be able to do it if they're using like mathematical constructs. So I think just basic reasoning could thwart the efforts of those guys actually making it sound like they're superior to you. It's pretty easy, dude. Like, you don't need to be somebody that's an astrophysicist. So giving that, like, I think you're kind of castrating yourself in a way because you think that they have something to offer that you wouldn't be able to articulate as somebody who could reason. I'm just saying, man. Just encouraging you. You shouldn't look down on yourself like that. These acclaimed people that come in here, they're not as bright as you think they are. I'm just saying, man, they're not really that tough to have a conversation with. They might have a little flowery language with them, but they don't really understand, if you get down to the basic like reasoning part, how they know something's real. It falls apart.
Yeah, there's plenty of good arguments for flat Earth, and I appreciate you being reasonable. So thank you.
That's all I'm saying. I just want to encourage you, man, because you sound like a reasonable guy. But let me talk to somebody said my name. Sorry.
Yes, it was me. Hello.
¿Qué pasó?
It is important to me that the question gets answered. Would you like the answer to the question?
The one I was asking, Rat?
Yes. What is the makeup of matter?
Yeah, but I think Jedi or maybe Flassy's going to take it because I got to go back to work, unfortunately.
That would be molecules.
Otherwise,
it's one word, molecules.
Yeah, that's good.
Electrons.
You've been saying that today. You're really doing something with that. Here, I'm going to kick it over to somebody else. Oh, okay. You're not doing nothing. My bad.
You asked me a question. You asked a question, so I'm giving you an answer.
Yeah, but is it sufficient? That's the thing.
It is the makeup of everything. So you ask, what is the makeup of matter?
Jesus.
I'm about
I don't have the time to have that conversation with you, but I definitely would say that you're wrong.
That's not wrong.
Yeah, because I'm trying to see if the guy was able to quantify what mass is. The question was, what is mass?
You can quantify it. I just told you.
How did you quantify it?
You quantify it by atoms, molecules.
Yeah, how much molecules does an apple have?
I'm sure you can count them.
Have you counted them?
That's what.
Are there little BBs stacked up against each other where you're gonna know exactly there's 700 trillion molecules that make up an apple? Like, how are you gonna do that?
That's literally how atoms work.
When you just find the molecular weight of whatever it's.
That's not something tangible in the physical and natural world, by the way.
It is tangible.
These are
you can see it
these words. These words. Yeah, really.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
This is the
and the Tooth Fairy and the Easter Bunny. Yeah, you can see all them too. All right. So you.
No,
yeah.
You can use a
proton
microscope or electron microscope, and you can
do this for me. Do this for me, Alice. Put an example in an image form, like you said, because you could see them in an image form. What one looks like in the text channel. Do that for me, and then you'll validate whatever you're saying. Meanwhile, I gotta get going. I'll be listening though, and looking at the text.
How am I going to get this back out of the weeds?
Let's see. I don't understand why all these stupid websites now have oh, you need to put in your email to. We'll just go to a YouTube video.
Sorry, what are you even trying to prove?
Why are you giving me Why are you giving me the link to Wikipedia? I don't need that. Here.
Just Wikipedia.
Yeah, I don't.
That's fake. No one can see an atom.
Okay.
Atoms are invisible to the light.
They're not invisible.
Atoms aren't invisible. The hell?
What do you mean they're invisible?
Light can't detect them, so this video is pointless.
What? You think that light is the only way we could see something?
What do you mean light can't detect them?
Oh, okay.
Wouldn't it be the opposite way? Wouldn't it be it can't detect light?
Yeah.
Or does it absorb the light? Like, I'm
What
confused.
does that even mean? What the fuck?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
So this is the answers to what makes up mass. If you want to get even further down, quarks are what make up everything. Oh, it looks fake, therefore it must be fake. Okay. Yeah. Fake. Hashtag trust me, bro.
Trust me.
I don't trust the mechanical tools used to see molecules. I have to see it with my naked eye.
Okay, well.
Just because it says Berkeley Lab doesn't mean it's,
Oh my god.
Doesn't mean anything.
Oh my god. Literally, I could slap you across the face and you'd be like, but did you actually slap me? Can you prove that? Did you actually have a hand that slapped me?
I'm done.
Are we talking Alishness? Is that Alishness?
Yeah. Hi.
Well, hello.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good.
I hope you're doing well. I always want to check in with you guys because I like talking to you. So I'm happy to hear that everyone's still around and still doing well.
Still alive.
Yeah, we're doing. I'm doing well. I can't speak for everybody, so give me a second. I'll be there.
Leaf,
Yeah.
what are you doing?
What do you mean what I'm doing? I'm doing what I'm supposed to do.
Bro, I think you need to log off.
Huh?
You're 76 sheets in the wind.
I don't know what that means.
Neither do I.
It means he's either drunk or high as hell.
That's just who I am.
What if he's just retarded?
That's me by default. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, it could be both.
High, drunk, and retarded?
Yeah.
Damn.
Damn.
One thing does not preclude the other.
Why are you so serious when you're talking about flat Earth? And you call me retarded?
I'm not talking about flat Earth.
Then what you talking about then?
I'm talking about atoms. You're making weird sounds. It's very strange and distracting.
What do you
looking for the intelligent being?
Yo, Leaf, are you a Buddhist? For real?
Yeah, sometimes.
What made you look into Buddhism?
Because of you.
Oh, oui.
What did I do?
You made the whole world.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, I did.
I kid you not.
But if I made the whole world, you also made the whole world.
Yeah, pala people. Pala people.
I want to talk to the morbidly obese people in the chat. What's your favorite Little Debbie's pastry?
Oh no.
Where's the flat earthers? Why are only Globers talking? This is concerning.
Why are you talking such a prominent lisp, sir?
We need some flat earther in here.
You need more testosterone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
It wouldn't hurt for you to have more testosterone. Because in my house, when my husband's home, it's more balanced. So maybe more testosterone is the key. I don't know.
More testosterone to throw the pH balance into check.
Husband.
Yo, Fancy, when are we gonna hear some flat music? I wanna listen to some songs from you.
I've been flat smacking today.
Yeah.
I will be flat smacking tomorrow. I don't know.
You got a nice vibrato to your voice. Figured.
Oh, Riz. Hold up. Is this chat? Riz? Oh.
Excuse me. What do you mean? Oh.
Oh, I got it. So I've been I've been flat smacking today. I was flat smacking yesterday. I will be flat smacking tomorrow. No mind the scripts you Globers follow. Something like that, maybe.
Damn, well done. Holy shit. So good. That was lovely.
Why, thank
I've heard some fire songs from the Flower community. This is a song that plays in Mark Sargent's intro that I really like. It goes like, "Where's the curve?"
Dude, isn't that song about like "Where's the Guns, Nathan"? That song is amazing. It's so punk.
Shit.
Like it's
I have not
really
heard that one.
punk. He's like, "Scrappy man." He's like, "Where's the guns, Nathan?" I love it. It's so good, dude. You guys
shit,
need
I have
to
to
go
find
listen to
this.
that song.
Where is it?
I'll go get it for you. Hold on, I'll post it.
Yes, please.
I used it.
Oh, where's the gun, Nathan? MC Tune goes mental mix. What the fuck?
Yes, that's it. That's the one. Did you already find it?
Yeah, I see it.
Good. Okay, yeah, that's the one. Dude, listen to it's what's his name? Cheswick? Mr. Cheswick? He's the one who did the song. It is so good. So if you go to YouTube and Mr. Cheswick and the Where's the Guns, Nathan? You're gonna be able to listen to the song. It's great. It's like a punk, like heavy metal kind of thing.
Oh, it is. This goes hard. Holy shit.
What?
Yeah, my husband and me, we always go to like heavy metal shows, so I'm not a stranger to the heavy sound. So I can dig that stuff, man.
Good shit.
I go out walking after midnight.
Out in the moonlight, just like we used to do. I'm always walking after midnight, searching for you. I stopped to see a weeping willow crying on his pillow. Maybe he's crying for me. And as the skies turn gloomy, night winds whisper to me, I'm lonesome as I can be. I go out walking after midnight, out in the starlight, just hoping you may be somewhere walking after midnight, searching for me.
Woo!
Damn, that's Patsy Cline.
She did a walking song to hurt my feelings. She knew I was here, didn't you?
I don't see anybody here. It's black for me. Like the screen's black with all the people here. So I'm just guessing.
You saw Paraplegic here and you did a walking song.
I love Paraplegic. His coffee is the best coffee on the plane of the earth. And guys, if you haven't tried Paraplegic's coffee, you are missing out. It is roasted to perfection every time.
Holy moly. I don't even have to pay her to say that.
Because it's that good. And I love it. It's the best coffee I've ever tasted in my life.
In my life.
Is it like ground coffee?
My favorite coffee that he does. No, it's not grounded. I have to grind it myself, but that's fresh ground coffee.
I can grind it for you, but I hate grinding.
He will. He did grind it for me before I had means to grind it. He ground it for me initially. So let's not forget how great of customer service he has. But now I have my own grinder, so I get freshly ground coffee, paraplegic coffee, by the way. And my favorite is the Colombian pink bourbon. So you guys, if you like pink bourbon, I don't know why it's pink bourbon, but I love it. It's my favorite coffee that he makes.
It don't have nothing to do with liquor, by the way.
I don't care what it has to deal with. I don't know. I don't actually roast the coffee, so I just drink it and enjoy it. The pink bourbon Colombian is my favorite.
I think I'm too lazy to like grind coffee by myself. That's why I just stopped drinking, I think.
It doesn't take much to grind your own coffee. It's literally a set amount that your grinder has. Mine is 2 ounces, so that means that I put a little under 6 cups of coffee, or like water for the coffee, in my my drip coffee pot.
Drip.
Yes.
Let's see.
Yeah, just under 6 cups, because usually you would do like 2 ounces, or the 2 scoop, like 1 scoop per 2 cups, right? Like if you're doing a scoop per cup of coffee, you would do 1 scoop. Sorry, 1 scoop per 2 cups. And I use my grinder. It does like 2 ounces of the coffee. So I only put just under 6 cups of water. I do the reverse osmosis water. So I'm kind of fancy. And
that's good. Always use filtered water if you have a choice between like well water, unless it's amazing well water, like if you're in Washington or. Damn, my orchids are blooming. Nice. So yeah, if you're in like really hard well water, then distill that shit and then use it. Because hard well water is pretty rough.
Yeah, so reverse osmosis water is kind of similar to distilled water, but not. It's like taking the water through like a filter that would take. It's like a reverse system.
It spins it. Doesn't it spin it?
Well, I don't know the exact process, but my really good.
The old systems had salt. The old ones had salt.
Yeah,
remember those?
My best.
Those are softeners. Those are softeners. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I got
best.
I got this rock in my backyard, and I take a coffee filter and I pull it through it.
Okay. My best friend, he has a filtration.
Is that pure? Sorry.
So my best friend, he has a filtration system in his backyard with a river that runs through his backyard that does a reverse osmosis filtration system from the river that he lives nearby. So it's pretty good. It's awesome.
How's he do that?
Can explain reverse osmosis. But wait, what about your river rock? I want to hear about your river rock.
Yeah, they need to explain.
What did you just say?
They need to explain that one.
What did he just say about a rock in his backyard? Were you serious?
Yeah.
No. So here's how it works. Here's how it works. So we got a whole. I live on the side of a hill, okay, and it's a big old hill, and we got water that falls down the hill. Whenever it falls down the hill,
Elvis and shit. I want to hear this. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
So I take we take a coffee filter and put it through the rock
No. He's a dumbass.
No, how's that stupid? What do you mean I'm not being a dumbass?
Yeah,
we take a coffee filter and put it through the stream that comes down the rock, and that's how we get our water.
Yeah, that wouldn't.
Oh, you're saying
He's being a dumbass.
it runs. No, I think he's being serious. He's just explaining it wrong.
So.
It runs over the rock.
It wrong.
Wait, does it run over the rock?
Nobody.
We have a creek. It's a freaking creek that comes through our property, and there's a whole filtration system. It's a stream. It's a creek. It comes down, and we take a coffee filter and put it down there. And we take a coffee cup. How?
He's being an asshole. Because
what you talking about,
buddy? I know what a creek is, and I know how to filtrate the creek so that you can drink the water. It needs to run over not just one series of stones, but several. And
well, no shit. I got a hole. What I'm saying is I have a creek in my backyard, and it comes through a whole bunch of rocks, and I have a creek in my yard, and I take a coffee filter, and it comes through it. It's like a waterfall almost, but it's probably about 2 feet deep, okay? It goes cut off about 2 foot, and then I take a coffee filter, me and my sister, my brother, my mama, we all come out there, and we filter the water through a coffee filter. It goes in a pot, or it goes in our cup. And that's how we get our.
He's talking about.
That's
great.
Did you use gravity to do that?
No.
That's his last bit of filtration after it goes through a bunch of rock and shit. I think is what he's saying.
Okay, that makes
sense. It doesn't matter. That's how I get my fresh water.
Okay,
I think he's telling the truth. Yeah.
Okay,
that's his last little bit
accelerated to the earth.
Sediment. He's getting the sediment.
Rid of the sediment. He's getting rid of the sediment. Yes.
Gotcha.
Yes, I get
it. What do you mean? That's how I get my water.
Yeah.
Okay,
we understand now. It's cool.
It's cool.
I'm getting it.
Water from a pipe.
Thank you, Paraplegic.
Oh, shut the heck up! Why we got so many people here talking about a bunch of crap? I can't get my water from a pipe. I live out on the county road.
Well, tell your accountant to stop
I
blowing
can't
you
tell actually if this guy's a troll or not.
No, he's for real. He's a
this guy's a troll. He's been here before.
Do you boil?
I've heard him before.
I can't see anyone's icons. I need to just exit and come back. I'll be right back.
You probably have the thing on where it doesn't show people who don't have their camera on.
What the frig I care for about some friggin' county? Well, I don't want to pay for that crap.
Bill, you came in late. This guy's a troll.
Do you boil?
You're starting it now.
Do you boil it before you drink it?
Well, when I boil that crap, I drink the goddamn water.
Why are you drinking out the river? There's pests in there. There's microbiology.
You don't think that you have microbiology in your body?
No shit, but it's the good shit that helps you digest them out the gut.
That it's okay
yeah, but it's not
to
in
have
the river.
Microbiology outside and inside your body.
Oh, that just shows that. Are you from Mississippi? You got the Mississippi education.
No, Alabama.
Let me tell you
man. Don't even start that bullshit.
No, listen, this is real. Microbiology, yes, there are good microbiology that your body it has a symbiotic relationship with, but there are bad ones, hence how you get viruses and bacterial growth and fungal growth.
Listen, if you had it going through a bunch of rock and some ash,
your body will process it,
and some terracotta freaking little pebbles and shit. Then, dude, you'd be way better off drinking that water than you would drinking Baltimore freaking city freaking fluoride water.
Your body will process it. It may not be.
Hold on, listen.
Hold on, no.
That is true.
No, your body may not listen. Your body may not process it perfectly in the way that you would like it at first, but the process that your body will go through to process the water that's more filtrated naturally will benefit more in the long run. Whether or not you have to have a couple of nights of the runs is
why do you say that?
It's irrelevant. You have to have the runs for Taco Bell. So if you are willing to give yourself the runs for some sort of fast food restaurant, then maybe you would be able to give yourself the runs for something natural, like some spring water that you need to be able to process through your system that may upset your system.
It might be a little bit high in sulfur at first, but it's good for you.
It will even out if you continue that.
You know what they put with antibiotics? Sulfur. Bactrim. Bactrim they put with sulfur because sulfur's
exactly
good at fighting shit.
Yeah, and sulfur stinks to high heaven. Do you know how much sulfur stinks to high heaven? It's not something that you want to deal with.
Dude.
If you smell it, you don't want to drink it, right?
Nope.
Yeah, but all I was saying, I'm not okay. So let me get at it. So
we get what you're saying. Dirty water can have a bunch of bad bacteria. We get it. If that's what you're trying to get.
I'm just saying that the filtration system that you're talking about, with just putting it through some fucking rocks and then letting it the sediment, settle or whatever at the bottom, or down that running.
Okay, what's wrong with water?
That? I'm just okay. So listen, what's wrong with it? What's wrong with it is that it's not entirely foolproof. You still run the chance of getting sick, and I'm not saying that it. And it may be lower depending on like a couple of factors. Mainly, is it running water?
It's because exactly. Because if you let it sit stagnant for too long, then it can grow like mold or fungus or something like that, right?
Yeah, it'll grow bacteria. The bacteria will grow.
Okay. I get you.
I understand.
But what's wrong with a little bit of that bacteria if your body can have just a little bit of it it doesn't
as long
necessarily
as it's not
Giardia. If it's not the majority of it and you're just taking a little bit of it, your body will fight those things off naturally. And it will grow an immunity to them because it will recognize it faster if it happens in a more concentrated form later.
Well, yeah, I don't disagree with that, but you are right that your body does possess the means.
This is why we need to drink water. This is why we need to drink water.
But the problem with that is that if you don't know what, so most of the stuff in the river, yes, your body can handle it. But let's say like a bird is infected with some kind of parasite and it shits in the water, and you drink up that water with the parasite in it.
But that's a parasite.
Yeah, but your body may not be able to fight it off. I'm just saying.
But that's a parasite, right?
But that's still a form of microbiology. Yes.
Okay, but that's a parasite, right? It's not the same form of microbiology that you're talking about. No, it's a parasite.
No, it is.
It's a whole different. No, it's called a parasite, right? Not microbiology.
It's still microbiome. It's still under microbiology.
No, it would be considered a parasite.
I'm just talking when I say microbiology that's harmful for you. I'm talking about any like foreign microbiology that invades your skin.
Okay. I'll get on the same page with you. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be on a different page. I want to be on the same page. So yeah, when it comes to something like parasites, right? We have the ability to fight those off, correct?
Sometimes it depends.
Yeah, it depends.
If it's something like a tapeworm, your body's not going to fare too well against it.
But you have the ability. Yeah, but you have the ability to fight that off. You can starve the worm, right?
No, the worm is eating off of you.
No, you can. You can literally starve. No, you can starve the worm by fasting.
No, you can't. No, so the worm is taking in. So when things like tapeworms or something it attaches to a in your digestive tract to the wall or something, so like the intestines. So it'll be feeding off of your intestinal tract. It will feed off also the food that you eat, but it can still passively just eat off of your digestive tract just from it's eating your walls of your fucking stomach.
So you don't think that fasting will starve these things?
No.
In your digestive tract, where it's at the exit.
It's not at the exit.
Yeah, they're
its
at
intestines
the exit
is the main.
Already. Listen, buddy, they're already at the exit. If you can starve them, then they will exit your system right there.
No, they won't, because so it depends on. It won't just exit your system. So sometimes your body can maybe just flush it out, but I'm talking about an instance that it attaches to your wall. Whatever digestive tract, wherever it's at in your body.
Why would they attract to your wall? Why would they do that?
Because that's how they feed in their
from your wall
stage.
Or from what
from your digestive tract. Yeah,
are they both? So they feeding off of? Are they feeding off the wall or you, and what you eat?
Oh man, riveting.
Both. So it is true. I just looked it up. So we're both right. So starvation can help with some parasites, but other parasites it does not.
Yeah, that's really funny. But also, you need to be able to starve the parasites to flush them out.
Well, yeah, it can definitely help you because it's not going to get as much nutrients, but that doesn't do this. Isn't it's not the same with all parasites.
No, it's a better way. Have your organs removed and get cyborg implants.
Alrighty, Elon Musk.
I was just saying, like, fasting is a very good way of replenishing and starving the parasites in your system. And
actually, there's some good parasites. Did you know they're doing studies about reintroducing parasites to kids in other countries because they're a mess and they're sick as hell, and then they reintroduce them, and then all of a sudden they get better?
I feel like they're miscategorizing.
Wait, what? You mean the remedy is a parasite?
Hold on.
Yep. I
feel like they're not categorizing it correctly, because a parasite is something that would reap the benefits of your nutrition, right? So if it's a parasite, then it has certain attributes.
And it would be harming you. It would be harming you. It has to harm you.
If
it would be more symbiotic.
It would not be considered a parasite.
We'd be talking more like a symbiotic relationship with the.
We really need a differentiation of these things first before we go into this conversation, right?
Yeah, but I mean, I know what he means by what he's saying. Something that's like, traditionally in the sense that it's feeding off of you, it's feeding off of a host, so you call it a parasite. I know what he means by it, so I mean, I'll correct him on that, but I mean,
can we segue back to the topic of the VC? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm tired of talking about politicians.
Oh yeah, good point. Speaking of segues, Alpha, you around? Anyways, if you're listening, we may have a track on Mark Sargent as a panel guest for the final proposition. So I will follow that angle, and we will see what comes of it.
Yeah, let me know what he says, man. I'd be interested.
Yeah, that's a good angle. Absolutely. It doesn't matter if Mark Sargent is a shill or not. That's a good angle to take, whether or not you're in this conversation or you're not in the conversation. You're always going to be in the conversation. So I would say that this is only a plus, a positive, always.
Well, wherever you go, if you're going to have a forum, like, you have to be able to hold your own. And if you're capable of holding your own and getting what you want to say across, then that's fine.
Also, you can take down any other ideas that Mark Sargent has in a way that's not offensive. Don't be offensive.
Shut up, nigger.
Yeah, so I would say that the best...
Hold on. We got a special case here. Hold on, I got to ban this guy. Hold on, give me a second.
I don't know who he is.
It's easy to find. No, I know who he is, Flatsy. It's so easy. His name's literally certified racist. How hard is it to find?
Okay, so I'd say that it doesn't matter about, like, anybody's opinions. It's great to just focus on the information. If you can be the type of, like, interviewer, the type to take in any kind of person to your show and question him unapologetically. You don't have to be apologetic about your own position. You can actually just question him in a way that he will reveal whether or not he's for truth or not. It doesn't matter if he is or isn't for truth. You can just question him with things that are logical, things that are impressionable, and things that are will like give you some sort of like a stimulus, some sort of response with emotion. So if you can hone those skills in, you can have a really good conversation with Mark Sargent. I think so, anyways, because he's got a good following. He's got a good way that he approaches the subject. He's wrong a lot, but you can also just like fixate in on what you want to talk about with him, and that will be the topic if you're able to do that. I think a lot of the stress would rely on the person talking to Mark Sargent rather than don't try to pressure him. Don't circle your arguments and questions around pressuring him. More so just like kind of like, here's something that's factual and something that we can all experience and can confound him to the truth without you having to trick him, if that makes sense.
Bada bing boom.
Let's ask him a question that everyone else goes, oh yeah, I want to ask him that.
Well, the truth always confounds the wise, or those who think they're wise. So the truth is so simple. It's not something complicated. And everybody that's living, human beings included, like to overcomplicate the things that are simple. And they want to be able to like apply mathematics to it or apply some sort of complicated like the way that you think about it. They want that to be complicated. They want all of that to be complicated so that you can be outside of someone else's like circle of discussing a topic. But honestly, all of us are very qualified to talk about the topics that they are discussing and simplify it to the point where they sound absurd instead of you.
Bada bing boom.
All right, hurry up. Now's your 3 seconds to talk before she starts again. Go.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was trying to be quick. I was trying so hard.
Hi, AI Ardent. Why does your mic sound so good?
It got so far.
It doesn't even matter.
At the end, it really fucking matters, alright?
Yep, that's how much it matters, dude.
AI Overlord, how are you?
Yeah. I am.
That's owlish.
Fabulous.
Why does your mic sound so good? I'm used to your mic sounding like
owlish.
My mic has always sounded good.
Dude, he tries to turn,
that's a lot.
Make regular guys question their freaking masculinity with his mic.
Yeah, but what he
so
just said
you be careful around him.
But what he just said is a lie. It doesn't always sound that good. You're a liar.
Oh, you're wrong. You're wrong because good is a subjective term. So I think it always sounds good.
No, it's not.
Bad.
When it comes to no, it's not subjective.
Yes.
No.
Yes,
no.
it is.
No.
All right, you're banned. Yay, I win.
No, it's not. It's not subjective. It is very objective.
It depends on your goal. If your goal is to have crisp, clear audio, and you call that good, what if my goal is to not have crisp, clear audio? Then it's good for my purposes. Therefore, it's good.
No.
Well, I'm right, and you're wrong. You know how I know? Because I'm always right.
The consensus is against you, and consensus is not science.
Oh, a fallacy? That's how you're going down?
Exactly. So the consensus would say that you have a horrible mic always.
What if I have a horrible mic to make other people feel comfortable to talk to me?
Maybe. I don't care about your reason.
Yes.
I don't care about your motive. It literally don't care about your motive. The fact that you have a horrible mic most of the time, that should be noted. I don't care about your motive.
Listen, you may think I had a horrible mic, but that's just a Mandela effect.
Nope. Nope. You're not going to trick me. Sorry. We were talking about the Mandela effect tonight at the bar. Or par. It's not really a bar. It's a par. Because they have the golf simulators inside. So par, it's not a bar, it's a par. They have a bar inside, but we weren't necessarily at the bar because I had Booger. I'm at home now. Booger's asleep. And I have had some drinks. So don't get me wrong. But I am saying that you can be at a bar that's not a bar because it's par. Get it? Nobody gets it?
I get it.
Anyways, at the par that I was at, I liked bringing up like thought-provoking conversations. So they were bringing up something. What was it? I said, how was the reason why they even had a thought-provoking conversation? Just because I said fabrication. And I was talking about fabrication in another example, but they took my example that wasn't about the topic that I meant it for and used it for another topic. And they said, what is poetry? It's fabrication, right? No. That's where I came in and I was like, it's not fabrication. It's more like an expression. So it's a category error to think that poetry would be some sort of fabrication. It's more of an expression of emotion within a given language. And language is something that's derived and developed by logic. So you have like a strain of events. You need to be able to trace it back to the source, right? So you have logic. What's logic? Is logic something that is dictated by laws of nature? Let's see. Oh, we will go see. And here we go. Going to see. Oh, the law of identity. Oh, the law of identity sounds like a law of nature. What is the law of identity? So it means that everything that would have some sort of identity within language or within information would have its attributes, some sort of reason why the item that you're referring to is that item because it has all of these attributes of its characteristics. So you have A equals A. A slice of an apple is still an apple, right? So you don't have to go further than that. You have the law of identity. You have the law of excluded middle, which means that any proposition given to you has to be either true or false. There's no in between. It has to be one or the other. And then you have the law of non-contradiction, which solidifies that, but also adds on something else. The outcome of some sort of proposition cannot be contradictory. It can't be one thing and the other. It has to be one or the other, right? So you don't have something in nature displaying something different than these laws. These laws are what developed the types of logic, which are mathematics, symbols, and the informal and formal syllogisms of logic that you can present to others and yourself to prove something. You don't need the scientific method, but the scientific method would be derived from some kind of idea of logic, right? I hope so. And it is, thankfully. So you observe something in nature that's a dependent variable. you have some sort of prediction of its cause, that would be the independent variable, maybe, because you have the null hypothesis there. So, it is or it isn't. You're proving something one way or the other. You don't have to act like you're not proving something. You have some sort of supposed cause for an effect. If it isn't the cause, then it's the null. And then you're proving that it's not the cause, so you're proving something. Boom. I don't have everybody's name. I have to try to. I'm going to drop out and come back in. My superpower for a flat earth is to explain everything very simply.
All right, Ducky Boy wants to be unmuted to ask Flatsy a question. Let's see if he's going to follow through or he's going to chicken out.
Let's do it.
Man, fuck you.
Whoa,
I guess he's
bro.
not gonna do it.
Why are you scared of Flatsy, man?
Because I'm bad.
Oh, are you telling me? Fuck me?
No, I'm telling the other person. They just mute me.
Oh, just ask me the question, man. Don't say anything else.
What's the question?
It's your question to me. Why am I supposed to know the question, dude?
I didn't have no question.
Okay, then why are
we unmuted you so you could ask a question.
No.
You got to make up the question.
What's your name?
Flatsy Klein.
I guess he doesn't have a question after all.
That was a question.
Yeah.
You're right. Oh, dang, you busted me.
I answered it. Flatsy Klein. Man, I'm Flatsy Klein. Do you need some further, I don't know.
Yeah, can you marry me?
What?
Oh, man.
Can you marry me?
No, I'm married. I am already married. No, I cannot marry you.
I just got to mute this guy. Hey, bro, the incel room is down at the bottom of the server.
Yeah, I'm already married, happily married. I love my husband, and my son is named after my husband. You literally have no chance with me.
Oh, good grief. Your son is named Husband? That's a weird name.
No, he's named after my husband, you asshole.
After my husband is also a weird name.
Yeah, that is a weird name. So Sterling is my husband's and my son's name. Sterling like the silver.
The guy literally has in his profile trolls, so I don't know why you're surprised.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I just like being helpful with other people understanding my blessings. I have blessings. These things that I'm talking about are blessings to me. I don't have to be what is it, like ashamed or scared or whatever. None of those things come to mind when I'm talking about my family. I'm so happy and grateful for them. So I just share them to you guys all the time. And you may not understand how I share the love of my family with others, but I do. And you can witness that on QE's live streams because Booger, my son, shouts out the super chats. It was my idea because I knew that him shouting out super chats were going to be precious. Also, they would generate more super chats so that his preciousness could be like acquired for the followers of this person with him shouting out the super chats. You get what I'm saying? It's like a chain reaction.
I haven't talked to QE in a minute.
QE is one of my favorite flat earthers. So I would say
know.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna go ahead and tell you. He's one of my favorite flat earthers because he doesn't filter anything that he thinks. He is honest about everything, and anything he makes a claim to, he has the evidence to back it up. I don't need anything else. I don't need anything else from
Tell him to teach them other two guys that make a lot of claims they can't back up how to back them up.
Exactly. Yeah, you're right.
He's still banned from here.
He is. He is banned.
Sort of. He's allowed to come back. Nathan's
only through Nathan. He's only allowed to come back here through Nathan and his panel. It's so funny because QE should be banned from this chat. You don't need him here. You don't need him here. It's funny to have him here. Don't get me wrong. It's a great time. If you ever are a flat earther and you want to go have a good time, go wherever QE is available in the live stream chat. Whatever. That's a good time. You should sit back and listen and stop being so judgmental because, good grief, everybody can be so judgmental. It's sickening. Like, can you just not be judgmental and just take it for what it is? Nobody can do that. And I get it. I understand. Some people can do it, but it's kind of one of those things where it's one of the, you either can or you can't.
Latsy Klein, do you mind if I ask you a personal question?
Sure, go ahead.
Do you ever look at this channel and observe how full it is? And then, it gives you a full explanation as to why it's full? It's because predominantly people in the server are low IQ, and that's why they're fascinated by channels like this?
I would hope it's not the case. To be honest with you, I would love for everyone in the chat to be some sort of, they have some sort of ability to process information and then disseminate it. You know what I mean?
They're processing information, just not the right kind, right?
Yeah, but
can you provide evidence to your claim?
Hold on. I would like to finish. So these people need to be able to process information and then disseminate information, right?
Gotcha.
That's a good quality to have as someone who could possibly process the information and then disseminate it to the public.
Don't disagree with you there.
Okay, so that's fine. You can disagree with me. I'm just saying.
No, I'm saying I don't disagree with you there.
Good. Okay, yeah, that's a good thing. So you need to be able to have some sort of foundation, right? The foundation of what you would process information from would need to be solid, right? You need a solid foundation to process information, right?
Do you think someone has a? Well, I'll let the other girl talk because I knew she wanted me to.
No. I'm asking you. No, I don't care about the other girl. I'm.
All right, Flatsy. That's a party foul. Clearly
what?
somebody waiting to get in. Homeboy said he was going to yield to that person. Then you said you don't care about that person. So now you're going to be on mute for a while. All right, go ahead and talk to Alishness.
I mean, it's fine. It's not a big deal.
Man, good grief, Alishness.
I was going to ask you for your. I was going to ask you to substantiate the claim that people in here have low IQ. I would like evidence, peer-reviewed articles, and an experiment to prove your claim. Thank you.
I don't even know how to engage with that.
I mean, you made the claim.
It's satire. Sorry, actually, it is my fault, actually, because I'm very monotone, so my social cues are not very clear, but that was satire. I wasn't being serious.
Excuse me, but I asked you about an IQ, not tires.
Wait, no. Satire? Do you know what satire means?
I am also joking.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. See, I'm also not good at reading social cues either, so.
So welcome to the low IQ room, dude. So what's your IQ anyway? Like 60 or something?
Well, if my IQ is 60, then I probably wouldn't be able to figure out how to turn my computer on.
Oh, well. Well, you're in the low IQ room, and we're all got computers, so what's your excuse?
Some people are using phones, probably.
But welcome. We welcome low IQ people here all the time, so welcome.
Yeah, this entire server does, but
did you see the video?
I don't discriminate.
They did an IQ test. This woman thought she'd have the highest. She actually had the lowest. She was a university.
Oh yeah, I did see that.
Yeah, the builder had a higher IQ than her.
That's funny.
That was good.
Well, women shouldn't be allowed to vote, right? So I'm joking.
What? Down.
Let's see here.
Well, let's just agree universal suffrage is a bad idea.
Isn't suffrage women's right to vote?
No. It would be called women's suffrage.
Yeah. Suffragettes.
But very few people know about the anti-suffragettes.
True.
Which were women who didn't want that. And in actuality, all of the times that women were allowed to vote, whether they should get the right to vote, they voted against it. Very interesting that they forced the vote upon women.
Yeah, it actually was a lot of guys that were encouraging women to get rights, funnily enough.
Yeah, I probably because they wanted to manipulate the populace, not to actually give women rights.
I mean, the majority of women do own a lot of the debt, the majority of the debt in this country. So, successful plan. That was a successful plan to stimulate the capitalist economy and working class.
It certainly did double the workforce, more or less. Have the wages.
But somebody in here is going to defend capitalism for sure. I'm just waiting for it. Sorry, what?
No, I'm just saying, like, it doubled the workforce. Have the
of course.
Wages,
yeah.
Purchasing power and all that.
Double taxation. Yeah. Double taxation, no representation, broski.
Not to say that that's a particular feature. Not to say that that's a particular feature of capitalism that I would, crap upon. But it's just the nature of where we are now.
Yeah.
It's a government thing, right?
Yes.
So.
Well, it's even the free market is not really a free market, right?
As it is now.
Well, how could a free market be a free market, dude? It can't be a market unless you're selling stuff.
True. Based.
I'm willing to bet that you watched American Psycho at least 100 times.
No, I actually couldn't even make it through like a quarter of it. It was pretty boring.
Did you sound just like Christian Bale's character?
Why?
Hey,
awesome. Yeah.
You know why I couldn't finish watching that movie? Because it was about a narcissist that wasn't me.
Yeah, true.
Oh, I thought you were going to say because your subscription ran out and you couldn't finish it.
Yeah, right in the middle of it.
He's just jealous, classic narcissistic behavior. They get jealous.
Let's see Paul Allen's card. There's
Pearl White and Teardrop.
Yeah. What else does he say? You can always be thinner, look better. Wow, that's like scaring me how close it is. You're right.
I dare you, dude. Go back on the YouTube bot and listen to yourself talk.
I'm actually recording right now. I do listen to myself talk.
Oh, geez. Okay, so you know what I'm talking about. Oh shit, that's good. Nice touch to the room.
Call out my name. Let me think. What subjects do I have in my head?
I've got one. You think we live on a ball?
It doesn't make a difference to me. I wouldn't really care. That's the problem with me in the subject is I don't think it would play like a important role in my life.
God, there's so many people here.
What did you grow up thinking, or what were you taught?
Well, I was always a science guy, and my teachers were really good, and they insisted that the Earth was a globe. So I just ran with that. But if in another hypothetical, if I was taught the opposite, then I mean, I would still have to show up to work tomorrow, right? Like it wouldn't change my life drastically.
I'm not asking about hypotheticals. I was just curious what actually happened.
Mm-hmm.
Were you taught otherwise later in your life?
No, I mean I looked into it a little bit, but aside from that, not really.
Do you think we're all dummies or something?
I wouldn't say that. I would say that there is coincidentally an overlap between like lower IQ individuals who are skeptical of the government and like flat earthers, but I wouldn't say that they're all necessarily dumb.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Aren't we privileged to have a high IQ person amongst us guys? Wow.
Yeah.
Damn, dude, the conversation has moved since then. Holy fuck, you're still stuck on that? Must have really got upset over that.
Now we're just, we're just pulling the chain, because you're under the spotlight, You're the star of the room right now.
Totally fun.
So you're going to debunk flat Earth or what, dude?
Yeah, just
or just
go to the beach and put a stick in the ground, and that works as a clock. That wouldn't happen if the Earth was flat, right?
Like a sundial.
Yeah. Or you can always just look at the seasons, right? Seasons. That means that our Earth is actually on a tilted axis. Wouldn't happen if the Earth was flat.
Well, we see from the ground, we see the sun changes angle in the sky, and the angle is in reference to horizontal plane. So elevation angles need a horizontal plane of reference. So yeah, in winter, the angle of the sun gets lower, in summer it gets higher. I mean, that's what I can tell, but I need the flat Earth to measure the angle. I need a flat plane of reference. So
what is like the Do flat earthers think that like every other planet is flat too, or are they like fake or? What's going on there?
We can't tell if we look through a telescope, then it's a binocular. So we only see things two-dimensionally anyway when we look at stars.
Wait, what about satellites or like rovers? Do you guys not believe that we went to Mars in a rover?
No, space violates second law of thermodynamics, violates the law of entropy, which is a natural law. Gas fills space.
This is like deeper than I thought.
It is.
And by deeper, I mean like stupider, but I'm just trying to be really nice.
Yeah, sure. Natural law is stupid, I guess you could say. I mean, you can say that if you like. I think it's kind of fundamental to life in general.
So what brought you to like this? How did you get here?
People like you. People who don't have any arguments and come in and think flat Earth is stupid and Earth's obviously a globe, but when you drill down, they've got no arguments, they've got no evidence.
What's the benefit you get out of this? Like, it's like anyone is paying you.
Yeah, is anyone paying you? That's true.
Say these things, yeah. And everyone is paying people to say that the Earth is not flat. That's happening.
Oh, so you think somebody's paying me to say the Earth is round?
No, not here. Like,
okay.
What's the benefit? What's the benefit? That's
what I'm asking. That's what I'm asking. I don't know. I mean, like, what would the government benefit if they convinced you that the Earth was round as opposed to flat? I mean, probably not, right?
Yeah, listen. Like COVID, for example, that makes a lot of sense for companies. So if that's a conspiracy theory, and you could agree with me that it's a very good conspiracy theory. Like, if you spread COVID, like, there are a lot of different labs that are going to make a lot of money.
Yeah, there's like methods of tracking and control. There's
why they are like making money out of saying that the Earth is not flat.
You want to know what I think? I think that these people are just, and I do truly feel for them, right? Like, it's not like I hate them.
Okay, I get it.
But I think that they just don't trust their government. I think that's what it is.
Yeah,
which is okay. It's fine.
That's something very American, I guess.
Yeah.
So, do you have an argument or something, or just ad homs and hand wave bullshit?
No, I do not know too much about this theory, but I do know that it belongs to a family of theories that's called like conspiracy theories. And you could have like conspiracy theories like 9/11, for example, or you could have conspiracy theories about like COVID. And this is another conspiracy theory. And if you want to educate me in something that I do not know, we could like wisely speak about it. But I did make a question, and my question would be, who would be benefit from the belief that the Earth is not flat? It's circle.
Well, what I find interesting is you're the one that can do.
What's the motive? What's the motive of the crime?
Can I point something out? I just find it interesting how you're the one asserting that it's a conspiracy theory, yet you're querying us about who are the ones conspiring.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Excellent.
You think it's a conspiracy theory, and you're asking us to basically fill in the gaps for you, when I don't know who in here has made that claim that individuals.
You got to give an explanation, because when they tortured Galileo Galilei, the Italian guy with the telescope, like, there was a reason for doing that, and that was reason. Reason was power at that time. So if Galileo said that the Earth is not the center of the universe and goes around the sun in the solar system, then the Bible is wrong. So they won't let Galileo say that, and they will torture him. But at the end, he said in Latin, "Eppure si muove," and still it moves. But yeah, they torture him. So, who is benefit from this theory? That's my question. Like, flat Earth, it's just like fashion, American fashion, like conspiracy theories, like, per week.
So hang on, one at a time, dude. So you're talking about Galileo. So what did Galileo do? What were his conclusions, and how did he arrive at them?
Listen, you are making it's like 5 o'clock in the morning, right? I feel that you could go and make that research on yourself. I only could say that Galileo was the second one, maybe, as the top of my knowledge, from the top of what can I remember. Before it was Nicolas Copernicus, and he was the first to put in doubt the idea that the Earth is the center of the universe. Okay?
Gotcha.
But then, and maybe Copernicus is like century 16, maybe, or 15, and then like century 17 came Galileo, and he wrote a book, and that book, the name I do not remember. It's just Wikipedia, Galileo, and it's gonna, come next to the name. And that book, he said, this is only a book of mathematics and physics. Nothing that I'm saying here reflects the real world. This is just a mathematics exercise.
The model, yeah. Right, okay.
So he felt that he could, blind.
Yeah. That's fine. Well, see, that's an interest. That's kind of part of the interesting element about what you're talking about, because.
But he got tortured. There was an authority. Why? Right, because that was a subversion. That was subversion. That was saying, the theory of divine knights, like the power to the night, comes directly from God.
Right.
The power from the king comes directly from God, not from downstairs, not from bottom top, like a democracy now, after modern philosophy. Go ahead, please. Go.
Sir,
go.
Thank you. I'm aware of all this. I appreciate that. The reason why I'm asking you is because it would seem to me that someone such as yourself, so highly of the individuals like this, it would seem, would know their background, what they're talking about, how they arrived at their conclusion, in order for you to adopt that worldview that is a natural consequence. You would think, right? That's why I'm asking, in case you actually had any of that.
Okay, could you develop a little bit more what you just said? Could you develop?
Well, there's not really much to say. I was just inquiring about what you knew about his conclusions, right? And those of
yes, of course. I studied in school when I was a kid.
Thank you. I was just gonna, yeah, right. Okay, so you heard some stuff as a kid.
Yeah,
and
I was taught.
And you mean like actually a kid, not just a young person, but like elementary school.
Yeah, without the capability to consent.
Right.
Not another adult that's able to consent, to give consent.
Gotcha. So just to be clear, are you saying that you agree with their worldview or not? The heliocentric model.
The point of view that the Earth is circle.
And it's a globe.
Not the circle. It's a globe. Yeah, I don't know the word in English. Okay, globe. And if I agree with that, yeah, definitely. Listen, I do not agree. That's a belief. That's my belief.
Okay.
I would say there are beliefs that, for example, I would say, okay, this is a very strong belief. 2 + 2 = 4, right?
But so you know about
this sort of belief about.
So I was just going to say, at the very least, sir, at least you're honest about that you acknowledge that it is a belief, because you didn't really go check their work or anything, or validate any of their claims, and do any observations, replicate their stuff, and come to your own conclusions, maybe standing on their shoulders or anything, right? You adopt it. And that's good, though. But by not having done that, though, it's not exactly equivalent to compare that with, for example, your example, the 2 + 2 = 4. Because the 2 + 2 = 4, you can do on a regular basis at will in an application or situation, and you can confirm the results there and then and there
by yourself. By yourself. Like science is like it's like methodology. If you follow certain kind of methodology, the scientific methodology, you're going to arrive to certain results that are meant to be objective. So it doesn't matter the gender, the race. I don't care if you're like white and German people or black or whatsoever. What you say, your propositions are either true or false.
There you go.
Okay, that's classical philosophy of science, like Vienna Circle, right? Like 1920, okay, Circle of Vienna, like positivism in philosophy, right? So metaphysics, it's nonsense, right? Well, like there are certain sense of like the word authority that is not only used to mean political power. It's a strange thing of English in particular.
It's also a way to sleep with
we say that there's science, and we say that the scientific very successful person is an authority. My doctor, my psychiatrist is an authority. We say that in terms of knowledge.
You're not going to be able to establish that in science. You can absolutely
I trust. I want to say that I trust.
You can manipulate.
Intellectual authority is more like yours.
Yeah, but you have to think about it in these two categories. So you're manipulating or you're trusting. Somebody is manipulating you, and you are trusting. Okay? Are you the manipulator? Or
I can play that game all day. You're saying like jumble mumble, like mumble rap.
Oh, so okay, you're either the trusting, like manipulating.
There's a spectrum. There's a spectrum.
So you're the one manipulating.
Yeah, there's a spectrum. At the bottom there are the sheep, and at the top there's the sheeper.
You don't care. You don't care about what I'm saying.
Yeah, I do. But it's really difficult to understand you.
So you don't care that I'm telling you that there is the manipulators and there are the manipulatees. So the people that would be the one subject to the manipulation have some sort of like empathy and the caring type. Those characteristics are good characteristics of a human being, but they're taken advantage of, and you're having to be subject to them. You don't understand what you're being subjected to.
Not me, why? Like
not you.
This topic probably affects my life on a daily basis.
The royal you. I'm talking about the royal you. So if you could think about me talking in those terms, not you specifically.
Listen. Okay, let's say that. Okay, there are certain affirmations that are agreed by the majority of science, hegemonic science, right? So, for example, we believe that the man went to the moon. Let's say that I one day wake up and I decide to put in doubt that belief because it was indoctrinated to me, maybe, and I didn't make the experiments and the research by myself.
Okay, but that's not
to try to come out to conclusion by my own reason using the method. So let's say that I do that. You know what happens? That happens that it's very easy for me to give a step further and say that theory was that theory, okay, was meant to finish the Cold War. So there are people that are beneficial. How do you say? People who benefit from.
No, there's not.
Beneficiaries,
Okay,
something like that.
great. Awesome.
So
Great.
yeah,
Okay.
America is winning the Cold War by inventing this lie, this fake news. So if flat is not Earth, is fake news, I wanna ask who is making money out of it? Who is winning something out of it?
Shut up, dude. Please. You have to stop living in this. Look, you have to stop living in this paradigm where somebody's like, oh, I did this, and you have no information or substantiation for their claims. So if you don't have any information,
we do everything.
Listen. Would you please listen to me? Please. If you don't have any information to actually process and then disseminate, why would you accept it as the truth? Okay? That is the main thing that I want to ask you. You have no information to actually process and then disseminate for the moon landing without you appealing, without so many logical fallacies. It's unrealistic. If it was true, the data would speak for itself. You wouldn't have to use logical fallacies to prove whatever you believe. That's what you believe. You can believe whatever you want to. You shouldn't expect anyone else to believe what you believe unless they have the same information and proof that you do, that would be something that could maybe be filtered through some sort of logical filter, some sort of filter that would give them some sort of clarity of information coming in.
You cannot process that information at the level that you are.
Then we don't need to worry about it.
It takes too much time. No, yeah, but if you want to worry, worry about.
No. If you can't process,
what's the difference? I do not care either if the flat is Earth or not. Sorry,
if you can't process the information.
Sorry, if the Earth is flat or not, I do not care. Neither
doesn't matter. If it's flat, round, whatever, I don't care. I'm saying if you can't process, I don't care. If you can't process the information given, then it's not information.
It's information. It's always information. You
cannot. What is the information?
Yes.
Okay, you have a conclusion. What is the information that gives you the conclusion?
Listen, last time I went to the dentist. Okay.
Stop doing that. Stop. I
assumed it was legit.
Stop.
I didn't thought that it was fake.
Stop.
I assumed that he was a real dentist. Why?
Will
because
you please
it was
stop?
economical.
You don't want to stop. Please stop. Information from something that you don't have information on initially. Somebody is giving you the information. Stop talking.
You need to go and study more. You're a kid.
Dude.
You need to more and study. You need to go and study
stop
more.
Talking.
No. Go
stop
and study.
Talking. Please stop talking. Please. Are you done? Thank you. Okay. So your process of information matters. Your ability to process information matters. So if you can only process information as it is already pre-processed and given to you, you have no skin in the game. You need to be able to do this on your own. You need to be able to process information on your own. Nobody needs to help you. You can do it on your own because you understand how reality works. You don't need somebody to tell you that, oh, you experience reality this way, but it's this way actually because you don't understand what I understand and I have better knowledge than you. These people are the ones you should question the most. Is anybody here? I didn't get to see who left, who came, or whatever. So, is anybody here that's new that would like to talk about the topic? All right, bye. Bye.
Hello? Hello?
It's digging it.
Hello?
I hate Nick.
Hello, everyone. How are you doing?
Yo, what's good, my flatters? Oh, are we sleeping in the VC? That's kind of sweet. A little group sleeping session. Oh my god. So cute. You guys wake up together. You wake up to flat earth stuff. You all like asleep at your computer. That's so cute. Oh my god. Picturing all the little flat earthers like in a flat, just like resting. That's so cute. I wish I could read a bedtime story to, commemorate the occasion. Oh my god. Maybe I will. I'll just read a story until someone comes. What is popping on Hacker News? Scriabin and Russian symbolism. When Boris Pasternak characterized the beginning of the 20th century as the era of Scriabin, he restated in personal and poetic terms a phenomenon that had already been recognized by the public at large, by leaders of an extraordinary flowering of the arts. Musicians, poets, painters, theatrical giants, and by such elders and contemporaries of Scriabin's in the political arena as Lyudarsky and Plekhanov, whose music the latter wrote was his era transposed into sound. It so fully expressed the mood of a very significant part of our intelligentsia at a particular period of its history. The memorial services, the funeral, the tributes, and the published and unpublished commemorations repeatedly demonstrate the feeling that Russia's leading figures in the arts had died, that in some quintessential way Scriabin was the epitome of his era, the incarceration of his tendencies and expressive modes, as well as the most revolutionary composer of his time. That's powerful. What's up, Flat Earthers? Let me see if I can get the full version. I want to read more about Scriabin. Sci-Hub. Does Sci-Hub have it? Please do. Oh my gosh, it does. And one of its most popular pianists. It seems paradoxical that his enormously complex and revolutionary emancipation of tonal relationships in theory, paralleling and in some ways anticipating the new Vienna school, should at one level be so readily available and satisfying to the common listener. The musically conceived and intended second and third symphonies, the latter called Divine Poem, should, according to the composer R. Shredrin, provide the perfect accompaniment to the Russian radio and television program on the 1905 revolution. That the ultra-sensual and specifically sexual poem of ecstasy should be such a favorite of workers, soldiers, and peasants right after the revolution, and should also be broadcast as Yuri Gagarin made man's first flight into space. Well, that didn't happen. We know that man didn't actually go into space, but pretend that isn't there. And again, when he was welcomed in Red Square April, that the mystical heliotropic, oh, we don't like that here, visionary text joined to his works from the Fourth Sonata to the Prometheus, Poem of Fire, and comparable titles and interpretive indications in his piano works should, if not ignored altogether, fail to interfere with the appreciation of those works by musically trained and untrained listeners. That his music, in one sense very dated, should enjoy such increasing popularity abroad as well as in his native land. But for the most part,
what the hell are you talking about? What are you talking about? You keep on yapping.
Dude, I gave like all notes here, so I was like, I'll just read until someone says anything.
Dude, you're non-stop yapping. You're telling us like fairy tales, stories.
I was reading about the Russian space program. You don't like the Russian space program?
You gives a shit about space. Space is fake.
That's a good point. My bad. I should have talked about the Russian land program.
Why are you talking about space? It doesn't exist.
That's a good point. Like, space doesn't exist. But I think for one thing. I think for the most part, paradoxes are the most illusory part, more so than the real. Wouldn't you agree?
I haven't got a clue what you're talking about.
You don't imagine that paradoxes are more illusory than real?
I don't imagine.
Well, would you at least agree, not imagine, but would you agree that at like an impressionistic level, Scriabin's music has obvious claims not only to the popular appeal, but also to antipathy? Would you agree about that?
What music you talking about? What music you're talking about?
Antipathy.
What? Empathy? What?
Antipathy.
Antipathy? No, I don't know what that means.
It's like a deep-seated feeling of dislike and aversion. Like you could say you have an antipathy to the globe model in that you're highly averse to it.
Well, it means that you have a highly...
That's fine.
Oh, yeah, Flashy, yeah, Flashy will talk to you.
I would say that that's fine. We can have a healthy aversion to something that doesn't have actual proof behind it.
Would you agree that like the globe's relationship to psychological and aesthetics theories of our era and the globe's effect, practical and seminal, on further course of Russian art is profound?
It could be. It could be. I would say that the idea of the shape of the earth would depend on a certain person's, let's say an individual, their ability to process information and disseminate that information. So you need them to be able to do both. Right.
Would you agree that like the cult of the globe has made it unnecessary or even undesirable to subject the globe to critical and historical analysis?
No, I would say that it requires exactly what I just said. The individual's personal ability to be able to process the information and then disseminate the information, right? So that's a very good quality to have as a human being. Yeah. So your place in humanity, it doesn't have to be that. I don't think that you should aspire to be anything that you don't want to be. But if it is in your ability to process information and then disseminate the information, you absolutely should be in that kind of arena.
I just have a quick question, though. Can I ask?
Sure, go ahead.
Do you think that Neil deGrasse Tyson has had an extraordinary effect, not only through his like work, but
dude, we use Neil deGrasse Tyson as a hostile witness. Do you think it's very like pertinent to ask me about his views on anything?
What I was going to say is that look, although clearly his views are indeed the basis and ultimate guarantee of his fame, like what you said. But I think also his like academic contributions, which seems to have conveyed, an electrifying sense of transport, and also his personality, whose charm and infectious enthusiasm, I think they lend credence to his aims and dreams, no matter how like grandiose, mystical, or mad that he became.
Fine. Can you please stop doing?
Would you agree?
Yeah, but you're like decorating for Christmas right now.
I am decorating for Christmas. I'm decorating for the new year.
Yeah, no, I'm saying for Neil deGrasse Tyson, it's like you're decorating.
I feel like Neil's aims are so grandiose, mystical, and mad.
So you think that you need to decorate his presence?
You don't think Neil's claims are grandiose, mystical, or mad?
Did you not just decorate his presence?
Well, no, his claims of a globe are both grandiose and mystical, and they also may be mad.
Did you not just do that, though? Did you decorate him?
Well, no, I think the globe claim is grandiose, mystical, and mad.
Why are you not answering me?
Are you not answering me? I do not know.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I'm asking you, did you just not decorate him?
I don't know what that even means.
You introduced him. You don't know what it means to decorate somebody before.
I thought you meant my language. It was very like intricate and had a lot of flourish and flair. I didn't know what you meant there.
Can you please just answer my question? Did you not just decorate Neil deGrasse Tyson?
No, here's why. Because like while reports of Neil's conversations indicate that they maybe lack the special quality of his like academic performance, I think their contents invite comment like those of any other academic, insofar as, you know, Neil's writings seem at some points to be mystical ravings or less. And I think Neil's poetry is largely derivative in content and inept in execution. But I would say that nevertheless, Neil was at the center of the modern movement in Russia, particularly symbolically. And I think he was close to leading its theories and practitioners. You know, men like Brusiov.
Can you not give examples? Are you just going to be so vague that everybody has to ask you for every single?
I can be more precise. I'll be more succinct for you. I think that Neil has like an ultimately more grandiose and inclusive vision of science than the most extreme theurgists of Russian symbolism and mystics, both East and West.
Can you still be more specific? Can you just be specific? Is that so hard to ask of you?
I would just say that Neil's like work on podcasts.
You're not being specific at all.
Neil's podcast appearances, the totality of them.
Podcast.
Yes, Neil's podcast appearances.
Do you think that
all of them? Well, I think his career as a podcaster.
No, stop.
This has been like a transcendence.
Oh my goodness! Do you have the ability to be able to structure your ideas around whatever Neil deGrasse Tyson said? Can you give me some sort of summary of what you got from what he said, instead of just referring over and over to, oh, this guy was some sort of interviewee on this podcast? I don't care. I really don't care about that. I want to know
Neil's megalomaniac and mystic fancy kind of underlays and feeds the production of his last years.
But it's not mystic. Whatever. It's not mystic.
You don't think the globe is mystic?
No, I think that your claims...
The globe is the biggest mystical claim out there. What the fuck?
Yeah, but I need to know your claims and evidence.
I need to know your claim. I hear you. Well, the globe is mystic fantasy in my mind.
Stop talking for a second.
You don't think the globe is mystic fantasy?
I know it's mystic fantasy.
So then what are you complaining about?
Why are you interrupting me so I can't actually
There's a bit of latency and lag here. I'm sorry if it came across that way. What's up?
No, that's fine. Okay, yeah. I need to know. I need to know the links of your claims of a globe Earth and the actual evidence of it.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Sure. Absolutely.
Great. So can we have those two things together?
Now. Yeah,
right now. Yes.
I think it's this concert of perception and synthesis, like color and light, which I think are the import of astral and mythic visions. And I think this like
wait a minute.
cult of art and creative is one of personality.
Sorry, buddy. You're appealing to something that I cannot perceive.
Hold on. Yeah, he's just the thing about it, Flatsy, is that Bree likes to use flowery language because he thinks it's going to get everybody thinking he's a bit cultured.
Yeah, but I can't perceive the things that he's trying to give me as evidence. What it is a facade. How is it evidence?
No. Listen, what he's doing is that it's a facade, right? So it's all just him trying to puff himself up to make him feel like he's knowledgeable in things. So using this language kind of gives him that feeling that he has a contribution to whatever he's doing in society. I know, but he's not. So by him doing that, it's a bit demeaning coming in here thinking that he's going to speak this way. We're going to be like, what are you talking about, dude? Me or no understand. So yeah, he's kind of fishing. He's fishing for that. See, I know when somebody's being a weasel, and that's what he's doing.
I'm not worried about him being a weasel.
The psychology behind it is that he wants to fish in an argument to where people are going to look at him and be like, dude, you what are you saying? Oh, well, you see, I'm a cultured person, and you, however, are not. Like, dude, you don't have to do that. All you got to do is speak plainly to us. And, if you think the Earth's a globe, that's great. You're a believer like everybody else. But there's no evidence to it. That's all there is. And it's been shown to you many times over. You being a game programmer and calling everybody gamer didn't work. You're not doing it now. But, so these are little gimmicks that you try to run in this room. But they run out. and then later on you get bored, and then you come back. So you try to do this all the time, dude. It's never going to change. I don't think so, anyway.
Well, I'm not worried about it because I'm not necessarily focused on his whatever direct attack of our position. I love that these people will go so far. They'll fall into their position without even scrutinizing a bit of it, and I can use that to my advantage. Let me just say this: I can use that to my advantage in some.
I'll get 15 minutes, Latty. I really just want to get in here for 15. Then I'll be out of your hair. You can give them a taco latte if you want. All right, so,
yeah, go ahead.
All right, here we go. So I kind of pinpointed, Ree, what you're always doing when you come in here. You're running gimmicks.
Gimmicks?
Is that right? Yeah. Well, like the one where you act like you're cultured and you have a lot of knowledge on flowery language, so you're trying to use that and make it seem demeaning to people.
What did I say that was flowery?
Well, everything.
Everything, you like what? Name one thing.
Everything you're saying.
Name one.
Like when you're speaking about, when you're reading that book or whatever, and then you got into a conversation, everything you were saying, and you know this, what it does though, it affects you. You know, when somebody points out the thing that you were doing, it's kind of like having your hand in the cookie jar. You're upset, you get, and your feelings about it, but that's all right. People can point that out and say, look, just don't do that. But see, the thing is though, you leave and then you come back. You leave and then you come back, and it's a new gimmick every time. You get it?
Gotcha. Wait, what did I say was flowery?
Let's just not do that.
Already.
Let's just not do that.
I hear you, Flatsy. I understand, and I'm trying to be accommodating. If you feel me.
But you don't have to be a cheese dick either. You know what I'm saying?
Cheese sticks are tasty.
Yeah, that's disgusting. All right, so if I didn't say cheese stick, I said cheese dick.
Oh, what the fuck? That's graphic. What the fuck?
Well, I said that, and you said they're tasty, so I don't know.
Oh, I said cheese sticks are tasty. I didn't say cheese dicks are. That's gross.
Anyway.
What the fuck?
Anyway.
I'm already grossed out. I'm gonna take a quick break. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's great. That's great. I don't know if I said something magical that made you go away or whatever, but certainly T was upset about it because he heard you giving a yappuccino to the audience. Oh, did he mute up for Devin?
Yeah, I did.
I've never heard you, T, honestly, and hearing you was kind of.
Hey, tea is awesome. By the way,
not talking about actual tea that you drink. The person that's in here that's named T.
Yeah, I'm talking about tea.
I love tea. I love like the Earl Grey. I like the London Fog.
Anyway, so what is your evidence that the Earth is a globe, other than ray tracing and gamer language that you use to try to I don't know.
I think there's a mystical argument for the particular shape of the Earth.
No, it's not a mystical argument.
Jesus, dude. Listen, dude. What is the practical way that you can tell us that the Earth is a globe?
By speaking about the demonic and titanic in art and the erotic and life in art associated with the decadence.
Yeah.
Just stop.
Yeah, so that's what I was talking about. Facts. Remember when I was saying that you can't speak plainly, that you got to use this language that you think that you're, for some reason...
demonic plain language? Was Titanic plain language? What's confusing?
No. Why can't you, like a normal person, just tell us what you think about the Earth being a globe?
Well,
why is it a globe too? In practicality.
Arise, ye wretched of the earth. 6 words.
Oh my gosh. So,
what does that have to do? What does that have to do? Hold on, Letsy. What does that have to do? Well, he's provoking you, I know, but I'm saying he's not giving the answer that I'm requesting. And it is simple, right?
That's what I was going to say.
And what
exactly
practical...
what I was going to say.
Wait, sorry, in what way was the answer insufficient?
No, I'm asking something simple. In what practical way can you tell us the Earth is a globe?
Again, 6 words. Arise, ye wretched of the earth.
So no.
The Bible proves it. The Bible proves it.
Oh, that's great. But you don't adhere to the biblical principles, dude. You're far from it.
I do.
No, you don't. Anyway.
God said, arise, ye wretched of the earth. I knew that. I knew it.
That's great.
Nobody cares about your cherry-picked verses of the Bible.
Your cherry-picked verses of the Bible. You got to read in its totality, holistically.
Exactly.
So all you got is all you got is insults. You can't come in here and actually tell us how you know the Earth is a globe. You got to throw insults and demean the room.
Well, no, I mean, I think we can measure the extraordinary effect and direct influence on the most perceptive personalities of the globe by the reaction of two major poets.
The Bible verses.
Yeah, but who cares, dude? You can't even, as somebody who's a proponent who thinks the Earth is a globe, there's no practical way. This is like the 5th time an audience is listening.
What are you adducing right now?
That you can't articulate how you know the Earth is a globe.
Adducing. I said, what are you adducing?
Yeah,
I don't care, bro.
Our opponent.
What are you adducing?
How do you know the Earth is a globe? Just answer me.
Wait, hold on. Can you stop adducing?
No, eating and holding on. How do you know the Earth's a globe?
Wait, do you disagree with anything I just said, AV?
How do you know the Earth's a globe?
You don't disagree with anything I just said, AV?
Yeah, but your lawyeristic way of trying to circumvent what I'm saying.
Wait, you don't disagree with anything I just said? Why are you talking? That you just conceded the entire argument. I won.
How do you know the Earth is a globe in practical reality?
You don't disagree with anything I just said. Why are you talking?
Still waiting.
You don't disagree with anything I just said. You just conceded the entire argument. It's a total loss, concession. It is a victory if Pyrrhic and otherwise defeated.
Yeah, it's like the whole audience can hear how you're not answering me.
The YouTube chat just is writing that I'm actually. The YouTube chat just said I won. They're all saying I won. Have you looked in the chat? Holy shit, they're huge fans.
They actually can't.
You won what?
The audience. I won the audience. I won the audience.
You didn't give the answer to the question.
I won the audience. The audience loves me. Wait, but you didn't disagree with anything I just said, so you actually conceded the entire discussion. It's over.
You know what?
Full stop.
Hold on. I'm gonna have to have this conversation real quick because I'm about to leave anyways.
All right.
So I've been asking you about 9 times already, and you still haven't given me the answer. Did you leave? All right.
I was gonna tell you about adducing that he was trying to invoke.
No, I know he's provoking the audience to confuse and distract and hopefully get as much confusion so that we're all talking at once, and that's what he's good at. So when somebody can single him out and have like a talk with him, he's going to continue to provoke the audience and get somebody else other than you, probably me and you or whoever, get like 3 or 4 of us talking. That's his plan. And then when it sounds like confusion, when we're all talking at the same time, he's going to keep talking, provoke somebody else. It's a gimmick. It's definitely a gimmick. And he keeps doing it. And so I couldn't get words to him because he kept saying something and provoking you. And then he just kept doing it over and over again.
Oh, sorry.
So I couldn't say anything to him.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought that I was helping.
He's gone. Yeah, he's gone now.
He is gone, but I thought I was helping. If I'm not helping, please always be like, "Shut up, Kim. You're not helping."
No, I couldn't tell you that. I couldn't tell you that because he was over talking me. So.
Yeah, but.
And then he would provoke you again with another question, and then it just kept spiraling. So I couldn't get through.
Too. That's why I was telling you about what he was doing. But yeah, I was seeing through him. I could see through him. But also, you were able to see through him better than I was because you have the experience.
Well, the case is though, when somebody's doing that, their antics of confusion will continue to like provoke people in here, and so other people will jump in, and then it'll be a shit show because I can't get through, and 2 other people want to get through. It's not going to work. So that's the reason why that's a gimmick.
Yeah, exactly. So that he
I pointed it out.
More people interacting with him than one person.
And it's confusion. It'll always be that. So it's another gimmick, and they'd love to do it. So if we can bridle ourselves, and it's just going to be that again. Like when he comes back in, he's going to stir up a shit show. 4 people are going to talk to him. No one's going to get a word in edgewise, and he's going to continue to provoke while he's talking. And everybody who hears him is going to want to jump in. It's going to be shit show again. It's rinse and repeat.
Exactly. It really is that. You don't have people that are like common sense being on the panel for the most part continuously so that you can understand when somebody is getting through to someone on a level that you don't need to interrupt. You can just stay quiet and let them take care of it.
I know, Flatsy, but I couldn't get through because you were over talking him and me, and it was just.
That's my fault.
All right. But anyway, I haven't heard from you, T, so it's good to hear you.
Yeah, AV. Yeah, I agree with what you just said there. Re is just looking to provoke somebody into an argument. I've heard it so many times before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but he's wanting to start a shit show between us. So as many people as he can provoke to do that, he's gonna do. And then once the shit show begins, he's just like asking provoking questions. Then 9 people want to talk. No one gets a word in edgewise, and it's just a fucking shit show. Like it's stupid.
Yeah, I heard it many times before. Like, Re cannot stop talking. Like, even when you ask him a question, like you're supposed to respond to what you're saying, not talk over you. And it's absolutely hilarious. Like, just stop and listen and answer questions. It's very simple. It's not that difficult to have an engaging conversation with somebody. It's not even that difficult.
He's very demeaning.
All you have to do is just listen to that person. Just shut up and listen. And respond to what they're saying. That's it. It's delusional behavior.
He's very demeaning. He's very demeaning when he comes in here and talks about, the type of language that he uses. I mean, he's using that, big words and stuff so that people can look at him and like he's talking a lot of things and maybe want to sound cultured or whatever, but it's not anything to do with like his understanding of what he thinks the Earth is as a globe. So when you ask him specifically those questions and directly, you can see how he was just averting the question. He didn't want to answer.
Yeah, well, but the questions always need to be simple. They don't need to be complicated, and they're never complicated when you ask them, AV. They're always so simple and fundamental. So, AV, you got the actual, like, whatever it is that you need to have with these globers and how they will break down and at least either admit that they don't know or they know. Right?
Yep. Well, that's the only thing I want them to do. At the end of the day, they either say they know or they don't know. If they know, tell me how you know. If they don't know, just admit it. But you never hear a bunch of people like just yapping. There's no premise being validated. There's nothing of that. So we got a lot of people listening like me.
Yeah. All we need to know
is flat or round. How you know?
Because it's measured that way, sir.
Measured how? Tell me which way, flat or round? Which one is it? I don't know. I'm just heard about
that. It's measured. I'm telling you, it's measured flat. Do you want me to tell you how, or are you just going to wonder?
Well, like this, I want to see videos beyond the ice wall, as I've heard.
You don't.
You don't need videos beyond the ice wall, Letty. You don't need videos beyond the ice wall, sir. All you need is to understand planar surveying never takes into account the curvature of the Earth. Do you know what surveying is, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know anybody that does surveying?
My cousin.
Okay. When he measures the surface of the Earth, does he take the Earth's curvature into account when he's doing his surveying?
I have no idea.
No is the answer.
Next time, listen. Next time you talk to him, I want you to ask him that question. Tell him when you're doing your data measurements on the surface. Don't tell him after the fact that you take your measurements. I'm talking about while he's doing a line transfer, or he's doing rise over run with the theodolite or the total station that he uses. Now I want you to tell him that. Ask him that question. Tell him to be honest. Or because there's two types of surveying that gets input. So there's planar surveying, which is the raw data when somebody measures the surface. Then there's geodetic surveying. That's the calculations that are put into the planar surveying data over or on top of it. So it's like the world picture, like the Earth as a whole, kind of like, well, overall, basically. And they use the Hammerstein to calculate this, right?
Alpha.
So this is not what?
Something's going on. I don't know what's going on.
Sounds like somebody's coming through your mic.
Yeah, something is going on with your not your mic, but maybe somebody else's that's open, but something's happening.
Like what?
Coming through his mic.
Some sort of disturbance with what you're saying. Not necessarily like we can hear you, but whatever.
Your mic is screwing up. Your mic is screwing up.
No, it's either your mic or somebody else.
No, it's his mic. Nobody else is flashing. It's his mic.
Yeah, what's my mic doing?
You don't sound like this.
Oh, it's like garbled?
Yeah.
Sounds like somebody is talking behind
sounds like
you
really garbled.
in a gargled voice. It's not you. It sounds like there's somebody coming through your mic beside you. Very weird.
Like somebody's talking, like next to me?
No, your voice is garbled. It's not that hard. It's like that's that simple. Stop overcomplicating.
Oh, why am I hearing a robot right now? What the fuck? We got the Transformers in the call?
Sorry.
I gotta go.
Oh no, read back. Oh no.
Stop. Please. So, Alpha.
Oh, good riddance.
Shut up. Your voice, Alpha, is not garbled, but the connection that you have is not good.
No, but it sounds like someone else is talking, like through his microphone.
Exactly.
I think I made out some words. I think they were saying like "fuck you," "damn you," "go away." It was like a ghost.
Stop trolling, bro.
Shut up and stop trolling.
It was quite spooky. I don't know.
You're a funny guy.
Spooked. I am a funny person.
You shut the fuck up.
I tend.
Rip Ree. You lasted 5 seconds.
Off now, Alpha, or what?
Yeah, I got to head back to work.
Did you by any chance see the little video I sent you?
No, I didn't get to see it, man.
Found some really crazy anomalies in that 24-hour sun video of Dave McKeegan's. Really wild anomalies.
To be honest with you, fuck all that. I don't care about.
Oh, not fuck all that.
Yeah, I don't
shut
care
me
about
down. Don't do that.
Yeah,
don't
I'm
do
gonna
that.
do it. I'm gonna do.
No.
I'm gonna be the one that does it.
Really?
So, yeah. I don't care about whatever your opinions are about footage from the whatever.
Who the fuck are you?
I don't care about that.
Who the fuck are you?
I'm somebody that doesn't care
about my opinion.
Your
Shut
opinion.
the fuck up.
Oh, so I don't care about
Shut
your
the
opinion.
fuck up.
Oh,
got some crazy anomalies from that video, okay? I'm going to tell you about it, asshole.
Sure. Go ahead.
Fuck. I'll post the video. Watch it and make your own mind. How's that?
Yeah, that's good.
There you go. You can take what you want out of that.
Thank you.
There you go. So it would have been much easier to just let me get to that. If you guys want to watch that and come back and let me know what you think, I'll be sitting here waiting.
I know that harp will not be silenced.
Hey.
To be fair, if somebody is going to talk about a video, why would you just silence them and say, I don't care about your opinion? It's on Discord.
You got off on the wrong foot. She didn't let me finish. No biggie.
Because contradictions to other people's beliefs cannot be challenged.
These are not beliefs. These are anomalies. Don't know what they are. I don't know if this is proving that they're right near a dome or if this is proving that the whole thing's faked.
I agree with you. There can't be any conclusions drawn from anything.
No, I have no conclusions. I have no clue. This is the thing that I found. Like, what the hell is this?
I thank you. I thank you for some anomalies that can be discussed because I love thought-provoking conversations.
Well, you'll see these things, right? They come in. Well, the first one is right there. Started with one. And then you'll notice that as the sun moves to the left, the anomaly stays where it's at. And another one comes along. As the sun travels, these anomalies just keep coming and then going by. As the sun travels, they stay in the sky and the sun goes by.
I need to be able to see them first. But I do appreciate your input.
Well, there's the video right there. I just posted it.
Yeah, I'm watching it.
Okay. You see what I'm talking about or no?
I can't because you're talking about a conclusion that I can't see yet.
Man, this IQ is very low today.
Oh, as you're watching these anomalies pop up, you're seeing them being lit. I'm pretty sure by the sun. And then as the sun goes by the anomaly...
I agree. There are anomalies that can't be explained that you have posted. But I need to be able to review the footage myself to have a conclusion, right? Without your bias.
But there's no bias. Telling you.
Oh, you
good. I'm saying good. There's no bias. Good.
Are you talking about the? Are you talking about the anomalies next to the sun? There's two of them, innit? They're very transparent.
Yeah, keep watching. I also give you in the description. The full video of Dave's is in there. Because you really want to watch the whole video.
I've already seen some anomalies that can't be explained by the globe. I'm watching them in real time.
Right now?
Yes.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, you know because it's your footage, right?
Right. Right. It's actually Dave McKeegan's footage from his 24-hour.
Well, that's a good point that you should probably convey.
Yeah. I did, and I was trying to say that the original video is in the description box.
Yeah, but you know that people that are listening to you and watching your footage that you post aren't necessarily looking for the source that you're giving them, right?
Well, I put his picture in the beginning, and then I put his link right there. You can,
it's good.
If you're an idiot, you're not going to see who did it. You know?
No, yeah.
And there are a lot of idiots out here.
Yeah, that's good that you did that.
I started making videos in 28. So I stopped. And every once in a while, I'll make a video. I just can't stand trolls. But I figured this is pretty awesome, and I thought it might be important enough to make a video. Because as the sun goes by, these things, whatever they are, they're being lit. And you can see that they start kind of being lit by lines. Like almost like they got shutters on them or something. Like it's some kind of background light. That's what bothered me. That's what bothers me. Not sure if that's showing fakery or if it's showing... Well, if you're familiar with background lighting, that's what they do. They use those shutters that go across the light.
Yeah, okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Looks very similar in some of these things. It's weird. Okay. Some of it bends, like there's a lot of bending going on. It's really weird.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I can accept that if you've got some footage that would display what you're talking about. Absolutely.
It's right there.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not able to. I want to. Don't get me wrong. I do want to, but I can't cover your footage right now and be able to give some sort of outcome.
Yeah, the only outcome you're going to have is, wow, what the hell? Why is the sun going by these things and then another one pops up? What are they? That's about the outcome I have.
I didn't do that, so I don't know what your perspective is.
Oh, it's not my perspective. It's what's happening in the video.
Sure, yeah. I'm watching the video, but I'm also not seeing your perspective.
I mean,
honestly, that's not my problem. That's yours. You need to be able to give me some sort of like play-by-play of what you're talking about.
It's very simple.
Make it.
It's very. Are you kidding me right now? Come on.
Yeah, make it simple for somebody like me.
Okay, it's very simple. There are anomalies in the sky. I just made it as simple as possible. There are anomalies in the sky that the sun is going by. As it comes up, they start being lit. It goes by them. You can see it go by them, and then as it fades, as it goes by, and it comes to another one, they start lighting up. That's what you see. Period. That's a fact. That's an objective fact. There's no perspective or, conjecture or whatever. Fact. Is anybody else watching this video? Does anybody else give a shit or no? Because I'll just leave. Not a big deal.
I'm going to go and talk to my husband.
It's very weird when I come into these rooms and people just start ignoring facts. Very fucking weird. You know what? I'm just going to leave.
And we are live. Wait, what? Chat?
Oh.
Oh, shit. Okay, live. And we are live. I'm your host, CB. And if you're new to this channel and have not done so already, hit the subscribe button. Make sure you follow us on X at alpha_Veritas. Wait, what is it? Alpha Overdrive? I don't know. Just follow Miggy on Twitter, guys. Huge W. The Twitter is popping off like crazy lately. Also, W Crit in the chat. Who else is in here that deserves a W? Flatsy. We got W's across the board. Why is it so quiet in here, man? Where's everybody at?
Oh, there was kind of an angry spat between Flatsy and Harp that kind of killed chat.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. I like a little beef every now and again. Harp? Is that a Bevite or is he like, what's his deal?
No, he's an asylum seeker or something like that.
What? What? What does that mean?
They've got their own group called the Asylum.
Awkward. So who won? Was it Flatsy? Did she get the dub?
No, I think they both took an L.
Ooh, okay. Okay, we taking L's. That sucks. Damn. Flatsy, what did you do? You getting in trouble? I see people in politics and religion. What's the vibes over there?
Oh, okay, let's go check it out.
I might pop over there and see what the vibes are. Vibes, you know? The vibes. I'm saying I washed my hands and I am done. Oh, man, long day. All right, we're heading over to politics and religion for a bit. I'll be right back.
Yo, is it flat chat? Holy shit, I want to read something to flat chat. Not all poets shared this view of the drama. The mercurial, what the fuck does mercurial mean? Volatile. The mercurial Audrey Bly had opposed Ivanov in 1907, when in his work, quote, The Symbolist Theater, unquote, he had pointed out the impossibility of symbolism in the theater, since it would destroy the barrier between viewer and actor. The true symbolist theater, Belli maintained, lay in the mysterium, that is, the abolition of theater. Since that had not been attained, though, it had to be replaced by stylization, whose first consequence is the destruction of the actor's individuality and the destruction of human traits in man. In short, the theater of marionettes and Chinese shadows, the theater of Meyerhold, calm and black at that time. In October 1907, Belli questioned the entire notion of the true mysterium and the religiosity of the acts as prescribed by Ivanov. In Theater and Contemporary Drama, he wrote, quote, The temple remains the Mariinsky Theater, as a restaurant remains a restaurant. We ought not to run the theater in order to dance and sing over a dead tragic goat, and then be astonished at what we have done when we return to an ordinary life. That is how one escapes from fate, ... The symbolic drama is not a drama, but the propagation of the great, constantly developing drama of humanity. It is the preaching of the imminence of fatal... Let me read this again. It is the preaching of the imminence of the fatal denouement. As Scriabin drew closer to the mysterium, his concerns with the synthesis of arts became more pressing. But there had always been a peculiar synesthesia in him, an attempt to express himself in words and gesture, and idiosyncratic concatenations of sensory images. Many of his compositions bear the title poem, not in that era's accepted designation of orchestral compositions as symphonic poems or tone poems, but substantively as the defined poem, poem of ecstasy, poem of fire. The middle and late piano works include titles like Poème Sationique and Poème Fantisque, or Fragilité, Poème, or Poème Languide, or Caresse Danse, while others are not designated poems in their titles. He wrote that the majority of the, quote, poems have a specific psychological content, but not all of them require a text, and refer to a specific measure of the depth of tragedy and the flight of clouds, and so on. Scriabin's apprehension of sensory data was not only sometimes mystically ecstatic, as in the sound of bells or light glancing off golden copulas. What the fuck is a copula? We're learning words today. Cupola. Glancing off the golden cupolas of churches, but was also apparently mixed. He heard colors and perceived tonalities and hues. At first, he used it to express himself more verbally, but he later augmented the effect of his music. He was interested in the dance as plastic rhythm or symbolic gesture. He wanted to employ odors, both pleasant and unpleasant, to contribute to the total effect, not merely as a clever toy, as in Ville de Adam Axiel. Touch and texture were also to contribute. The chorus of women at the beginning of the preliminary action would be robed in white and would move. The setting would also contribute to the total effect. Hence, Scriabin's great interest in Gordon Craig's Hamlet in Moscow in 1910, and his attempt to discuss it with him. He was impressed by the fusion of scenic, architectural, and musical elements with the text, and especially the shimmering gold backdrops. He repeatedly went to Terov's Sakulenta the following year, a production striking for its innovations in chants, processionals, body painting, stage levels, and more. Fascinating stuff, really interesting. Before dealing with the verbal text, then, we must briefly examine Scriabin's conceptions of color and movement. Scriabin saw colors for keys as well as individual notes. The phenomenon is not unique, even among composers. For instance, Rimsky-Korsakov possessed it, though for keys only, and his colors are slightly different from Scriabin's. Other composers lack it entirely. Scriabin felt it so strongly that he was disturbed by Wagner's insensitivity to it, by his inconsistency in changing keys. Dawn in Götterdämmerung is in C major, red, and then in B major, blue. The fire music in Die Valkyrie should be in G, orange, but that key is not used and the others are changed. Characteristically, Scriabin developed a complete system, the spectrum from red to violet corresponding to C, G, D, A, E, B, F sharp, just as characteristically system and practice diverge. Color is a means for conveying Scriabin's sensations and ideas. Thus, early in the composing of Prometheus, he reportedly said, "You're right. It isn't for piano. It must be for orchestra. What marvelous colors. What a combination of colors in these zigzags like tongues of flame. I'm getting at these colors sounds. I can see them." And he scored the second line of Prometheus for a light machine to produce a color for the root of the harmony indicated above it. But what Scriabin said about the colors of Prometheus and what they are supposed to represent does not, apparently, correspond to what is written. At first, Scriabin wanted to augment sound with the parallelism of light, but now I want a counterpoint. The lights pursue melody and the music goes on with its own. Now I want the contrapuntalism of all different lines of art. Prometheus begins with green and blue. After lights change and vanish, it ends as it begins in blue mystery. As the culmination marked by Avec un éclat éblouissant, Scriabin wanted the entire hall illuminated with blinding rays of white light. The light machine was inadequate for the concert performance, but useful in other experiments. Scriabin worked for days with Elisa Kunin, Turov's wife, to see how his music could express itself in motion. Kunin first tried dance forms that might interpret the mood of the piece and finally came to understand how the music reveals its own shape and how it may be expressed in motion. Scriabin not only played the accompaniment but operated a primitive version of Mozart's light machine in his darkened room to create shifting colors. Both artists seemed pleased with the achievement of uniting three forms of art. Colors, after all, are a separation of light, and without recourse to Newtonian optics or Goethe's Fable Fatale, the whole notion may in part be seen as a huge metaphor. In Scriabin's thinking for fragmentation from unity to multiplicity and the possibility of reintegration, light, and in particular the sun, is the single most important image associated with Scriabin, his work, and his thought. The most popular of early symbolist poets, Constantin Balmont, friend, champion, and favorite of Scriabin, had similar penchant for the sun. He rhapsodized. Scriabin is the singing of the fallen moon, starlight in the music, a flame's movement, a burst of sunlight, the cry of soul to soul, a singing illumination of the air itself, in which he himself is a captive child of the gods, a strong tenderness, a mighty, invincible sweetness. All of his music is light itself. The importance of the sun in Scriabin's thought and music cannot be overestimated. It is the source of life, the symbol of creative energy that toward which everything strives. He told Yvonne, "When you listen to the poem of ecstasy, you must look directly in the face of the sun." It may have been from his association with the theosophical sons of flames and wisdom that he garnered fire as the symbol of higher thought and active energy, the creative principle, life, struggle, and so on. In Scriabin's own program notes to Prometheus, we read, "Fire is light, life, struggle, increase, abundance, and thought." The theosophic ramifications are enormous, but there is a basis for it in orthodoxy as well, where gnosis is aware of spiritual life, ultimately, the perfect knowledge of the Trinity. The first stage thereof is the experience of uncreated light, and light itself will become the experience since the effulgence. How do you say that word? Interesting word. Effulgence. Let's see what dictionary says. Okay. Anyway. Since there are effulgence in the visible quality of the divine. The basis of Orthodox mysticism is a combination of the intellect and the senses, surpassing both when the body, the physical, finally becomes spiritualized in light. The contrary of gnosis, agnosis, is hell and darkness. Tragedy may be conceived as the dark aspiring to light. Both elements coexist in Scriabin. The Orphic and Satanic, the emphasis on light, heat, stars, and dark flames is reflected throughout the music. The seventh sonata is the white mass, and the ninth is the black mass. Vers la flamme, as opposed to flemme sombre. It'd be like sombre. I'm just yapping. Anyway, the contrast and the combination of spiritual and physical exaltation is also reflected in Scriabin's diaphragmatic and obscure. What is that word? His philosophical jottings and poems published in 1919 volume, also containing Pushkin's Lyceum Notebook. The conjunction testifies to the esteem and importance then accorded to Scriabin's writings and suggests a parallel that Osip's Mandelstam pursued in an essay, parts of which have been lost. Scriabin's writings show that even if he does work in the twin realms of poetry and music, as Ivanov wrote, his literary and musical expressions are independent, though related. They are two modes for expressing a single impulse, the verbal sometimes preceding the musical, as in the poem of Ecstasy, sometimes following it, as in the Fourth Sonata. It is significant that Scriabin did not work on music and text simultaneously. And that he changed his mind about the relationship and relative importance of text to music. It is still more significant that the two major texts, the early opera and preliminary action, are unfinished and without music, though there are many sketches for the latter, and Scriabin was obviously preparing to compose it. In a letter to Belyaev, he writes that he has resumed his music and literature, but he is also conscious of his literary inadequacies. The text of the preliminary action is the only thing that troubles me. Quote, I feel myself a master in music. There I am at ease. I do what I wish. But I must master the technique of verse completely. I cannot permit the text to be less than the music, and I do not want my verse to be considered the work of the musician who decided to write his own text to his music. He theorized in a confused way about his verse, which was to disclose the cosmic sense of each personal experience. The history of a single feeling, of a single striving, is the history of the universe. He disliked philosophical verse and abstract thought in verse, and he thought my lyric must be an epic by containing concrete images, not the ratiocinization. Fuck? I Google that shit. Yeah. Oh, rationalization. Fuck. Such a weird word. Ratiocination. Ratiocination. Interesting. Again, the texts do not correspond to the theory, though emotion, striving, and enthusiasm are crucial. The poem of Ecstasy makes him ecstatic. I have just written a monologue of the most divine beauty. Again, I am swept up by an enormous wave of creativity. I choke for bliss, but divinely I am working out a new style. And what joy it is to see it take shape so well. The very meter kindles the meaning. Sometimes the poem's effect is so potent that no content is needed. I'm expressing what will be one and the same as music. Those remarkable statements on meaning and rhythm were echoed later, when he read the poem which he loved to friends. Quote, I would not write it this way now, however. It is an experiment, but listen to its new rhythms. He thought the text explained the music, even though the text itself really needed a full commentary that he wanted to write. But he also thought of the contrary. Conductors who want to perform the poem of Ecstasy can always be appraised in such a text, but in general I would prefer them to approach it as first pure music. In fact, there's little correspondence between text and music, the objective and subjective view of a single thing. Similar relationships exist between some of his other musical works and their text. We must, however, distinguish between text to be set to music and verbal poems, commentaries, interpretations, whether written by Scriabin himself or with the mediation of others, which occasionally appeared in program notes and have been republished with his piano works. Thus, in the first movement of the Third Sonata, a free and wild soul passionately throws itself into the abyss of misery and struggle. The Fifth Sonata has an epigraph, and so on. But the Fourth Sonata has a text, a poem, that was worked out on the basis of the music after the music was composed, involving his desire for an approach toward a distant shimmering star that becomes a radiant sun, the expression of his desire, and is engulfed by him in a final frenzy. The text, unfortunately, is in French. It bears, that sucks, that's really fucked up. It bears the influence and perhaps formulations of others, though Scriabin thought the music could be significant only if it were composed with a cogent worldview, and the Third Symphony is vital in attempting to unite philosophy with music, as it contains many of Scriabin's basic notations and anticipates much of his later thought in music. It is therefore worthwhile to look at its program, even though it interposes others' views between Scriabin's formulations and the reader. Its three movements are Borba, etc., etc., and the three vital notions of overcoming obstacles and struggle, the delights of sensuality leading to the sublime, and the free godlike play of liberated mind, the last notion already present in Stoic philosophy. The work as a whole represents the evolution of the human spirit, which, freed from the legends and mysteries of the past, which it has surmounted and overthrown, passes through pantheism and achieves a joyful and exhilarating affirmation of its liberty and its unity with the universe. More succinctly, in Scriabin's notebooks of a later time period, life is activity, striving, struggle. The second movement was called Ecstasies, when the symphony was performed in New York in 1907. Its orgy leads to the poem of ecstasy, and the final foreshadows the assertion and the theme of Prometheus, I am. Scriabin's notebooks help to provide the transition to the later work. So orgiastic in their solipsistic expression of grandeur, joy, and power, that one cannot be completely sure whether one is reading the diary of a deranged ecstatic, the beginning of a poem, or the text of an improbable opera. Thus the beginning of one of the earliest drafts reads, I begin my tale, the tale of the world, the tale of the universe, I am. And there is nothing outside me. I am nothing, I am everything, I am singular, and in that singular multiplicity, I wish to live, I am the trepidation of life, I am desire, I am the dream, I am flame, I am chaos. Further elaborations continue the series of anaphoric I's, culminating in I am God, and an extension that perhaps indicates that this part of the scenario, nations flourish, create, deny me, and arise against me. Arise against me, you elements. There are also drawings of time and space, gyres of evolution in the world, and attempts at rational formulations that evoke ecstasy. A creative surge leads us into the realm of ecstasy outside of space and time. Well, space and time also don't exist. We all know this. We're in the Flat Earth chat, but let's see. Ecstasy is the highest surge of activity. Ecstasy is the summit. In the form of thought, ecstasy is the highest synthesis. It is the form of feeling, ecstasy of the highest bliss. In the form of space, ecstasy is the highest flowering and destruction. Various themes are stated. Alarm, will, languor. What the fuck is languor? Languor. Self-assertion. The I becomes more and more titanic and exalted. This excitement carries over into the first outlines of the poem.
What was he jibbing on about?
Yo, you guys sleeping? Yo, wake up, flat earthers. Wake up. Flat earthers. Wake up. Yo, flat earth ranger, I know you're awake. Crit, I know you're awake. Come on, I need to slap you around.